More information, a prospectus for growth and income, call 1-800-345-8000 and talk to the lion. 1-800-345-8000. He's waiting.
Everybody, I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Janice Lieberman. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Coming up tonight, does a photo on your credit card give you extra protection if it's stolen? Find out in part 2 of our series on credit card fraud.
And have you ever booked a dream vacation that turned into a nightmare? Learn how to protect yourself from unscrupulous tour operators and telemarketers. And we'll be taking your phone calls on that. Should be interesting.
It should be. And it seems tonight as if you blink, you miss another interest rate hike. Well, a second wave of banks raised their prime lending rates by 0.5 percentage point today in reaction to the Federal Reserve's boost of its short-term rates yesterday. The trickle-down effect? Well, the National Association of Realtors says watch for mortgage rates to inch up to 8.5% in the coming months.
Yesterday, we showed you how counterfeit credit cards are being used to steal billions of dollars worth of goods and services. These phony cards look exactly like the ones in your wallet, right down to your account number. And as you're about to see, that's only the beginning.
You may have seen some of those commercials for photo ID credit cards. They're supposed to provide an extra measure of protection. After all, who could use your card if it has your picture on it? Well, don't answer that question before you see what hidden cameras found. Dateline NBC's Brian Ross has the story.
Joey. Calvin, how you doing, Cal?
This undercover tape, shot through the air conditioning vent of a car, was made by Postal Service inspectors in New York City, investigating credit card crime.
I got 80 cards, Chase, Citibank, brand new.
The man who cannot be seen is an undercover agent, posing as a middleman for corrupt post office workers.
These are what? These are Citi. You say you got Chase too?
Yeah, you want to see Chase? Let me see it.
The man in the hat, a credit card crook, ready to spend big money for as many stolen credit cards as he can get.
Let me give you 6.5, man, for everything. 6,500.
This man was later arrested and convicted, but authorities say there are a lot more like him still on the streets, as credit card crime, stolen credit cards, as well as counterfeit credit cards,
1, 2, 3,
has turned into the hot financial crime of the 1990s.
5.
Any good credit card crook would love to just have a handful of cards. And that's it in a nutshell. It's just like a bank robber wants a handful of cash.
Russ Meltzer is one of the country's leading experts on credit card crime and head of security at this huge credit card manufacturing operation, which turns out several 100 million cards a year. What's this worth? This is a box of credit cards, huh? What would you say?
I can tell you, but I really don't want to say
on
the air.
In the what?
Let's put it this way. It's worth a lot on the street.
And as we reported earlier this week, the crooks are not only stealing credit cards, they figured out ways to print their own counterfeit cards like these that look just as good as the real ones.
Credit card crime is big money, and it's not going to go away overnight.
And as easy as it's been for gangs like this one caught on surveillance video to get their hands on fake and stolen credit cards, it's been even easier to pass them off using dozens of different cards at a time.
It has gotten to a point where it's out of hand.
And Michael Friel, a former Southern California police detective who now works with banks and credit card companies, says much of the credit card crime could be stopped very simply, right at the sales counter.
If the merchant or the clerk took time to look at the credit card, see that it is legitimate, that could stop a lot.
But as we reported in our Dateline investigation this Tuesday, that's just not happening. Using a hidden camera, we asked Dateline producer Joe Rhee, a Korean-American, to go shopping with a credit card that wasn't his. A card in the name of Mark Rosenwasser, not exactly a well-known Korean name. But at 4 different stores in Miami, the sales went right through. And these were stores where 1 year earlier, a gang from Hong Kong had done the same thing for real, for hundreds of thousands of dollars.
I would say there's at least 50 to 60% of the problem right there. It could be stopped.
Right there?
Right there at the point of sale.
Now, one company has introduced a photograph on the card. What do you think of that?
I think it's a good deterrent.
Citibank has really given us a new sense of self.
The company is Citibank, the biggest bank in the credit card business, which, with these television commercials, has been making a lot of its new picture IDs.
So I have one less worry.
The commercials make it seem that finally there could be a solution to the growing problem of credit card crime.
From not just Visa, Citibank Visa.
Does it work to have the photograph?
I think in some instances it does, but if you don't have a merchant that is even looking at the credit card, how is it going to work?
That was our question. So to find out, we asked Joe Reed to go undercover once again. And this time, we sent him on a spending trip around New York City, using a Citibank Visa credit card with the name and the picture of Dateline executive producer Neil Shapiro. And before we were even out the door, we got caught at the NBC souvenir store in the lobby.
This isn't your card.
That's my boss's.
I can't accept it.
Hi, I'm Brian Ross from Dateline NBC.
Hi.
The clerk told us she knew something was wrong even without the photo.
No, because the signature wasn't the same, and he really doesn't look like a Neil Shapiro, excuse me, but...
And at our next stop, 2 blocks away, caught again at the 47th Street photo store, where Joe Ree had no luck at all, passing himself off as a Shapiro to these salespeople.
That's my boss. I had to buy a present for him. It's for my boss. It's a gift for him.
Excuse me, ma'am. We wanted to see whether Mr. Ree here could use Mr. Shapiro's credit card. Mr. Ree doesn't look like Mr. Shapiro.
I don't think so.
No.
Not even close. Not even close.
And in the course of the day, 3 other stores, the Gap, the Pottery Barn, and Tiffany's, also noticed that Joe Ree was no Neil Shapiro. It cost Tiffany the sale of a $2,000 pair of gold earrings.
You don't think I can use his card?
No.
They did their job. They did what they were supposed to do. If you look at some of the fine print on your credit card contract, no one else is authorized to use your credit card but you.
Nobody else?
Nobody else.
But what happened during the rest of the day in 9 different places was quite a different story, as we saw firsthand just how easy it could be for a crook to pass off a stolen or counterfeit credit card. First, at the famous FAO Schwarz toy store, where Joe Ree was able to buy a huge $100 teddy bear with Neil Shapiro's credit card, with Neil Shapiro's picture right on the back. And look at the picture in the back. Does that look like this man here?
No, it doesn't.
How come the sale went through?
The card was approved.
The card was approved, so once you get the approval, then it's okay. And to the dismay of many in law enforcement, that's how the credit card system works with both Visa and MasterCard.
A merchant has got to feel assured that if it accepts a transaction, that it's going to be paid if it's authorized. Otherwise, the business wouldn't work.
Joe Lisker, a senior vice president at MasterCard, says clerks are supposed to call a special hotline.
If they're suspicious, they have an obligation to call Code 10.
What if they don't?
Then if they don't, then that's something they live with, but yes, they get paid, if that's the question.
They still get paid?
Yes, they do.
We're going to continue our shopping spree with a photo ID credit card in just a second.
You won't want to miss it. Money Tonight returns in just a moment.
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, president of the Burger Funds. There's one thing I've learned in over 40 years of experience. Everyone has to climb their own mountain. Some are headed towards retirement. Others want to put their kids through college, build a home, a business. You could be reaching for your goals with the Burger Funds.
Morningstar, an independent research firm, has awarded the Burger 100 and the Burger 101 Fund the top 5-star overall rating for risk-adjusted performance as of January 31st, 1994.
I'm Rod Linnefelter, Vice President of the Burger Funds. The first step up your mountain is easy. You can open a Burger Fund account with only $250 or add to it with as little as $50 a month.
Call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit. Call today. Let us help you reach your goals.
Attractive. Intelligent. Responsible. But enough about the price. Experience the car it's attached to.
Over the years, Canon color copiers have copied everything from pie charts to architectural renderings, from computer-generated presentations to top-secret documents. In fact, since Canon introduced the first color laser copier in 1987, our copiers have made over 1 billion high-quality color copies. And that kind of experience is sure to leave you smiling. To see how easy it is to own a Canon color copier, call 1-800-OK-CANON.
Every night, they ask the question.
But anything can happen when the Talk All-Stars get together.
Phil Donahue,
Vladimir Posner,
Dick Cavett,
Tom Snyder,
Geraldo Rivera,
Tim Russert,
Mary Matalin,
Bob Berkowitz,
Al Roker,
and Daisy Fuentes.
The Talk All-Stars, all on the same stage.
And all there to talk to you.
Talk Back America 2, live from NBC Studios in New York, tonight at 9 and midnight, only on CNBC.
First in talk.
The talk you want to hear, the people you want to see. The CNBC Talk All-Stars.
Welcome back to Money Tonight as our series on credit card fraud continues.
Time to go shopping undercover at Bloomingdale's for a bottle of opium perfume that costs $227.
My name is Brian Ross.
Hi, Brian.
I'm from Dateline NBC. We're doing a story about credit card fraud. And you just sold this man something. And it says Neil Shapiro. And on the back is a picture of Neil Shapiro. Does that look anything like Mr. Ree here?
Sure doesn't.
How did this happen?
Careless employee.
She summed it up.
What should she have done?
She should have looked at the credit card, and especially if it had a photograph on the front or the back of the credit card, look at the photograph and compare it.
Then a stop at the luxurious Trump Tower on 5th Avenue. First, a box of chocolates, where the clerk admitted she knew the photo wasn't right, but since she had the approval code, the store got its money. This credit card here, that you just used, with this picture here, doesn't belong to this man.
I know. I just was wondering.
You were just wondering?
Yeah.
Why did you do the sale?
You're not supposed to ask for any ID.
You're not supposed to ask, so you figured you had the approval, and you ran it through.
Yeah.
But you would agree that doesn't look like Mr. Ree, does it?
Yeah. You called me.
And then lunch, where Joe Ree, using Neil Shapiro's photo credit card, paid for a $55 Italian meal. Mr. Ree here used this credit card. When we asked the waiter why he had accepted the card, he said he was afraid we were armed and dangerous. But you gave the card back.
I thought all of you were thieves.
I thought we're all thieves.
Yeah, maybe they are.
But you didn't do anything about it.
White gloves. Maybe you got a gun.
Maybe we have a gun. I see.
Who knows?
Does that make any sense to you?
No, it doesn't. You know, if a merchant or a clerk is suspicious, then go with their suspicions, take the time to call. Sometimes, they would rather have the sale regardless of who pays for it.
As our New York shopping spree continued, Joe Ree dropped into a music store by the name of Coconuts for a $50 Bruce Springsteen CD collection. Here, the clerk simply swiped the card through the machine, never looking closely at the card's signature or the photo on the back. What do you think happened?
I'm really sorry that I didn't look at it.
As what?
I said I'm really sorry I didn't look at it.
Right.
Double check. I should have double.
You should have double checked. The clerk then told us it wasn't his fault, that the photo of Neil Shapiro did look a lot like Joe Ree.
That's him.
That's him? The manager was finally called, and when we told him what had happened, he became angry and ordered us out of the store.
Please keep your hands off, okay? We'll leave.
That night, with the stores closed, we had Joe Ree take his wife for one final splurge out on the town. First, Joe used Neil Shapiro's photo ID credit card to order and pay for a $191 stretch limousine. Dinner was at Tavern on the Green in Central Park, where Joe ordered a $100 bottle of wine and again paid the bill with a credit card that had neither his name nor his picture on it. And finally, Broadway, and orchestra seats at $65 apiece at the hit musical Miss Saigon. The tickets had been ordered by phone, which is a favorite trick of credit card crooks. Joe was told to bring along the credit card as an ID, but when he got to the booth, the clerk never even looked at the card. In 9 out of 14 transactions in one day in New York City, Joe Reed charged some $1,500 on a credit card that belonged to Neil Shapiro, had Neil Shapiro's photo on it, and had Neil Shapiro's signature on the back. That's one more thing the stores missed. In every case but one, Joe Reed didn't sign Neil Shapiro's name, but instead signed his own. Citibank, which has been running a lot of these commercials, declined to have someone from the company appear on Dateline.
I don't know why the other credit cards aren't doing the same thing.
But a spokesperson said Citibank makes no claims about the effectiveness of its photo credit card.
Is this a valid test?
Oh, I think so.
Does it prove a point, do you think?
Oh, it definitely proves a point, because here again, the merchants are in business. They want to make a sale.
They don't care who gave them the card.
As long as that card comes up with an authorization approval, they're happy, because somebody has paid them for that merchandise.
Credit card crime amounted to more than $2 billion last year worldwide, as crooks like this one have long since discovered how to just charge it with somebody else's credit card.
Hey, I'm going to Acapulco, baby. See ya. Ciao, baby.
That's amazing.
You had an experience where they actually checked.
They did check today. I had to go out and I had to get a shower present very quickly. And I went to a store and I brought out my credit card and they did check. They checked the signature. I didn't have a photo ID card, but they did check the signature and she really looked at it and I said thank you.
Yeah, because it hardly ever happens.
It doesn't happen. In my experience, it hasn't happened that often. But the clerk that helped me also said that her company had been hit in the past with some losses. So she was very vigilant about that.
Okay, and she made TV tonight.
She sure did. Meantime, like a lot of people, you may actually assume that if your account is stolen, if your number is stolen, that you're liable for only the first $50.
Tomorrow night, we'll show you people who have found out the hard way that's not always so.
We're back in a minute.
This is CNBC.
You missed all the excitement.
The office?
Yep. Marketing forgot the instruction sheets for the Mr. Squiggly robots.
No. All 50,000?
Mm-hmm. So I'm taking care of it.
That's 50,000 copies by morning.
No problem.
You're going to be working all night.
Well, actually, my staff is working on it, saving us a fortune in overtime.
What staff? When did you get a staff?
Kinko's, your branch office, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I don't have a staff.
When I first got into the market, I was making my own investment decisions and paying full commissions. I needed something different. I started Quick and Rally to provide investors with substantial commission savings and quality investment service. Our brokers are knowledgeable professionals who provide personal service rather than sales pressure. I'm confident in our service and stand behind it with a money-back guarantee. Call us or stop by your local office to open an account today.
The world is rapidly becoming a smaller place. The convergence of TV, the telephone, and the computer into an information superhighway is accelerating. Since 1977, Gabelli & Company has been at the forefront in recognizing these emerging trends within the domestic market. Now we are applying our expertise to seize global opportunities. Don't let the future pass you by.
Attention futures traders. Meet Bill Mallers Sr. Bill has been a respected professional trader for over 35 years. He was so well respected that his fellow traders elected him chairman of the Chicago Board of Trade 20 years ago. In 1984, Bill and his son Bill Jr. created First American, providing the lowest discount rate in the futures industry. Guided by Bill's experience and reputation, First American has become one of the largest discount brokers. They still set the standard for competitive discount rates. First American's commission rate won't be undercut. Call us and compare. Are your commission rates too high? Then start saving now with First American, the respected broker with aggressive discount rates. Call First American today at 1-800-621-4415. That's 1-800-621-4415.
Phones Across America is sponsored today by Sprint, not just another phone company.
We're going to be taking your calls on travel nightmares in just a second at 1-800-800-CNBC. But first, lots of news here.
Well, you're planning the vacation of a lifetime and you've invested hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars. But not only has the trip turned out to be a real mess, but you find out the company that planned your trip has gone belly up. In our Money Talk personal finance segment, Sheila Steinbeck tells us tales of woes with a little help from Kiplinger's Personal Finance magazine.
Surprised. Sam and Renee Marcus can laugh now, but it wasn't so funny finding themselves stranded in the Far East a few years ago. They were psyched for a 15-day tour to take in Tokyo, Beijing, Bangkok, Hong Kong, and Singapore.
Seeing some of the wonders of the world, the Great Wall of China.
But after a 13-hour flight to the first stop, Tokyo, they were greeted at their hotel by management. It was not a warm welcome.
We were told that they cannot honor our reservations since the tour company was into them for a lot of money.
The Marcuses had to pay all over again for the hotel in Tokyo, where they did have a lovely time. But as they called ahead to their other stops, they found out that none of the other hotels would honor their reservations.
We decided to call it quits, come home.
The Marcuses were out of the $13,000 they spent on this trip of a lifetime. The tour company, Hemphill Harris, insisted on a check ahead of time, no credit cards. So the Marcuses are now part of a class action suit to recover their money.
If they don't accept a credit card, you're in a much higher risk situation. You don't have the protection, and you have to wonder why they won't use a credit card. Can't they get a merchant account? Are they having some type of cash flow problems? Why won't they accept them? Most people do.
It certainly goes without saying that you should check with your local Better Business Bureau to find out all about the company handling your travel plans, including your travel agency. Getting that peace of mind before you set off to parts unknown can save you a lot in the way of anxiety and money, too. The Marcuses may have found from a phone call to the Better Business Bureau and others that there were complaints about the tour company. The couple has learned some valuable lessons.
A company, for one reason or another, no matter how reputable they were or what kind of reputation they've had in the past, being fiscally stable and so on, could go under.
Sheila Steinbeck for Money Tonight.
Joining us now with more on how to go on your dream vacation without being taken for a ride is Theodore J. Miller, Ted as we call him here. He's the editor of Kiplinger's Personal Finance magazine. Ted joins us tonight from our Washington bureau for our Phones Across America call-in. Welcome back to Money Tonight, Ted.
Nice to be back, Janice.
How you doing?
Good, how are you?
Good. Any travel nightmares you personally had?
You know, I've been pretty lucky. In fact, it's probably a reflection on the fact that we need to keep in mind that millions of people travel on charter trips every year and have perfectly good experiences. On the other hand, there are several ways you can get taken. Probably the most egregious, the worst kind of rip-off are those that aren't sort of honest mistakes or companies that mean well and go out of business, but the kinds of telemarketing scams that start with postcards that you fill out at a mall or at a convenience store or at a sporting event that are supposed to be a contest to win a free trip somewhere. Mm-hmm. You fill out the cards, you send it in, a couple of weeks later, lo and behold, you're called, you have won. All you have to do is make a small deposit. Just give us your credit card number, sir, and we'll write that down. We'll take care of it for you. Don't do it. Those are the worst kinds of rip-offs.
Ted, Sue Herrera here. Nice to see you again. Let's go to the phones. Doug from Texas is our first caller. Welcome, Doug. Go ahead.
To let everybody know that if you do book a tour, and the particular tour is Flamingo Tours on Nassau, Bahamas, you're wound up, it's a ground transportation, you may wound up without your luggage, and 9 times out of 10 they want your homeowner's policy to cover it.
So you obviously had a very bad experience. How did you find this particular tour company?
We were in the Dallas area at the time, and they were just one of them that you call a travel agent up, and you tell them you want to go on a 20-year anniversary to the Bahamas, and they set you up with a tour, which included ground transportations. and I found out later for $30 I'll keep my bags with me from now on and take a cab.
Okay. What kind of recourse do you have in a situation like that, Ted, if any?
Well, I think that the important thing in a case like this is you should check out the tour operator ahead of time, and there are ways to do that. It was mentioned in the lead-in to call a Better Business Bureau. You should do that for where you live and where the tour operator is based. You can also call an organization called the U.S. Tour Operators Association. It's in New York City. You can look up the number. That is a membership organization. 35 of the largest tour operators belong. They have $1 million bonding for each of those companies in case trips go wrong. There's another smaller organization, I should say a larger organization of smaller companies, the National Tour Association, located in Lexington, Kentucky, and it can tell you whether its members, whether the tour operator you're looking at is a member, and you get $100,000 protection there.
All right, that'll help out. Let's get to our next caller. It's Colleen from New York. Hi there, Colleen.
Hi, can you give me any tips on how to persuade a particular hotel to give you a better rate than the one they quote? They'll give you standard 10% off or whatever. I've tried to say that I have an entertainment or encore.
Okay.
Can you help me?
That's a good question because I know you get different rates if you really push them. What do you think, Ted?
Yeah, the place where you're going to get the best rate checking into a hotel is at the desk. Because people, if you call the 800 number, you're going to get a central reservation agency, and they're going to quote you from the standard list. If you call the hotel itself that you're going to stay at, or go to the desk when you get there and say, you know, here I am, what is the best rate you have to offer me? You're going to get the best rate that way because the manager then knows how full the hotel is, whether they want to have you in a room at virtually any price or risk losing you. So I would say call the hotel directly and speak to the people when you get there.
Okay, John from New Jersey is up next. Go ahead, John.
Hang up and try again if you need it.
Well, I think we got a recording. You should hang up and try again, as they say. Ted, let's talk a little bit about how frequent these types of scams, if you will, or problems are. I know we're hearing about it increasingly as people are beginning to travel more and the dollar changes overseas and things like that. But can you give us a gauge of how many people are being taken?
Well, there are far, far too many. Certainly it's thousands of people, probably hundreds of thousands of people. Estimates up to $12 billion of money lost on travel deals gone bad. Now, these aren't all scams.
Right.
Sometimes a tour organization will go out of business in the middle of your tour, just before your tour leaves. That's why it's important to check it out. They're far too common, but they're maybe not as common as everybody thinks they are.
Ted Miller, thanks so much for joining us again. We always love to have you on the show. Ted Miller, and he, of course, is the editor of Kiplinger's Personal Finance magazine. And on that note, that's all the time we have for tonight.
But tomorrow, how much it might cost you if your credit card is stolen in part 3 of our credit card fraud series. I'm Janice Lieberman.
And I'm Sue Herrera. Thanks for joining us. Stay tuned for CNBC's second annual Talk Back America special. And we will see you again on Money Tonight tomorrow, where you're guaranteed to profit from tuning in.
Phones Across America, sponsored by Sprint. Be there now with the local, long-distance, and cellular provider.
Remember when Sprint's fiber optic network just meant a great phone call? That was a pen? Today you'll find that same Sprint clarity and high-speed data transmission, worldwide video conferencing, voice-activated calling.
That was a pen?
And wireless communications. Only one company lets you be there with all this technology right now. So in case you were wondering...
Oh, a pin, there's the call?
Yes, that was a pin.
It's a good lease, you know. You can't argue with the payments. Well, should we lease it?
Absolutely.
Let's head back to the dealer.
As soon as I find a place to turn around.
Lease a Mercedes S-Class at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer.
The talk you want to hear, the people you want to see. The CNBC Talk All-Stars.
Next, CNBC's Roger Ailes goes one-on-one with today's show host Bryant Gumbel.
I always think I'm a laugh a minute.
800-472-7753 for your bonus Value Line Investors Library and 10 weeks of crucial Value Line updates. Call now, and you'll also get every investor's guide to Wall Street words as an extra bonus. That's 800-472-7753. Call now.
I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Candace Lieberman. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Coming up tonight, mortgage rates are rising, but money lenders are actually offering sweet deals to help you make that dream home your home.
And what happens when you buy a concert ticket, but bad weather keeps you from getting to the show? The ticket is still worth something. We'll tell you why.
But first up, credit card fraud in the U.S. The tally last year alone reached nearly $1 billion.
This week, Dateline NBC's Brian Ross has been showing us one reason why. Thieves putting valid account numbers on counterfeit credit cards. Well, Brian joins us now for the final part of his investigative series. Welcome to Money Tonight, Brian.
Nice to be here. Tonight, are you liable? What happens if thieves get your account number, even if your credit card is still in your wallet? Many people assume their liability is limited to $50. That's not always the case.
Judge presiding.
As a longtime judge in Glendale, California,
Rolando Mendez.
Barbara Burke knows credit card crime when she sees it.
Sunday night, I'm home. I was looking through my mail. I received my bill, and I noticed this unauthorized $340 charge at a Chinese restaurant.
You're sure it wasn't yours?
I was positive because I had been out of town on that day.
Are the people ready?
But what Judge Burke says she knew was a crime, her credit card company at first tried to ignore and later tried to blame on her.
I suggested the canceling of the credit card, and they said they didn't believe it was fraud and it wasn't necessary to cancel the credit card. Hi.
But 1 month later, as Judge Burke continued to make charges with her MasterCard, unknown to her, somebody else was too. Somebody who had obtained her account number and had made a counterfeit duplicate of her card.
Then there was another Chinese restaurant, Home Depot, $2,412.89 at some place called the TJ Music House.
When the bill finally came in, the judge found more than $4,000 in charges she never made.
So 5 weeks after you reported you thought there was a fraud and the credit card company ignored that, the crooks went on a $4,000 spending spree.
That's correct.
All the time that the crooks were using your card number, your card was in your purse.
Yes, it was. My card was never stolen.
Just your card number.
That's my card number.
Judge Burke had become a victim of a new kind of credit card crime, counterfeit crime. As we've seen in our Dateline investigation, the counterfeit cards look every bit as good as those issued by the credit card companies, as the crooks have figured out how to duplicate such security features as the hologram, ultraviolet ID letters, even the tiny microdot printing that Visa puts around the border of its name in an unsuccessful attempt to stop counterfeiting.
Counterfeit credit cards is the one area that's going up, and it's going up dramatically.
But Joe Lisker, a senior vice president at MasterCard, says while counterfeit crime amounts to hundreds of millions of dollars a year, credit card users have little to worry about.
If a card is counterfeited and a cardholder receives the bill and promptly reports it within the 60-day time frame to the issuer, under U.S. law, they are not responsible for more than $50.
That's it.
That's it.
$50.
That's right.
I received a letter.
But it was nowhere near that easy when Judge Barbara Burke became a victim of counterfeit credit card crime.
Stating that they expected me to pay for the charge.
Her bank, MBNA of Delaware, one of the biggest in the credit card business, tried to stick her with the charges.
As your card was not reported lost or stolen prior to the date of this transaction, the charge is considered valid.
They didn't believe you.
Well, it kind of sounds from the letter like they didn't believe me.
What followed next was a 10-week ordeal in which a busy criminal courts judge had to find time to write dozens of letters and affidavits, spend hours on the phone, get help from a local police detective, and even have her lawyer husband pitch in to finally get her bank to agree that she was the victim, not the criminal.
How about people who aren't judges, who don't have policemen who know who they are, whose husbands aren't retired lawyers? What happens to them?
I think they have a very hard row to hoe in dealing with the credit card companies.
In a letter to Dateline, the senior vice chairman of Judge Burke's bank, MBNA of Delaware, confirmed that the bank had initially ignored the judge's warnings, but said that it takes time to identify which transactions are valid and which transactions are made by criminals. And the bank executive said he had talked with Judge Burke after we did, and that she did not feel hassled by the bank, and that, quote, she was happy with the outcome. But when Judge Burke heard that, she wrote her own letter back to the bank, quote, if this does not fit the definition of hassle, I don't know what does.
If the bank can't get the money back from the merchant or recover it from the thief, they want to get it from the consumer.
Jerry Detweiler is a credit advisor and the former president of the Bank Card Holders of America, a nonprofit consumer group that says it gets hundreds of complaints a year like that of Judge Burke.
It really just becomes an absolute nightmare for many people.
There are so many people trying to figure so many ways to rip you off now.
And Detweiler says from her experience, the biggest nightmares often come from the biggest banks, including Citibank, which makes a big point in its commercials of how it helps customers who are victims of fraud.
That's why, having somebody watch your back is good.
Citibank realized that I'd not made those charges and it got taken care of.
It just makes you feel like you have an ally out there.
These kinds of ads just make me cringe when I see them, because I know that for every ad they put out there, there are consumers who have had legitimate fraud problems and can't get Citibank or whoever their bank is to resolve it for them.
That's certainly what Dolores Wynn says. She's a homemaker and Sunday school teacher on the south side of Chicago, who is not a judge and who can't get Citibank to believe her.
It doesn't seem to matter with Citibank. Once they have you and they accuse you of making a charge, you're guilty.
Dolores Wynn's problem started 4 years ago when she was on vacation in Santa Barbara, California.
Santa Barbara is a very, very beautiful town, and I was enjoying it very much. And I made a few charges at a few shops.
But on the next month's statement, Dolores Wynn discovered a charge made 2 days after she says she had returned home to Chicago. A $1,250 cash advance from this Santa Barbara bank that Dolores Wynn says she never made.
Oh, I tell you, I was just weak in my legs. Of course, it's a mistake.
But even when she produced a copy of her United Airlines ticket showing she had returned home on the 3rd of the month, 2 days before the charge was made on the 5th, it still made no difference to Citibank.
Now, how is it possible that I could be in Santa Barbara on Monday and here in my home? It just isn't possible.
That was the start of 4 years of countless phone calls and letters, with Citibank responding that because her credit card had not been reported stolen and her driver's license number was used in the transaction, quote, we must consider the charge to be valid. But what we found in our own investigation was it's no big feat for the credit card crooks to also get hold of driver's license numbers, often from corrupt merchants and rental car clerks.
The industry knows this is a problem. They know it's happening, and yet when Dolores tries to get her account credited, they act like, oh no, it couldn't possibly be a fraud case. It has to be a legitimate charge.
So what about Dolores?
Dolores Wynn is stuck in credit card hell, and there are probably thousands of others like her that have had these kinds of problems.
This is unbelievable that the onus has to be on you to contact them and you don't even know about it.
That's how the law stands. Guilty until you can prove yourself innocent if they happen to decide they think you did the charges.
It's the ultimate catch-22, I think.
Well, don't go away because Credit Card Tales from Hell when this special edition of Money Time continues with Dateline NBC's Brian Ross. We're back in a minute.
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, president of the Burger Funds. There's one thing I've learned in over 40 years of experience. Everyone has to climb their own mountain. Some are headed towards retirement. Others want to put their kids through college, build a home, a business. You could be reaching for your goals with the Burger Funds.
Morningstar, an independent research firm, has awarded the Burger 100 and the Burger 101 Fund the top 5-star overall rating for risk-adjusted performance as of January 31st, 1994.
I'm Rod Linnefelter, Vice President of the Burger Funds. The first step up your mountain is easy. You can open a Burger Fund account with only $250 or add to it with as little as $50 a month.
Call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit. Call today. Let us help you reach your goals.
Yeah, my plane was 3 hours late last night.
Late? What about our presentation?
I'm all set.
But we made changes after you left.
Yeah, Jim faxed them to me.
And you made the changes?
On all 20 copies.
At that time of night? How about the charts?
Done.
And the transparencies?
In color. Everything's bound and ready.
That's great. But how'd you do it?
Connections.
Connections? What connections?
Kinko's, your branch office, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Tonight on Rivera Live, the Serbs have called our bluff in Bosnia. Should the United States up the ante and gamble with a full military assault, or fold their hand and walk away? You decide. Tonight on Rivera Live. Next on Al Roker. They've gone from stand-up to sitcom.
Mommy's in the house!
Marilyn Kentz and Carol Christensen give their own take on motherhood.
Laugh or die, laugh or die.
The Mommies, next on Al Roker.
Tonight, hard-hitting news, hard-hitting talk on Rivera Live.
My wife and I are talking about having kids, and my wife says to me, why is it the woman who always has to stay at home? Why not the man? And I said to her, if you can find a job that pays for the house, pays for the car, and pays for the food, I'll quit my job and work out of the house.
Staples has everything you need to start yourself over again. The guaranteed low price on computers, furniture, pencils, and over 5,000 other items. Staples. Yeah, we've got that.
Welcome back as we wrap up this week's special series on credit card fraud with Dateline NBC's Brian Ross.
Credit card fraud can lead to credit card hell. And as Claude Lee, a Citibank customer in suburban San Francisco, found out, credit card hell can lead to financial disaster.
It's hanging over my head. I feel as if my credibility has been challenged by Citibank.
Lee, a computer software salesman, discovered almost $10,000 in charges he says he never made.
There's $2,000.
Some in cities he says he had never been to. For Lee, it was the second time he had had problems with his Citibank card. The first time, Citibank canceled the card and the fraudulent charges. But Lee says 1 month later, the crooks got his new Citibank number. And it is this second time which Citibank has refused to believe.
These are not my charges.
But in a letter to Lee, Citibank claimed he did not notify the bank when the charges in question first occurred, and therefore they consider the charges valid. But Lee says that's just not true.
Here's my proof. These were in my files.
And he showed us 11 different letters going back to 1989, in which it seems he did exactly what the law requires, reporting the suspect charges, even as he continued to use his card.
We really can't live in peace until this is cleared up. I mean, I can't be satisfied. It's hurt my credit. It's hurt. Personally, I feel violated.
Come here.
While Claude Lee fights on, his credit rating is in shambles, as Citibank has turned over his account to bill collectors.
Under federal law, the bank has the responsibility of proving the charge is valid. It's not up to the consumer to prove that the charge is not valid.
Well, how can they send these letters out then, telling credit card holders, you prove to us how this could happen?
Part of the problem is who's policing them. No one in the government is taking this seriously and noticing the fact that banks are flagrantly violating consumers' rights.
In fact, under the existing law, consumer credit card complaints are handled by 3 different federal banking agencies that have little experience with such consumer issues. Of course, it's not just Citibank, but the federal agency with jurisdiction would not tell us whether Citibank has more or fewer complaints than any other bank. The documents we did obtain show that while there are thousands of consumer complaints about all banks every year, the vast majority are decided in favor of the banks. That's just what happened when Dolores Wynn complained to Washington. She was told all she could do was hire a lawyer.
I wouldn't wish this kind of thing to happen to my worst enemy. It's been a nightmare of nightmares.
It's very hard by yourself to counter all these things.
Every day I'm looking at Citibank and their commercials inviting customers to come, and they will take care of you.
That's why, having somebody watch your back is good.
No one from Citibank would agree to appear on Dateline, but in a statement, Citibank said it would stand by its original decisions on Claude Lee and Dolores Wynn.
We've been victimized twice. First, we were victimized by the thief, and now we are victimized by our bank, our own issuer of our card.
Now we're going to ask Brian a couple of additional questions to his report, and I guess the most obvious one is, so what do you do if you find out that you're being billed for things you didn't buy?
Well, the most important thing is to immediately put it in writing, that you challenge what's on your bill. Some people we've talked to have called and thought they got through. It doesn't count. Your legal rights are not preserved unless you put it in writing within 60 days of notification through the bill.
Now, somebody like Dolores Wynn, she's going to actually have to pay a lot of money to get her whole credit report cleared up.
Absolutely. As it stands now, she still owes that money to Citibank. They will not relent. And for her to go out and hire a lawyer, which may cost several $1,000s to fight a $1,200 charge, doesn't make economic sense, yet she can't bring herself to write a check for something she didn't charge, she says.
What are some of the most common ways that they get those numbers in the first place?
Well, there are a whole network that crooks have of various sorts of restaurants, corrupt merchants. There have been cases of insiders at the big banks selling actual computer lists that have our account numbers plus our credit limits. And of course, they want to go for the big credit limits because they can really run up the charges then.
Do you see anything in the future maybe combating this problem? Because there's no real interest, I don't see here, for them to be doing it.
Well, for instance, in Europe, they embed now a computer chip on the front of your card, and when you get your charge, they bring along a little pad and you punch in an individual PIN code. Now that has really stopped a lot of the crime. It's a big step, and for some reason in this country the banks won't do it because they have felt all along it would cost more to do that than what it saves. But law enforcement authorities we talk to say they missed the chance to nip this in the bud, and now it's spiraling out of control.
Now, in terms of what the consumer has on his side, we were talking a little bit that it doesn't go through the Federal Trade Commission, it goes under the Federal Reserve. Any chance that that might change in the near future?
Well, Congressman Joseph Kennedy has introduced legislation to make it tougher for people like Dolores Wynn to have their credit ratings ruined. But at the moment, the power of the banks in Washington, their lobbyists, the control of that is not at the Federal Trade Commission.
Brian Ross, thanks so much for joining us tonight.
Very nice to be here.
Come back. Thanks very much.
Mortgage rates up next.
Stay with us.
This is CNBC.
You missed all the excitement.
The office?
Yep. Marketing forgot the instruction sheets for the Mr. Squiggly robots.
No. All 50,000?
So I'm taking care of it.
That's 50,000 copies by morning.
No problem.
You're going to be working all night.
Well, actually, my staff is working on it, saving us a fortune in overtime.
What staff? When did you get a staff?
Kinko's, your branch office, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
I don't have a staff.
When it comes to your financial future, Fortis can help protect you and those you love. Fortis, a worldwide financial services company, $46 billion strong. A powerful choice for mutual funds, life and health insurance, employee benefits. A name you can trust around the world and right in your own backyard. Fortis, solid answers for a changing world.
If you've got what it takes, you can make it to the top.
This program is sponsored by Alaska Tourism.
What do you know about your stocks right now?
I thought I knew about my stocks when I bought them. Wrong.
Some of my stocks show a profit, some don't. What should I do?
Some of my stocks are down. Do I sell or wait for a rebound?
Here's the answer. Value Line's Investors Reference Library with 1,700 full-page stock reports, each featuring Value Line's rank for price performance. Value Line has been ranking stocks in this manner for more than 25 years with these outstanding results. This entire reference library is yours as a bonus with your subscription to Value Line's weekly stock reports to keep your information current. For only $55, Value Line will keep you up to date for the next 10 weeks. Only $55.
I knew all about my stocks when I bought them. How do I keep up with them?
Get the answers. Call 800-472-7753 for your bonus Value Line Investors Library and 10 weeks of crucial Value Line updates. Call now, and you'll also get every investor's guide to Wall Street words as an extra bonus. That's 800-472-7753. Call now.
New home construction springing to life. With the arrival of better weather last month, construction of new homes and apartments jumped by more than 12%. Builders are now worried that you may be scared off by those rising interest rates. But our real estate correspondent Bob Pisani says that the mortgage industry is actually fighting for your business. That's a switch.
It's true, Sue. Now, what do you do if you're a lender and you need to attract buyers? Well, it's tough to lower the interest rates, but in our Money Talk Personal Finance segment, we'll show you that lenders can offer incentives with a little help from Worth Magazine. Ed Brown is the chef-owner of one of the most popular restaurants in Manhattan, the Judson Grill. When interest rates started rising, he went looking for an apartment to buy and was surprised to find lenders eager for his business.
It seems to me that lenders are very eager to give us the money because the requirements are a little less stringent than they were, and just by function of what they're offering, they must want to entice business. I mean, I cannot get over some of the adjustable rates that they're offering.
Ed has discovered that rising mortgage rates have left lenders with fewer customers, so they're doing anything they can to entice buyers. Ellen Bitton is hearing that also. She's president of the largest mortgage brokerage firm in New York.
Mortgage lenders are really hitting the pavement right now. They're all vying for our business. They're giving us incentives, such as reducing their points by a half a point on all purchases, or saying that if we close by a certain date, that they will reduce points by another half of a point.
Lenders are eager to get people into homes even in this higher interest rate environment, so they're starting to offer some very strange products. Call it wacky mortgages. Some lenders, for example, are offering 40-year fixed-rate mortgages. You'll save $40 a month on a $100,000 mortgage, but you'll pay thousands of dollars more in interest costs. And Ed Brown, he's looking to get a 2-year adjustable rate mortgage. Ed also discovered that sellers may be more eager to sell as interest rates rise. His first offer for his apartment was rejected flat out, but they called back several weeks later.
Call us back, hey, if you're still interested, price sounds reasonable to us, and we're willing to make a deal. And so we did. We took it immediately.
The moral, Ed says, is that deals that were going nowhere 2 months ago may be feasible today.
And joining us now from the trenches of the mortgage wars is Andrew Feinberg, contributing editor at Worth Magazine. Nice to see you again,
Andy.
Nice
to see you, sir.
Give us a gauge of how real you think these rate wars are.
Lenders are certainly much more eager for your business. I mean, last year there were 500 people in a line refinancing, looking for new loans. Mm-hmm. Now they're hungry, and they're definitely going to make deals on points sometimes. They'll make deals on negotiating away some of their fees, and even sometimes breaks on rates. They're also creating all these new mortgage products. Right. To lure people in.
That's something you've been following, Bob.
Yeah, Andy, we're getting tons of calls from people who are very confused about the plethora of mortgages that are out there, the 40-year, the adjustables. How do you decide the kind of mortgage that's right for you?
The first thing, if it's possible, is to figure out how long you're going to stay in a place. And then you can, if it's going to be 5 years, you can do a 5-25. You can get any configuration you want, a fixed that turns into an adjustable. If it's 10 years, you can now do a 10-1, a fixed that then turns into an adjustable. The other is, of course, your risk tolerance. I mean, can you sleep with an adjustable with rates going up? I should add, there's such an incentive now to think of an ARM because the gap between fixed rates and adjustables is 3.5 percentage points. 4 years ago, it was 1.75 percentage points. It has widened in just the last few months, and that's a sign of SNL. SNL is primarily eager to take away market share from the mortgage bankers.
So, Andrew, Andy, how do you negotiate with your lender? We have about a minute left.
You have to shop. You have to know what's out there, and then say, I already have this deal. Can you beat it? know what your credit is. If you're an A credit, say, I know I'm a desirable customer, what can you do for me? Not everyone's going to negotiate with you, but some people will. And the more you know, the better off you are. If your credit isn't so good, use a mortgage broker. They can help people with more marginal credit. They're always a good source of rates, but for the A credit might be able to negotiate a better rate face-to-face with a lender. The person with somewhat troubled credit should definitely think of a mortgage broker who can say, we have this, this, and this for you.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it at that, gentlemen. Thanks so much, Bob Pisani and Andrew Feinberg of Worth Magazine. Meantime, back over to you, Janice. I hear you have some answers for us.
Well, we know who rates around here. I mean, mortgage rates and everything else. It's our own answer man, Stephen Pollan. Welcome.
I have the answers.
All right, let's get to the question then. Our first letter comes from Scott of Long Island, New York. Scott bought a concert ticket to see Juliana Hatfield for about $21. But on the concert day, Mother Nature dealt a nasty blow, covering New York City with heavy snow and wind. While Scott couldn't use the train or his car to get to the theater, the next week he called the Ticketmaster for a refund. He got a cold response. Scott tried to weather the company's bureaucracy, but now he needs the answer man's help.
Well, we contacted Ticketmaster, and they reiterated that they were not responsible for the transportation arrangements of every ticket holder. So then we pushed the up button and spoke to the promoter, sort of like speaking to the manufacturer, who told us that Scott was not alone and that they would provide a voucher for another concert of his choice. Words of wisdom for events and the unpredictable weather.
Yeah, what do you do? I mean, if an act of nature strikes.
It's probably happening to somebody else, but going to Ticketmaster, you've got to be stonewalled. You go to the producer, and the producer will understand it because other people are similarly situated, and you generally have good luck, especially for a snow that, affected an area in a major
Well, we remember
way.
that snow day. I mean, that was impossible. You couldn't
So
get there
even though
anyway.
$20 was involved, I was curious to see what would happen going to the promoter, and we were successful.
It worked. They had a heart.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to the next one. Our next letter comes from Ken of Lincoln, Nebraska. Ken lives on fixed disability income, so he always looks for new ways to make money. Well, Ken spent $150 for a package advertised on TV boasting of real estate opportunities. After he received the materials, he realized it was too much financial risk for his limited funds. So he returned everything within the 30-day trial period. Well, Ken called the company when he didn't receive his money back. They insisted they had credited his account. Fed up with inaction, Ken wrote to the company's president to complain. Well, nothing happened. All Ken has to show is empty promises. Can you help him out?
Yeah, we called the company Fortunes in Foreclosures and gave them Ken's year-long saga. We told them that no matter what their computer said, Ken didn't have his refund, and we provided all the appropriate paperwork to prove it.
Answers, call 800-472-7753 for your bonus Value Line Investors Library and 10 weeks of crucial Value Line updates. Call now, and you'll also get every investor's guide to Wall Street words as an extra bonus. That's 800-472-7753. Call now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Janice Lieberman. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Coming up tonight, more on the potential environmental nightmare for homeowners, how you can avoid the devastating financial price.
And it turns out one of the worst polluters around is in your garage, and it's not your car.
And you played with them then, you can invest in them now. Visit with one collector who knows the true value of those toys that your mom threw out. Well, last night we showed you how leaking oil from a home heating oil tank may not only pollute your yard, in fact, it could also bankrupt your family. But you can protect yourself from this underground nightmare.
And as more people learn about this frightening financial threat, they are hurrying to find out if their tank is leaking oil or if there is a buried tank they don't know about. WNBC's Ralph Penza has the story.
They're tearing up your place.
What can I tell you? This is not something we expected.
When the Parsons bought their home, they did not know an abandoned heating oil tank was buried in the property.
And even if I had known it was in the ground, I thought you could just let them stay in the ground. And I didn't realize that they rusted and deteriorated, and then the oil would leak out.
And if the oil leaks, the cleanup cost under environmental laws can be horrendous. We showed you this Manalapan home where the cleanup bill was $500,000. No matter how deep the oil sinks, you must dig it out. Because, state environmental officials say, the cancer-causing agents in oil may get into the groundwater and contaminate rivers, streams, and drinking water. An environmental attorney who practices in the Garden State.
The leading source of groundwater pollution in the state
is from home heating tanks that are under the ground.
And on Long Island, Nick Akampura is part of a state team hunting for leaking oil tanks. The fear that the oil will work its way quickly into the island's precious aquifer, the drinking water for millions of people.
Long Island's just a big sand pile on top of granite or bedrock. The oil will migrate through the sandy particles down into the groundwater.
So for the Parsons, a lot was at stake when they hired a contractor to pump out and then remove the abandoned tank. First, it had to be inspected to be sure no remaining oil would leak out as the tank is lifted out. How does it look down there?
Looks clean now. It was quite a bit of sludge.
No leaks, no holes in the tank, no oil spilled in the hole. That's good news for these people. That's great news for these people. To the Parsons, the nearly $3,000 cost was worth it. If the worst had happened and the tank had been leaking and there was oil in the ground, what might that have meant to you?
I think we'd have headed straight for bankruptcy court.
All around us, we can see the fear that these tanks are causing. They're beginning to emerge from under the ground and being put above ground. And behind those trees over there, another tank has been dug up. In fact, here in Manalapan, we found signs of several tanks being checked. And elsewhere, we found other disastrous situations.
We seem to be down through the sand layer that the oil is permeated through.
Oh, yes. Very clearly oil.
Pretty plain.
This property is drenched with oil, right? The leaking heating oil just about destroyed the value of this home. Imagine that the homeowner came down those steps, and to his shock, he finds the water table has risen, and with it, evidence of oil, and with that, tens of thousands of dollars in damage. If you use an underground tank, you can have it tested for leaks without having to dig it up. Many utility companies can put you in touch with a tank tester.
Residential has definitely become a new market in the world of the environmental businesses. The major issue right now is it is a conflict of interest, if you think about it, if you do the tank inspections and do the work on the tanks.
And you can buy a state-of-the-art fiberglass tank designed to resist rusting and punctures, about $500. And check your homeowner's policy. This $500,000 cleanup job was paid by Allstate, but some insurance companies, stunned by the big bills, are leaving you to pay. In New Jersey, Prudential, the largest insurer, now flatly refuses to write any more policies on homes that have underground oil tanks.
The majority of the tanks in the ground are not leaking.
In New Jersey, Fred Sacco heads the Oil Distributors Association. He insists that most tanks are no problem, but his group is working up a service contract that he says will protect you from the awesome expense of a leaking oil tank. The contract to cost about $50 a year in the tri-state area. In Hardwick, New Jersey, the Stanko family made this video of the $285,000 cleanup from their leaking oil tank. Their insurance company paid.
And the cost of testing that tank in the ground was about $450, much less, of course, than the huge cleanup costs. Check with your insurer to make sure that the damage that your property entails is covered there. And also, we should let you know the oil companies insist that the problem is not all that serious and that only a fraction of buried tanks may leak.
And that's not the only environmental nightmare on your property. This could have a big impact if you're one of the people who spends your summer working in the yard. Some of your tools are about to become outlaws. Robert Hager has more.
And now, the government's after your lawnmower, soon to crack down on the exhaust from all new ones sold. Same for weed whackers, and leaf and snow blowers, and chainsaws as well. The Environmental Protection Agency says there are 89 million of these small and inefficient gas and oil-powered pieces of yard equipment in use, and that together they cause up to 10% of all air pollution.
The regulations proposed today would force manufacturers to retool the engines, make everything for sale 2 years from now cleaner burning. Officials estimate that might add $5 to the cost of each piece of equipment, or a total cost to consumers nationwide of $55 million more a year.
That's only step one. Step two, a few years later, would force companies to install even more expensive catalytic converters or other sophisticated devices. But EPA's Mary Nichols says yard equipment pollutes a lot.
That 1 hour of operating a walk-behind lawnmower, a gas-powered lawnmower, is the equivalent of 11 and a half hours behind the wheel of a brand new car.
Auto exhaust has been regulated for decades, but except for California, this is the first venture into mowers. As for all those old clunkers, on average, people hang on to a mower for 7 years. So no matter what, some will go on spreading pollution into the next century. Robert Hager, NBC News, Washington.
If you have been denied a loan, a job, or the chance to buy a home because of an inaccurate credit report, you would get new power to fight back under legislation passed by the Senate today. Senator Christopher Bond of Missouri co-sponsored the bill, and he joins us now from our Washington bureau. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks. Pleasure to be with you.
How do you feel about this bill passing? What's it going to mean to all of us?
Well, it's been a long battle. It's been over 4 years. Senator Bryan and I are delighted because now consumers are going to have some very specific steps they can take if they get turned down for a loan or a credit purchase because of misinformation in their credit report.
As I understand it, the onus is now on the credit reporting agency and not on the consumer.
Yes, that's part of it. There are several other things that are very important, too. We have many, many complaints about people who have misinformation in their credit reports, and they complain that they can't talk to anybody, they can't find any human being to deal with. They deal with voicemail and recorded messages. The credit bureaus will have to set up toll-free hotlines that will be answered by a person, and they will have 30 days in which either to verify or to remove unfavorable or harmful credit information if it is inaccurate. And if you don't do that, if they don't remove it, then the consumer has the right to file a suit, get damages, attorney's fees, and costs.
Some of your critics say that this is just regulatory overkill and it's going to cost business even more money and, of course, be turned on to all of us.
Well, there has to be a good balance, and I think we've struck that balance. We took a long time listening to everybody involved in the credit agencies and the suppliers of credits, the retailers who use it, the consumers, the people who lost under the system. And basically, we say to a business who furnishes credit information or somebody who reports it, if you make an honest mistake, you'll get a chance to correct it. And there's no money penalty if you correct it. But what we're saying to them is if you don't correct it, that is a real harm to the consumer, and it also hurts the system if inaccurate information is circulated about a consumer.
Well, congratulations on the bill. Thank you very much, Senator Bond from Missouri. Thanks for joining us
Thanks
here on Money
so much.
Tonight.
Coming up, turning your parent into a tax break. We'll have that story when Money Tonight continues.
Today's consumer tip is sponsored by Visa.
For more credit card tips, call for a free Visa Owner's Manual at 1-800-VISA-511.
Just down Sunset and up the incredible California coast is Wolfgang Puck's latest culinary creation, granita. It's a touch of the Mediterranean with a dash of the Pacific. And if you go there, bring your appetite for travel and your Visa card.
It's Melbeck.
Because Wolfgang's grilled prawns will take you to the Mediterranean, but granita won't take American Express.
I love to cook, and I love to eat even more.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
When it comes to your financial future, Fortis can help protect you and those you love. Fortis, a worldwide financial services company, $46 billion strong. A powerful choice for mutual funds, life and health insurance, employee benefits. A name you can trust around the world and right in your own backyard. Fortis, solid answers for a changing world.
You see, I figured it was another tie. But when I open the box, I see this thing that looks like a baby typewriter. She says it's a Brother P-Touch. She says it's a new electronic labeling system that makes adhesive labels in 5 sizes, 4 styles, and lots of colors. First I labeled file folders, computer disks, my videotapes, the cat. You gotta help me with this problem. What problem?
Tonight on Rivera Live. They were brave soldiers serving their country in the Gulf. Now they're suffering from mysterious illnesses the government says don't exist. Coincidence or cover-up? The Gulf War Syndrome. Tonight on Rivera Live. Next on Al Roker.
Everyone wants to talk to him, from superstars to the president.
I'm very powerful and very influential now.
Radio personality Don Imus. Next on Al Roker.
Tonight, it's never politics as usual on Equal Time with Mary Matalin and exciting guests.
What now?
Who's Etienne?
Who cares? Come on.
Etienne fix everything! Who's Etienne?
He's a camel repairman.
What?
He's a mechanic.
You're kidding.
Hope he takes Visa. Oh, he does.
Visa Gold can get you cash more places worldwide than any other card, even American Express.
Etienne fix everything.
Visa Gold.
So, you want to cut your taxes, right? Well, here's one way. Become your parents' landlord. In tonight's Money Talk segment, Scott Cohn finds that some financial planners are recommending that, although it can be a tricky proposition.
Norm Gordon runs a waste paper business outside Chicago, but he's also a landlord. His tenant in this suburban Chicago condominium is his father-in-law. Gordon bought his father-in-law's home about 3 years ago and rents it back to him.
It's something that is really benefiting both of us.
Gordon's accountant, Robert Matanke, thought it was a great idea, and one he suggested many times before. In this case, Gordon's father-in-law holds the mortgage on the condo, so they exchange checks every month. But it's much more than that. As landlord, Gordon can write off things like basic home repair.
The child is getting a deduction as a return for all these losses that the parent couldn't use.
And the parent gets income without changing his lifestyle. In the case of Norm Gordon and his father-in-law, the situation worked perfectly. Norm shaved thousands off his tax liability, and his father-in-law gets a steady stream of income, and he's lowered the value of his estate. But if you're thinking about doing something like this, experts warn, be careful, because there are pitfalls. Get a professional, says financial planning expert Stephen Weinstein.
If it sounds complicated, it's because it is. And unfortunately, many times people focus solely on the tax motivation for a transaction.
Here's what to be careful of. Make sure everything you do, the sale price, the rent, is at fair market value. Anything less, you could run into gift tax on the difference. Likewise, the parents could get hit with capital gains tax if the gain is more than $125,000. And some of the expenses the child wants to deduct could be limited under IRS rules for so-called passive losses. One other thing to be concerned about, and the experts say this is no small consideration, the relationship between parent and child has to be solid before you get started, because the leap from parent-child to tenant-landlord can be a tricky one. And if it backfires, all the tax breaks in the world can't possibly make up for the emotional costs. Scott Cohn, Money Tonight.
Well, turning your folks into a tax break comes from the pages of Worth magazine, and we welcome back, as always, Bob Clark, senior editor at Worth. We're going to talk about the rewards of becoming a landlord to mom and dad. So let's start with the benefits. Scott touched on one potential problem, and that is, you know, what if things go wrong between you and mom and dad? That can be a difficult relationship. But what are some of the up points?
Well, one of the main benefits, if you've ever been a landlord, is that the tenant relationship is not always an easy one, and finding tenants that you're comfortable with is not usually very easy. Your parents, on the other hand, generally make great tenants. I mean, they're not going to have the stereos cranked up loud at night. They're not going to make the neighbors unhappy. They're not going to trash the place for you. So you have a built-in degree of comfort with your tenants, and that's an important thing.
Which, of course, helps with your collateral. It's going to look good when everything's said and done. We've talked about one way to do that in Scott Cohn's report, which was to buy the house and rent it back. Are there other ways for you to be a landlord to your parents?
Well, of course, buying the house is the easiest and most direct way to do it. You don't necessarily have to buy the house and have your parents take back the paper so that you're then paying a mortgage payment to them. You could just borrow the money from the bank and buy it just like you buy any other kind of property. You still have all the advantages. It's a rental property, and assuming, provided that you don't have an income in excess of $150,000 a year, it's not a passive loss, and then you can deduct all the deductions. You can deduct all the utilities. You can deduct depreciation in addition to the interest. The depreciation is very big because you can't do that on a residential property or even a second home.
What about the gain, though, that your parents would make from the sale of the home? Do they lose that deduction? Do they lose that advantage if they're selling it to you or not?
No, they don't. It shouldn't make any difference to whom they sell. If they make in excess of $125,000, I believe that there can be some complications. I'm not a tax attorney, and that's something that should be checked out. But I think below that threshold, you should be okay.
So that's one of the things where you would need to use a professional, is to find out what the tax liabilities are on both sides.
Well, in any kind of these relationships, once you structure it, or even before you structure it, you should run these terms by a professional to make sure. I mean, it's worth the couple of $100s it would cost to have a CPA or a tax attorney take a look at it.
Better safe than sorry.
That's right.
Okay. Thanks so much, Bob, for joining us tonight. Bob Clark, and he's with Worth Magazine. Meantime, we'll be back with more on Money Tonight in just a second. Stay with us. It pays to save even when it comes to your toys. We'll have details.
CNBC. This program is sponsored by BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
You'd be surprised what a BMW convertible is going for these days. The new 318i.
Brother P-Touch, get it.
Some credit card companies act like you just touch their cards and suddenly you're transported to a magical fantasy land where everyone speaks French and has 1% body fat. I mean, come on. You use MasterCard at the gas station. Some wonderland, huh? Actually, it is a wonderland. I mean, where else can you fill the tank, get directions, and microwave a burrito all at the same time? And it's smart to use MasterCard because you can keep track of all your spending with one useful monthly statement, which really is ideal. So I guess the gas station is nirvana, only a lot easier to get to. MasterCard, it's more than a credit card, it's smart money.
What do you know about your stocks right now?
I thought I knew about my stocks when I bought them. Wrong.
Some of my stocks show a profit, some don't. What should I do?
Some of my stocks are down. Do I sell or wait for a rebound?
Here's the answer. Value Line's Investors Reference Library with 1,700 full-page stock reports, each featuring Value Line's rank for price performance. Value Line has been ranking stocks in this manner for more than 25 years with these outstanding results. This entire reference library is yours as a bonus with your subscription to Value Line's weekly stock reports to keep your information current. For only $55, Value Line will keep you up to date for the next 10 weeks. Only $55.
I knew all about my stocks when I bought them. How do I keep up with them?
Get the answers. Call 800-472-7753 for your bonus Value Line Investors Library and 10 weeks of crucial Value Line updates. Call now, and you'll also get every investor's guide to Wall Street words as an extra bonus. That's 800-472-7753. Call now.
Welcome back. We have a correction of some information that we gave you last night. Author Matthew Lesko gave out information on government jobs that was outdated. So here's the very latest for you. There is no longer a central source in Washington for job listings. So if you're looking for work, call the Federal Office of Personnel Management nearest you. They're in cities all across the country, and you can find them listed in the blue government pages of your phone book. They'll tell you what agencies are hiring in your area and how to find out more. And we do apologize for the error, and good luck. Jan?
Here's a man who needs no introduction. He's our answer man, and he's full of good news for folks with problems. Hi, Stephen Powell. How are you?
I got a bit of good news for a couple of people tonight.
Lots of good news. Okay, our first letter comes from Susan of Buffalo, New York. Last year, her husband, Charles, came down with a bad case of strep throat. He couldn't reach his doctor, so he went to a walk-in clinic for treatment. The examination and medicine cost $146. But when Charles recovered and filled out the paperwork for his medical insurance, the claim was denied. The insurer said Charles didn't need to go to the clinic because it wasn't an emergency. Obviously, he disagrees on this.
This is a silly one. Well, Charles even took 2 days off work, so he must have been miserable. We contacted the company, Independent Health Insurance, and emphasized the serious nature of his illness and questioned their suggestion that the exam was in some way unreasonable. We also proved to them that he was forced to miss work. They reviewed the case and finally conceded Charles' expenses were justified, so he's going to get his $146 back.
This sounds crazy to me, how you can always have to justify it when it's an emergency.
How do we also, the question was this an emergency? Now, how in the world can we say, yes, this is an emergency? How do you define an emergency? Sure. Well, we finally convinced them that the doctor wasn't around, so he needed a doctor. It was an emergency. So we collected the money.
All right, very good. Our next letter comes from James of Jupiter, Florida. He received an official sweepstakes award notice from a place called the Awards Disbursement Center. The letter seemed to say he had won over $5,000. Sound pretty good? And to get the money, all he had to do was call a 900 number. But James was suspicious, so he asked us to check it out. Good idea.
Well, we tried to talk to the company directly, but weren't surprised to find out that they have no listing with the phone company. But we found another company in the small print and contacted them. We found that the whole point of this scheme was to get people to call the 900 number and spend at least $16 in doing so. Then they would receive a package of discount coupons.
Well, I'm glad he talked to us first, but how many times do we have to tell people that if you never win anything for nothing?
I don't know how many times. And the funny thing is that the print here said, you can win up to $5,000. And he read this too. He thought this meant you can win $5,000. Of course, it's ridiculous. And you don't call the 1-900 number, but I got to tell you, a lot of people are doing it. And the average call is 3.5 minutes. We found that. And they make $16, of which they clear 10.
And what do you get for that?
What do you get? Some coupons from manufacturers who will pay this company to give out their coupons.
Who needs it?
Who needs it?
Yeah.
Well, certainly the consumer doesn't need it. And certainly you don't have to dial a 1-900 number, except maybe to get your.
If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. You've heard it before.
Yes, I have.
All right, Stephen, thanks very much. If you have a problem and would like Stephen's help, you can write to this address, 2200 Fletcher Avenue, Fort Lee, New Jersey, 07024. That's 2200 Fletcher Avenue, Fort Lee, New Jersey, 07024. Please understand the answer man can't answer every letter, but he'll help you out if he can. Sue?
Okay, good advice. Thanks, Stephen. Thanks, Janice. Finally, tonight, like everything else you had as a kid, your old toys could now be worth a fortune. It seems that folks are wheeling and dealing for your favorite toy truck. Our Craig Worth finds one such toy buyer who has turned his basement into something that looks like an old-town toy store.
Dennis started with a few toys and a toy counter in his basement. Dennis added a few more toys and a few shelves and filled them with toys. Dennis now has more than a few toys.
Nothing's part of not being able to have a particular toy maybe when you was younger. Now you can do it.
Once he was one of a few toy collectors. Now there's a lot of them. That's because toys are big collectible items and moderate investments.
Toys are really hard to find, but they're hard to sell. You know?
They are?
They're hard to sell because most collectors of toys have got what you've got.
But don't throw out the old Speedster or blue car. It isn't your wheels of fortune, but it will be sold.
A toy that has been played with has still got a lot of value.
And besides, even if a collector has one of these planes, maybe yours has a better wheel. Dennis is always looking, always.
No matter how crowded I am, I can find a place to put another toy.
The toys tell of a time when the country struggled, so kids could dream that they had a limo or one of the fancy aerodynamic cars that looked like they were flying. Even toy wagons had swift wheel covers. A kid could even take out his or her coveted car of the day, a Packard.
You could put a pull cord on the front of this, and you could pull it down the sidewalk. And you could steer it just by pulling one cord or the other.
Sure, folks now collect them to show or to invest, but, well, they still are toys.
I want the mechanisms to work, and I want them to be like they were when they were new, if they need to be fixed. But beyond that, they get put on a shelf, and you look forward to the next toy.
Dennis has a soft spot for tin toys. We think today is the time of licensed toys that follow movies and TV. Hey, there's the Lone Ranger, Popeye, and, of course, Mickey Mouse. There were what seemed to be 1 million parts to toys back then. Maybe adults give up toys too soon. Maybe we never do grow old. We want to play. We want to think about those who might have had this toy.
I prefer a toy that maybe has been played with. It has a different look. It has a different charm. The patina is a lot different on them. But you can use your imagination more on who may have owned it, who played with it.
For we used to imagine, too. Many of us imagined we were cops. We were good guys. We were G-men. We were the law. And of course, the police car theme carried on well into the 50s, for there's an entire generation that knows squad car number 1. That was Dick Tracy. Not all toys lasted the ages. The airplane launcher probably wouldn't pass government safety regulations today.
So this would be on the floor.
Yeah.
Probably a little brother, sister looking in there, and then this would open up, and that would come flying out, and the airplane, of course, would...
But no one could ever legislate imagination, and the toys still show the era. Well, I can see from the old clock at the Keystone Complete Car Service Garage that playtime is over. It's time to go home. Certainly were swell toys. Craigworth, Money Tonight.
Craig and his toys, having fun.
Having a good time.
That's all the time we have now.
You have a good time because you're on assignment for the next couple of days. That's right. So you have a great time. We'll miss you too. But we'll be here tomorrow, and coming up, they promise you that you will earn thousands of dollars. All you have to do is sign up and pay for your own 900 number. We're going to take a closer look at that. You won't want to miss it. I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Janice Lieberman. Join Mike Salort tomorrow night along with Sue Herrera for Money Tonight, where you're guaranteed to profit from tuning in.
See you then.
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, a father and a grandfather, and I know kids have big dreams. As a parent, you want to help your children reach their dreams. But with college costs being what they are, the only way to make dreams possible for tomorrow is if you start to save today. One way to begin is with the Burger 100 and Burger 101 funds. Both require just $250 to get started. Both have earned Morningstar's highest possible rating, 5 stars overall. So you know they've been among the top performing mutual funds. To learn more, call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit complete with a prospectus. After all, kids will always have big dreams. We just like to help you make them come true.
Tonight, it's never politics as usual on Equal Time with Mary Matalin and exciting guests.
As a young man, he fought against prejudice and poverty. He's won and lost a few battles, but he was never afraid to take chances.
New line for 10 weeks, now only $55. Call 800-521-3436 now for this extra bonus. Every investor's guide to Wall Street words. That's 800-521-3436. Call now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Mike Salort, in for Janice Lieberman. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Coming up tonight, the latest news for job seekers. Is there a paycheck in your future? We'll find out what the experts think.
Also, is there big money for you in the 900 number business? That's what the promoters claim, but we'll take a closer look.
And the very best vacation bargains of the summer. Top travel expert Arthur Fromer on where to go and how to save.
But first, Delta Airlines' recent announcement that it was cutting 15,000 jobs is only the latest large-scale layoff.
Despite some good evidence that the economy is on the rise, many employees continue to feel the pain of downsizing this year. Kevin McCullough has more.
We're in the Community Service Center office in the South Bronx, a poor district in New York City.
Officials here look at the unemployment lines and say they see no light at the end of the tunnel, despite national statistics about overall job growth.
Our population is basically the lower skilled, marginal people. They are still being affected by corporate layoffs. We are having them come in and they're not very easily placeable in jobs.
Economists say the jobs that are developing still tend to be low skill, low pay service jobs. Even though the economy is in the fourth year of a recovery, layoff announcements are running ahead of last year's pace.
The industries that have been hardest hit by the cutback announcements have been aerospace, hit by the double whammy of defense cuts and airline competition. During 1994, the hardest hit industry has been communications.
Challenger's layoff announcement rate does suggest the pace may be slowing. In April, the number of job cuts was 26% below March. But that pales in comparison to the data for the first 4 months of the year, up 13% above the record pace set in 1993.
I certainly see layoffs continuing to occur in the short term until companies have gotten down to their core workforces. The big, large, bureaucratic organizations probably will continue to cut.
Kevin McCullough for Money Tonight.
And many people who are out of work are looking for opportunities to make money fast.
Well, some clever salesmen are hoping to tap into that get-rich-quick fever. They're holding seminars across the country for what they say is the investment opportunity of the 90s, the 900-number business. But as you'll see in our Steals and Deals investigation, there is no pot of gold at the end of this rainbow. When you read the literature from companies pushing 900-number seminars, it sounds like there are riches just waiting for you. The ads and brochures talk about tremendous potential and making money 24 hours a day for less than an hour's worth of work a day. So after reading the promises, you decide to go to a 900-number seminar. After all, what have you got to lose? And once in your seat, you hear the same promises firsthand.
Together we can make a lot of money.
The salesmen talk about making $50,000 a month with little advertising and little work. It sounds so good, you decide to pay from $500 to $2,000 for a packet of information and 900 lines all your own. You're in business, or so you think. The only problem is the chances are very slim that your business will ever make any money for you.
There's an old adage, there's a sucker born every minute, and it hurts me to see how many people have actually went out to these seminars and have had this just pumped down their throat.
Henry Wenner is a 900-line executive who's warning consumers to steer clear of 900-number seminars. He says almost all of the seminars are misleading because they drastically overstate the potential for making money.
Folks, once again, you are in the right place at the right time in an industry that will explode.
And understate the need for an outstanding idea and lots of advertising.
I want you to take out $5 ads in 5 states so millions of people see your 900 number the first month.
You have very little chance. You need to have at least $5,000 a month for advertising to sustain you if you've got a decent program.
And Wenner isn't the only voice warning consumers against the seminars. AT&T and other carriers are advising consumers to stay away from them, as are other former executives from the industry.
I'd venture to say the way it is now, that out of 10 people, 8 people who went into the business and didn't know anything about it, 8 out of 10 would not make money.
We spoke to one company that sponsors seminars, American International Marketing of Los Angeles, which sponsored this seminar recently in New York. The company claims that 80% of its customers break even or make money, of which 20% make thousands of dollars a month. But when we asked the company about the promises made in its seminar, American International said it was working to make its pitch more realistic.
You brought to my attention some things that could be misconstrued. I don't want anything misconstrued.
So when you read an ad promising a pot of gold at the end of the 900 line, you may want to remember that most of the money now being made in the 900 business is being made by the phone companies and by the clever pitchmen running the seminars. Well, all of the experts in the field told us that revenues in the 900 business have been declining steadily in the last few years, so don't be fooled. Unfortunately, many people who lose money in this industry lose much more than the initial seminar fee. They often clean out their bank accounts trying to keep their dreams alive. And so, you know, the sales pitch in these meetings, really incredible. And if you don't have the real information, a good picture of reality, it could easily be, the case could be made that you should sign up because it sounds so good.
Some of the people were frenzied in that shot where they were running across the lobby there to get signed up.
The sales pitch builds it up so that at the end you really just want to rush back to that table and sign up and give over your money.
Got to be careful.
Yeah.
Thanks, Mike. Well, you've made it through the long winter, and your car did too, but just barely. So now you're ready for a new one. Well, when you head out to that showroom, you may find something missing from the last time you bought a car. Here's Scott Cohn in our Chicago bureau to explain. Evening, Scott.
Good evening, Sue. What's missing, unfortunately, are the deals. Back when the auto industry was in trouble, you or I could walk into a showroom and pretty much be, if you'll pardon the expression, in the driver's seat. Well, now buying a car has changed. For one thing, you can probably forget about getting a rebate. Lee Iacocca started it during the tough times at Chrysler, and the others quickly followed. Rebates, cut-rate loans, anything to sell cars. Customers loved it, but it cost the automakers a fortune. Now the incentives are drying up.
Auto rebates are still in the market. However, they are not on as broad a product line as they had been a year or two ago, and quite often they aren't to the same dollar level.
The reason, of course, is that the manufacturers don't need to offer rebates anymore. Sales are up, and it's now become a seller's market. That can make it a lot more challenging getting a deal on a new car. But it's also creating some challenges for the dealers. Richard Lynch hates to see the rebates go. They were one of his best sales tools.
Transactional reality is what I call it. It's not people looking for the coupon clip or a big discount. They're saying, this is what my payment tolerance level is, and that rebate allows that payment to get it into a scope where the car can be sold.
That means the automaker's new alternative to rebates, called value pricing, doesn't really help, since most of Lynch's customers look at their monthly payment, not the purchase price. There's still one thing working to the buyer's advantage, the stiff competition industry-wide. But when it comes to rebates, the party's over. Now, there are still rebates and incentives out there, but for the most part, they're on things like luxury models or cars that are near the end of their model's life cycle, things that, products that Detroit wants to move. So it seems that Detroit has us right back where they want us.
Sounds like it. Scott, is it still possible to get a good deal, and if so, how do you do it?
Well, you can still get a good deal, but basically you have to do your homework, just like in the old days, but and also shop around a little bit. Go from dealer to dealer. Make sure you know what the car should cost. But beware, it's kind of basic supply and demand. Supplies are tight, so few dealers are dealing anymore.
Scott Cohn from Chicago, thanks so much for joining us tonight. Meantime, coming up, the salad dressing that is helping to rebuild L.A., a unique story of community action when we return.
And later, if you're hoping to book a fun but affordable summer getaway, time's running out, so call us at 800-800-CNBC for the best bargains. Travel expert Arthur Frummer will be here to answer your questions on where to go and how to save. That's 800-800-CNBC. We'll be right back.
Today's consumer tip is sponsored by Visa.
For more credit card tips, call for a free Visa Owner's Manual at 1-800-VISA-511.
Oh, it's so cute.
Excuse me, could you take a picture of us with photo over there?
If you take off to the Italian town of Todi, but your camera just takes off, where'd they go? You better have Visa Gold, because there's not a camera store there that takes American Express.
There's a great shot.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Why would 9 out of 10 customers recommend Century 21 to their friends?
Now what we have is a written handshake, and that's the seller service pledge. They promise that I'll do what I say I'm going to do. Century 21 sells more homes.
Century 21, rated #1.
Brother P-Touch, get it.
It gets our phones ringing with 1,200 sales inquiries a month. Advertising in Thomas Register works.
To put Thomas Register to work for you, call 1-800-TR-WORKS.
Our ad program brings us 30 to 40 new customers a week. Advertising in Thomas Register works.
To put Thomas Register to work for you, call 1-800-TR-WORKS.
Tonight on Rivera Live, what's your idea of beauty?
Women of color are rarely featured on the covers of major fashion magazines. Is the media's idea of beauty racist or just an outdated stereotype? That's tonight on Rivera Live.
Tonight on Posner Donahue, the heat is on Bill Clinton to make a show of force against Haiti's military rulers while thousands of Haitian refugees seek asylum on American shores. Goodwill Ambassador Harry Belafonte talks about the plight of the Haitian boat people. Tonight on Posner Donahue.
Century 21 means success. It means results.
Why should you call 1-800-4HOUSES?
There is no other name in real estate that is as powerful as Century 21.
You name it, just about. We have an office there.
Century 21, rated #1.
Today's real estate tip sponsored by the Century 21 system. When you want the best, discover the power of #1.
It worked for Paul Newman, so why not for a South Central Los Angeles high school? We're talking about salad dressing. Newman uses his proceeds to finance a summer camp. The kids in LA are using theirs to promote self-esteem. In tonight's Money Talk personal finance segment, Larry Carroll picks up the story featured in the latest Business Week magazine.
As Los Angeles struggled to recover from 3 days of riots, a class at Crenshaw High School in the riot zone came up with an idea to help their community.
We started a garden, which is in back of us, as a means of giving back to our community.
At first, the students donated their lettuce and spices to needy families. Then, Food from the Hood set its sights on a larger business.
This person called, and this person called.
With $100,000 in grants, volunteer advisors, and business people, the students began producing and marketing a salad dressing straight out the garden.
It's actually the first student-owned business with the natural product food that's been known in the United States.
Botany teacher Tammy Bird supervises, but the students are in charge of this business venture.
It was step by step by step. Here's the manufacturer, let's do the taste testing, let's design the label, everything.
You see the sun right there represents the dawning of a new day, and the big plant represents the growth of our community.
In addition to helping the community, the students are also helping themselves. If they keep up their grades, make plans for college, and continue to work in the garden, they earn shares in the business. When they graduate from high school, those shares can earn 4-year college scholarships, $15,000 a year.
Some people could be very talented and they can't go to college because of the money. But with this, they can help them a lot. Give them a chance.
No kid's going to get rich off this. They're going to go to college and they're going to rebuild their communities.
Additional revenue from salad dressing will be donated to the community. Yesterday, students introduced their product in the garden that inspired it.
These kids are no different from any other kids you're going to meet. They're just doing something extraordinary.
Straight Out the Garden is now on sale at more than 2,000 stores in 6 states. It will soon be available nationwide. And based upon the response so far, distributors say at $2.59 per bottle, these students could make millions of dollars. Larry Carroll, NBC News, Los Angeles.
And joining us now with more from Business Week magazine is senior correspondent Larry Armstrong. He's joining us from our Los Angeles bureau. Good evening. Nice to see you.
Good to see you.
Let's start first of all with the fact that obviously this is a viable business if they could be making millions in the near term. It's a nice success story, but a lot of these students are going to be graduating and moving on. So who do you view as the real owners and runners of the business?
Well, I think the real owners and runners of the business are definitely the kids, and there are 4 classes, freshmen through seniors, and I think they'll just pass it on down the line as the new kids join up and come into the company. Mm-hmm. Whether that's going to work remains to be seen.
Now, a lot of these kids, although the design is for them to make money and go on to college, and we certainly hope that works for them, a snag is developed in that a lot of them don't have the grades to go on to college. So what other lessons are they getting out of this, and what do you see as their future?
It's very interesting. When they started, the ownership of the company was determined by how many hours they worked in the garden or how many hours they worked around the offices of the company. And this year that was changed because the kids realized that if they had the scholarships to go to college, they still needed the grades. And so the ownership is now dependent on things like their grade point average and how much preparation work they do for the SAT tests. And they have brought in tutors if they're having problems with their grades. It's kind of an interesting, well, it's very interesting to run a company that way, but it's
It's certainly a life lesson for them in many, many different ways. The media has been covering this business and this project because it's been hot lately, but what if that peters out? Are they going to be able to make it, do you think? Do they have the structure intact?
It's very interesting. You can never predict that about a new product because most new products fail. Mm-hmm. But I'll tell you, these kids have been warned over and over and over that they've done something spectacular by getting this on the shelf at 2,000 stores in Southern California, which is phenomenal.
That's true, especially with the competition for supermarket space. We'll have to leave it at that. Thanks so much for joining us, Larry, and for the update on a great story. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Sue.
Larry Armstrong, the Business Week senior correspondent, joining us from our Los Angeles bureau. Now we go back over to Mike.
Thanks, Sue. Would you like to save a bundle on your next vacation or weekend getaway? Well, travel expert Arthur Frummer is now waiting in the wings to take your calls about this summer's travel bargains. So dial us up with your question at 800-800-CNBC. That's 800-800-CNBC. We'll hear from you next.
This is CNBC.
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, a father and a grandfather, and I know kids have big dreams. As a parent, you want to help your children reach their dreams. But with college costs being what they are, the only way to make dreams possible for tomorrow is if you start to save today. One way to begin is with the Burger 100 and Burger 101 funds. Both require just $250 to get started. Both have earned Morningstar's highest possible rating, 5 stars overall. So you know they've been among the top performing mutual funds. To learn more, call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit complete with a prospectus. After all, kids will always have big dreams. We just like to help you make them come true.
You see, I figured it was another tie. But when I open the box, I see this thing that looks like a baby typewriter. She says it's a Brother P-Touch. She says it's a new electronic labeling system that makes adhesive labels in 5 sizes, 4 styles, and lots of colors. First, I labeled file folders, computer disks, my videotapes. You gotta help me with this problem. What problem?
I am anxious to have taxes reduced.
I favor a reduction of income taxes.
Tax reduction is urgently needed. I believe we can cut taxes substantially.
What presidents promise, Dreyfus delivers. And now Dreyfus brings you intermediate tax-exempt bond funds. High current yields with added stability. Plus, the income you earn is free of federal tax. Consider a hypothetical tax-exempt yield of 4.2%. In the 31% federal tax bracket, 4.2% tax-free is the equivalent of a 6.1% taxable yield. In the highest federal tax bracket, 4.2% tax-free is the equivalent of a 6.95% taxable yield. And if you live in these states, Dreyfus has intermediate bond funds tailored for you, free of federal and state taxes. Call 1-800-345-8500. For information, a prospectus, call today. 1-800-345-8500. Dreyfus, King of Tax-Exempt Funds.
Welcome back to Money Tonight.
Baby, it's warm outside, and so it's time to plan that summer getaway. And if you're looking for great bargains, travel expert Arthur Frummer is here now to answer your questions. Welcome, Arthur. How are you?
Thank you. Just fine.
And now, what is a big development in the travel industry? We were talking before. Let's let people in on it.
The big development is probably the surge in travel to Europe. There are now 7 million Americans who are estimated to be making the trip this year. That's because the currencies in Britain and the southern tiers of countries, the Spain's, Greece, Italy, have fallen tremendously against the U.S. dollar. There is one motor coach operator, a very big one, called Cosmos, which is operating 2-week motor coach tours of Europe, a vast sweeping itinerary for $850 for the 2 weeks, plus the cost of airfare. You add $500 or $600 for getting back and forth to London, and for $1,400, you have a very valid European holiday this coming summer.
Great. Now we have our first caller. Are you ready?
All right. Yes, I'm ready.
Tracy of California, what's your question? Best bargains for the dollar? Is that, am I right?
Yeah, the best bargain for the dollar. I know that sometimes the airlines, they offer like $99, you know, to get to the destination along with discounted hotels. I was wondering, somewhere warm, tropical, making a suggestion?
Those have been offered all during the spring, but they come to an end now because now we're going into the high season, the peak season of the summer, and you can't expect any further price reductions. It is as cheap as things will ever get. Mexico probably remains the best deal for the dollar presently, especially the center of Mexico, away from the coastal beaches, is incredibly cheap. Honduras, Costa Rica, the Oregon coast, Florida during the summertime, very, very cheap. Orlando, incredibly cheap. There's a tour operator in the New York area that's operating $299 packages, a company called R Travel. Headed by a very distinguished industry figure, $299
to Orlando
for 7 nights in Orlando, including round-trip airfare and including a car with unlimited mileage. So look for the ads in the Sunday travel sections. There are a lot of bargains presently, a lot of them.
Let's take our next caller, Don from Maryland. You're next.
Hello. I'm interested in finding out some information on a cruise. I'm interested in taking a cruise this summer to Bermuda. I'm seriously considering the QE2 or the Celebrity line. My question is, how do I go about getting a good price on this? Some people tell me wait until 2-3 weeks before the cruise and they'll sell you something at a very reasonable rate.
That is not the right advice. Now, the cruise lines have stopped doing that. The cruise lines themselves have committed themselves to offering the best prices several weeks out in advance of departure. They are no longer saying in the last 2 weeks, but what they're doing instead is they are siphoning their cabins and their berths to cruise brokers, to intermediaries, companies that call themselves Ship Ahoy and Anchors Away, who are specialists in cruises. If you go to the cruise-only travel agency, you will probably get a good deal on a cruise. You have two wonderful choices. The QE2 is a great experience, great ship to sail on, but Celebrity Cruises, the Horizon, the Meridian, are new ships with what is supposed to be the best food afloat. And I recently had lunch on one of them.
And that's key to any cruise.
Well, that's the key. If you are stuck on a cruise ship with bad food, you're in big trouble. But you're not in trouble on Celebrity Cruises. Those are great possibilities. The Bermuda cruises leave, for all intents and purposes, only out of New York City. But there are a lot of them that go to Bermuda this summer. A lot of them.
Nice.
Let's go now to Lee from Nebraska. Lee, you have a safety question, right? Lee of Nebraska, are you there?
Oh, we missed him.
Oh, no. How about Dawn from Washington? Dawn, are you there?
Hi.
Hi.
I was calling. We're planning a trip to Las Vegas in June. And I was wondering if I can get some travel tips for maybe coupon books or...
Las Vegas is the #1 hot destination of the year, despite all my warnings on this program to people to not go there, to not encourage them. They will be handling over 20 million people this year. The new hotels are doing spectacularly.
Why are you not encouraging them to go? I'm just
because
curious.
I think it's a low-life, mindless activity. I think it's a waste of natural resources that we're pouring all these billions of dollars.
Go ahead and hedge.
That's what I believe.
Go ahead and hedge.
I'm wrong. 20 million people are going there. Recently, all of the Las Vegas hotels that were offering deals a few months ago raised their prices, although you can still get great package deals. From every major U.S. city, there is a charter or there is a series of packages going to Las Vegas at a very, very low rate. It's a cheap destination. The American public likes it, and I'm just left to steam and stew and fret about the success of this low-life activity.
On that note, and there are a lot of people who like Las Vegas, we have to say, in support of them. Thanks very much, Arthur. It's always great to have you here, and we'll see you soon. Arthur Frommer.
Thank you.
And finally today, music industry execs are trying to figure this one out. One of the hottest albums now on the market is really a very old standard. A very, very, very old standard. A CD of Gregorian chant sold 250,000 copies in 1 week, and well over 1 million so far, breaking records for ordinary classic CDs. Bruce Francis has our story.
is this very obscure monastery in the middle of nowhere, 3 hours outside of Madrid, where this amazing music is created every day. And we've taken the music over the wall and unleashed it.
The way it's been selling is an absolute drop-dead phenomenon. It's certainly the unlikeliest pop hit in history.
U.S. pop radio listeners first heard chants in a dance track by the group Enigma in 1991. But these unadulterated Gregorian chants by the Benedictine monks of Santo Domingo de Silos first won over Spanish listeners. So Angel Records repackaged the recording to suit the taste of the MTV generation.
From the very beginning, our marketing choices, our packaging, our naming of the record chant, and our cover were all geared at a general pop audience.
These days, retailers are much more used to selling CDs by middle-aged musicians like Pink Floyd than they are selling music from the Middle Ages.
Not that record companies haven't tried before with other classical artists.
Lots of record labels have been trying to cross over classical for a long time to broaden their sales base and by making the packaging more attractive to younger people.
Past mass-market classical hits have been connected to movies or TV specials. The critics say chant is a hit on its own merit and spirit.
My guess would be that this is touching a new age chord in people.
And its success is touching another kind of chord in the business.
Everyone's jumping on the bandwagon. There's a lot more chant records coming out.
Sony Music has come out with theirs, and God bless them, said to me on the phone, ours is better.
We'll leave that to a higher authority. Bruce Francis for Money Tonight.
And that's all the time we have for this evening.
But tomorrow, news of a terrible scam from Russia. People being killed for their apartments in Moscow. I'm Mike Salort.
And I'm Sue Herrera. Please join us again tomorrow night for Money Tonight. You're guaranteed to profit from tuning in.
Good night.
This program is sponsored by the Century 21 system. When you want the best, discover the power of number one.
I don't sell houses, I sell dreams.
Why would 9 out of 10 customers recommend Century 21 to their friends?
It's a large organization, but it's also as personal as me and you.
Century 21, rated number one.
We're gonna miss the boat!
Both Visa and American Express Gold cards can get you to Great Guana Cay in the Bahamas. But should there be trouble in paradise,
Honey, we missed the boat! Whoa! What do we do
only
now?
Visa Gold can come to your rescue because the only hotel on Great Guana Cay doesn't take American Express.
I know that guy.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Call in, fax in, express your opinion on today's toughest issues. Posner-Donahue tonight. As a young man, he fought against prejudice and poverty. He's won and lost a few battles. But he was never afraid to take chances, never afraid to push his dreams to the edge. He's had some highs and lows over the years, and the scars to prove it. Some of you may like him, and some of you may not. Today, Rivera's matured. He's a husband.
WNJN Montclair, transmitting from Montclair State.
The following program, Discover New Jersey, is made possible in part by a grant from the AAA Automobile Clubs of New Jersey, dedicated to making traveling experiences home and abroad safe and pleasurable. Proud to support NJN.
Funding for Discover New Jersey has been provided by the New Jersey Division of Travel and Tourism.
It's time to get out and enjoy all that New Jersey has to offer. Our pedigree has never been better. We even look great underground. So stay with us. We've got a freewheeling show for you. Well, spring came in like a lion, but it's gone out like a lamb. I'm Eric Luskin. We're at Howell Living History Farm in Hopewell Township.
And I'm Roz Miller-Sparks. Spring sure is in the air, and there's so many things to do in the great outdoors.
It's a time of year when outdoor sports are getting into high gear, perhaps none more so than the Tour of Somerville bike race.
For millions of Americans, riding a bike is a wonderful way to melt stress and to relax. But for others, it's pure adrenaline. Bicycle racing, like New Jersey's Tour of Somerville, is a spinning frenzy of color. The Somerville is also the oldest two-wheel race in the country. Racing elites call the Somerville a criterium race. Competitors barrel around a large loop laid out on city streets.
My name's Karen Bliss. I'm from Quakertown, Pennsylvania. I've been racing here for 6 years, I think. And I won the race last year, so I'm back to defend my title. It's probably one of the most prestigious criteriums in the country. There's a lot of history here, and I think that's a lot of tradition. I mean, I see people parked at the same place on the course year after year after year. It's really fun to come back and know that there's going to be all these people here and really good racing, and you can count on this race. It's fun to come back to Somerville.
I'm here mostly for kind of a tradition, for the bike races, the food, everything.
For spectators, the thrills are up close and frequent. The pack of racers swoops by every few minutes. In addition to the Tour of Somerville in the north central part of the state, New Jersey hosts many other fine bicycle races. Local bike shops have the dates and locations.
My name's Jonas Carney, Annandale, New Jersey. I always try to come back, and I've been racing since I was 8 years old, and it's got more tradition than any other race in the country. It's a great race.
Most racers are highly trained athletes, as finely tuned as their high-tech bikes. They compete to standards set up by the United States Cycling Federation. The USCF regulates all aspects of racing: rules, safety, timekeeping, and national rankings. Classics like the Tour of Somerville will dazzle you with some of the world's top racers. It's enough to turn a casual rider like me into one of those frenzied fans. You don't have to race competitively in order to enjoy a tour through New Jersey on bicycle. And you don't have to shoot in the 80s in order to appreciate a sport that's played around the world.
Here's an idea for people who like golf and driving around.
Since the golf season is already in full swing, chances are you've dusted off the old clubs. And you've probably found that you're not alone. Golf is one of the fastest growing sports in the state. In fact, nationwide, developers spent over $1.5 billion last year alone, building courses to keep up with the influx of newcomers to the game. Folks like me and some of you. We'll get to my game a little later, but before we go to the course, let's take a look at one of the state's best-kept secrets. It's nestled in the countryside of north central Jersey. At Far Hills, the USGA's golf house is a must for the avid golfer. The facility features a testing center, where a robot called Iron Byron hits thousands of balls a year. The USGA depends on Byron to make sure the balls you hit comply with its standard rules. And if you'd like to read about the game, you'd get lost in the golf library here. From A to Z, It's the largest in the world. Then there's the museum. Assistant curator Andrew Much showed us around.
A lot of visitors to the museum like to see that the wooden T was patented by a New Jersey dentist, Dr. William Lowell from Maplewood. He patented the wooden T in 1923. From the looks of some of them, it's no wonder that a dentist would do that.
So this is the club that hit the longest shot in the world, huh?
That's right, Jerry. That's 6 iron used on the moon by Admiral Alan Shepard on his Apollo mission in 1971. Just an ordinary 6 iron head adapted into a shaft that was originally used to retrieve samples from the surface of the moon.
Well, it's impossible to show you everything there is to see here, but it's open to the public. Take it from me, there is something for everybody in the family. Now, if you're looking for places to play, the Garden State has some of the most challenging courses in the country. Choose from a list of about 250, both public and private.
Well, I think, Jerry, the growth of golf is nationwide, and I don't think New Jersey has been left out of that. And I think we're very lucky. Being in the Northeast, we've got some beautiful golf courses, very unusual, that you can't find, say, in your warmer states in the United States. We've got hills, beautiful bent grass, beautiful trees, where you don't find those same things in Florida and Arizona and places like that. So New Jersey hasn't been left out.
Then, of course, there's pitch and putt. These short courses are popping up all over the place. If you don't have time for the regular course, you might find the short game just as interesting and challenging, especially for the newcomer. It's also a good practice tool for the more experienced golfer.
I have a golf tournament tomorrow, so I'm just practicing my short game, working around the green, making sure everything's nice and good for tomorrow.
What do you usually shoot?
I'm an 8 handicap. I shoot around 80, 82, around there.
You're sick.
No.
Whatever your skill level, in most cases these days, you'll have to invoke one of the first rules of golf even before you get to tee off, and that's patience. If you don't have a tee time, be prepared for a wait. Oh, and hit them straight. Now about my game. As you'll see, I'm not quite ready for the Pro Tour yet, but just remember, patience. Let's see. Keep your head down, follow through, and keep your eyes on the ball.
A 2. Seems pretty simple.
Not bad for a hacker, eh? See you on the course.
I know some golfers who consider that museum to be a shrine.
And for sun worshippers, the Jersey Shore is equally sacred. When we return, we'll show you some tips on shore accommodations.
And we'll take you to pet lovers' paradise.
Now here's some wonderful family activities throughout New Jersey you'll want to take note of. For a free, beautiful New Jersey travel guide, call 1-800-JERSEY-7, extension 910.
This is every kid's dream. A pigsty.
Yeah, and we're right in the middle of it.
Routing around right with them.
Yeah.
If you're headed for the Jersey Shore and interested in our advice for an overnight stay, book early.
That's true. I decided to find out what accommodations were available, and what I found out was there's lots and lots of choices. I'll admit it. The shore is my favorite place in the Garden State. The sand, water, activities, they all keep me, other Jerseyites, and visitors coming back. Now, I'm usually a day tripper, but this time around, my husband and I are staying in Spring Lake for a weekend getaway. Spanning the length of the shore, you can find accommodations in all categories. Hotels, motels, inns, bed and breakfasts, guest houses, campgrounds, and of course, the rental market.
Room 225 and 227, if they're available. We get these rooms every weekend, and I didn't make a reservation.
Before you make reservations, make a list of your requirements so you can choose the lodging that best suits you.
Out you go.
Here are some things to consider. How close do you want to be to the beach? If you have small children and need to cart a lot of equipment, you'll want to be fairly close. Which shore area is going to offer you and your family the most activity? Older children may want to be near the boardwalk or water sports. Is a quiet, tranquil area more what you had in mind? If the weather is bad, are there indoor attractions?
What other sports are in the area? Does the hotel offer bicycles? We have a spa. That's an additional amenity. Other hotels may have other special things that they offer aside from their hotel rooms.
Now that you've set the criteria, let's look closer at what the shore has to offer. From the northern shores to Cape May, there are places tailored for different styles and pocketbooks. In Cape May and Wildwood, you'll find several Victorian inns. In Seaside Heights, many motels line the boardwalk. Throughout the beachfronts, including communities like Belmar, guest houses and bed and breakfasts are a short distance from your fun in the sun.
Bed and breakfasts are all unique establishments. Each one has a different personality, and you get to meet the hosts. Usually they're very knowledgeable about local events and restaurants and can help guide their guests to things to do and places to eat in the area.
There you go. Thank you. Can I get you something else, something to drink?
Hotels and some inns have restaurants offering their guests meals throughout the day. A bed and breakfast will offer just the first meal to get you started. This summer, many establishments are offering discounts and promotions, so call around for the best deals. But in general, hotels and motels suggest 1 week advance registration. Bed and breakfasts, smaller inns, and guest houses require at least 2 weeks' notice because of their limited space. For holiday weekends, reservations need to be made a month in advance across the board. On average, shore accommodation costs range from $75 to $260 for hotels, $70 to $100 at motels, and from $55 to $200 for guest houses, inns, and bed and breakfasts. If your vacation time allows you to stay and enjoy the shore for more than a week, you'll want to consider renting. Condominiums, houses, apartments, and bungalows can be rented for 1 to 2 weeks or the entire season. We found these original summer cottages in Seaside Heights renting from $300 to $475 per week. Some sites have the comforts of home.
I think people that are used to living in apartments don't have a problem with condominiums because they're used to living with people to the left and to the right. Somebody that may live in a large house separated at large distance may have a problem with that. But the needs is that with your family that you have enough room for everybody in that family so they don't spoil their vacation.
Wherever you decide to stay, remember that your vacation is riding on this important decision.
Well, I've got my pet places down the shore. How about you?
Of course. Speaking of pet places, Chris Pelzer has a fun idea.
He's going to the dogs.
You probably recognize a French poodle, and I know you recognize one of Lassie's cousins, a collie. But do you know what this is? Here's another angle. No mop jokes. This is 180 pounds of dog. It's a sturdy breed of guard dog called a Komondor. He came all the way from Hungary to be here at the Trenton Kennel Club's annual all-breed dog show. This springtime show is held in Mercer County Park at Old Trenton and South Post Roads in West Windsor Township. Nice to visit year-round. On a beautiful spring day, the park is a great place to be. It wasn't until I'd been looking at dogs for quite a while that I realized this is one of the biggest dog shows in the country. There are over 3,800 dogs in more than 130 categories. People come from everywhere to be here in central New Jersey.
My name is John Rolls, and I'm from Sydney, Australia, and I'm here to judge a dog show.
Being the president of the Hungarian Kennel Club.
New Jersey is very, very lovely.
Out here in the rings, we think all the dogs are wonderful as they put their best foot, or tail, forward. But I wondered how a dog on the loose might see things. I can't believe it. The Trenton Dog Show, and I'm on the loose. Where is my sweetheart? I know she's down here. Hey, lady, watch it, please. Oh, catch this. Hey, beam me up, Scotty. Those guys, they hate that. Hey, buddy, watch it. Those boxers, they always walk like they own the world. They don't own nothing. They get me so... Hey, Charlie, over here. Hey, Charlie, have you seen Susie? Charlie, hey, nice haircut there. Gosh, you wouldn't know what you've seen, would you? Oh, I wonder where that... Hey, Max, how you doing? Hey, have you seen Susie? Max, you gotta cut out the caffeine, baby. See you later. Johnny, Ed, how you doing? Hey, have you guys seen Susie? I've been looking everywhere for her. Hey, Ed, I don't want to say nothing, but that bib, that thing has got to... Oh, God. Susie. Oh, you beautiful thing. Give me one more. Oh, I love you. Now, I hope you admire the way I didn't tell you that it's a dog-eat-dog world, or that dogs and their owners sometimes look alike. I'll just finish up by letting these two prove that dog is man's and woman's best friend.
If you're looking for a pet, there's no better place to scout out your favorite breed.
When we return, we'll take you down under.
And we'll share some moments in pursuit of elusive New Jersey trout.
Here's more fun fare for you, your family, and friends coming up in New Jersey.
Down on the farm, the cows ass, the pigs ass, and the horses ass too. I all wanna know why to the city move. I change your name to Kitty. What's come over you?
For a free, beautiful New Jersey travel guide, call 1-800-JERSEY-7, extension 910.
Wonder what he's planning to plant.
We'll just have to wait and see. Some of New Jersey's wonders are not found in traditional places. When is the outdoors indoors? When you go spelunking.
Discovering a new passageway that no one else has ever been into. That's great. That's really an exhilarating feeling.
They're one of the few frontiers left to the backyard explorer. New Jersey has just over 100 known caves, mostly small, confining places. Few are over 100 feet in length.
When I was younger, a cave represented a physical challenge. And when I get older, I think it's a little bit more the intellectual challenge to it.
It's not for the faint-hearted, unathletic, or claustrophobic.
You got to be very careful in the cave.
The most important rules in caving? Proper training and equipment. Never go alone.
You have just enough people in this party. You don't like the cave with less than 4. That's right.
Devil's Kitchen number 2 in Warren County is a 40 by 30 foot room easily reached through the 4-foot entry. It's dominated by a rocky shelf. Like most caves here, it's sculpted from limestone in an eon-slow process that continues today.
Rain, when it falls on the ground, percolating down through the soil, picks up an acidic component and becomes able to dissolve the rock at a very slow rate over thousands of years.
This seepage results in a relative humidity of close to 100%. Temperature in a place untouched by the sun never varies. It's a saturated, remarkably constant environment.
It's the average temperature of New Jersey winter, summer, probably about 55 degrees, 57 degrees.
If there's an accident in a cave, there's one thing you have to remember, the hypothermia. That's your worst enemy in this type of environment.
Now, it's really important to have 3 sources of light with you, just in case anything should happen. You want to have backup light. But if your light should go out, this is what it looks like.
Well, many cavers carry these small portable lights, although it's quite little, it will shine quite well for you if it were completely dark. And I also have just a handheld flashlight.
The slow work of the water creates delicate formations like these hollow tubes called soda straw stalactites. A single touch and they would be lost for generations. Conservation is the caver's
Can you
ethic.
put that in your pack and we'll take it out?
I got it.
Thanks. Well, I like to be in the back of the cave. You're less likely to find graffiti or any other kind of vandalism, and in some cases that's where you're more likely to find the wildlife.
Not many creatures prefer to live in such an inhospitable place. Bats, cave crickets, spiders, and an occasional visiting animal.
Yeah, there's a jawbone something there.
Well, let's see where this goes here.
A cave is a contradiction. It's a fragile yet harsh environment.
There's people inside the cave right now surveying it. Since this is a cave we didn't know about until recently, we wanted to map it out so that people will know in the future how much cave is here and how the passages relate to each other.
You've got 6 feet 4 inches, write that down. Any cave that we find, we survey to map. It is sent into Geological Survey in New Jersey and does get part of the official record.
All right, now this is pretty tight. You have to go in on your belly, okay?
Okay.
Awesome! That was unbelievable! Cool!
You did it.
That is so cool!
Now there's a brave woman for you. I'm not sure I could do that.
Oh, I'm sure you could. But I'm not sure there'd be enough room for me in a cave. One place where there's room for everybody is around a nice, comfortable trout stream.
Cheryl Jacobs caught the fishing bug and came back with one whale of a tail.
For centuries, women have struggled to understand the mysterious bond between man and fish. I wondered what powerful force could turn an ordinary couch potato into a fly fishing fanatic. My story begins with the quest for knowledge, so I headed to my local sports store. The first thing I learned, I wasn't the only woman interested in infiltrating this seemingly gender-exclusive sport.
Vests are a fly fisherman's tackle box.
Fly fishing classes are available throughout the state. Our instructor, Jim Gatto, taught us everything we needed to know.
Outfits starting at, where you've got prices.
Women are very involved in fly fishing now. They need some type of recreation where they can spend a few hours on a weekend or whatever and be by themselves, and no more office telephones and all that, and fly fishing seems to be filling the bill.
See the tarpon rod? See how heavy this is?
We learned about rods, reels, fishing vests, fishing licenses, and of course, zonkers, hoppers, pilgramites, and the black-nosed dace.
The black-nosed dace. This actually imitates a minnow that we have in our streams here.
That's it. That's it. That's it.
With rod and reel in hand, we were ready for the river.
I don't like your speed.
Okay, so we weren't quite ready. First, Jim had to teach us the finer points of casting.
To do it, you have to hit here. You have to hit there. You have to hit here. You have to hit there. It has to be. At least I say so.
Well, my husband has been a fly fisherman since he was about 12 years old. And I think I'll surprise him. I'm going to learn how. It's something I want to learn because it's something you can do alone versus a sport where you need to have people. And it's very peaceful, I think. How do you like it so far? Good. I love it. I can't wait to get out there.
Boom. That's it. Pat, look at Pat. She's right on the money.
This looks like a good spot here.
Okay, fish.
Okay, fish.
Are we ready?
Equipment time. Can you get those waders on?
What's wrong with this picture?
Right leg goes in the right leg. Left leg goes in the left leg.
I'm gonna look like the Michelin Man. After slipping into our snappy fly fishing outfits, it was time to get our feet wet.
Like I said, save the rod. Today's fly of the day, woolly bugger. Okay?
There are 450 miles of streams and over 300 lakes to fly fish in New Jersey. We fished the Ken Lockwood Gorge. You can get a fishing license and trout stamp at any bait and tackle store. Make sure you pick up a list of the freshwater fishing regulations so you'll know the season dates and catch limits.
That's it. You're trying to gather up the little slack. Don't pull the fly, though. The beauty of the sport is that you're starting to learn more about our local environment.
Standing knee-deep in this tranquil, unspoiled wilderness, we understood the magic of the sport. We were hooked.
It's great. It's been a men's haven for too long.
Our day on the river proved that we could wade, cast, and get skunked as gracefully as any man.
Put the tree about 3 times. Put rocks.
It got away. It was this big and it got away.
So what's the procedure when you actually do sting a fish? Well, you'll just have to wait for the sequel. Next time you'll catch twice as many.
And they'll be even bigger.
Seems like there were no trout about, but they definitely got caught up in the experience.
Hope you got caught up in all of our action today. Join us the next time on Discover New Jersey. I'm Roz Miller-Sparks.
And I'm Eric Luskin. Thanks for watching. Let's go check this out.
We're almost over the worst of it.
Is this like birth?
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Oh my God, it's like the Westerns, man. Oh my God.
Watch out, it's a loose rock.
Oh shit.
This is the city.
Oh man, take me back to Parkside.
That's a fly hanging up right on.
Yeah, you can see it right there. It's so close yet so far away. Oh!
How come I feel like I'm gonna look like a Michelin man?
Transportation provided by Airbrook Limousine, serving the tri-state area. For more information on the places and events we've just discovered, and for a free travel guide, call 1-800-JERSEY-7, extension 910.
Major funding for Discover New Jersey has been provided by the New Jersey Division of Travel and Tourism.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Go inside the boxing business.
No one falls from a height the same height in the boxing business.
That's the time-honored or time-dishonored tradition.
Power plays.
Sunday night at 9.
I'm John Beeman. Join me each week as we make our own adventure on a new series called Trailside.
Sundays at 5.
This is an NJN News Minute with Steve Highsmith.
The helicopter that crashed today near the Lincoln Tunnel struck power lines. The Robinson R-22 hit the lines and crashed onto I-495. At least a dozen cars at the park and ride below were destroyed, dozens more damaged. The accident stopped traffic for much of the afternoon and knocked out power to several communities for about an hour. The chopper belonged to Titan Helicopter Services in Millville and had left Teterboro Airport on a training run. A roof collapsed today in Camden, injuring 12 workers, several seriously. Officials say all the men were on the roof of Dockside Refrigerated Warehouse along the Delaware River when it caved in. A criminal investigation has begun into the collapse. A legal setback for state employee unions concerned about pensions. An appeals court has rejected their challenge of the state pension revamping 2 years ago. Chance of rain tomorrow morning, then partly sunny and mild. Watching JN News weeknights at 6 and 10.
This News Minute was made possible by the New Jersey Association of Realtors, assisting you in buying and selling a home in New Jersey.
Hi, I'm Hella Young, and here are tonight's winning New Jersey...
I used to work with a full commission broker, but then again, I used to work with a dummy.
You only need $5,000 to open and maintain your account. The minimum charge is just $48. Call today to connect with AccuTrade, member SIPC.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Mike Salort. Janice Lieberman is on assignment. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Coming up tonight, a tragic scam. The true cost of having an apartment may be your life. At least in Moscow, it seems to be.
In our personal finance segment, you'll learn how to log in and design your own dream home without paying a pretty penny for it.
And if you bought your home 5 years ago, what is it worth today? Stick around and find out. Eyes are following you everywhere when you go into a casino, and we are talking about electronic eyes, watching every move you make.
If you think you have a system for beating the casino, it had better be a really good one. Because if you try to cheat, you'll be caught. One casino in Atlantic City let Lou Young of WNBC take a look behind the scenes.
Nothing at this point
really surprises me, other than the tenacity of some of the criminals.
Come in here on a Saturday night, you might be one of 50,000 people moving through the casino and the hotel, and the opportunity, the temptation to commit a crime will be here. But if you try to pull something with all this surveillance equipment overhead, you're essentially trying to commit a crime in a fishbowl. From above, they are watching, perhaps from behind one-way glass concealing catwalks and observation posts. Perhaps in this casino, from one of 1,200 surveillance cameras hidden under black bubbles in the ceiling. Who is that guy? Are you suspicious? While we were in the casino here, they taped every move I made. 8 hands of blackjack, $40, gone.
We have the ability to pan this left and right, to zoom it in and out, to move the camera up and down, and also to focus it and adjust the iris all from here.
You can follow anybody around the casino or the hotel.
Yes.
And the things they see in the ebb and flow of money below, every so often someone makes a move. Here, an employee succumbs to temptation and grabs the house money when he thinks no one is looking. Or 2 attractive women who propositioned a drunk gambler. While he's off getting a hotel room, they drug his drink. The casinos have endless tales of greed on tape, each one ending in an arrest, the type of ironclad evidence quick convictions are made of.
We've had cases where employees have blatantly just taken cash or chips right off gaming tables.
Police say recently 5 casino workers were tempted in a big way at resorts. They're charged with trying to pull off a $1 million robbery there, but it didn't work. The resort's heist was an absolute shocker, the kind of thing nobody here in Atlantic City ever expected. An armed casino robbery with all that security, you'd have to be very desperate or very stupid. The tape of the resort's robbery hasn't been released yet, but we saw dozens of other cases involving casino employees in more subtle attempts at theft, sometimes with plans to split the take with a crooked player.
What he's doing is the dealer, when the player loses a hand, the dealer doesn't pick the bet up. See what he did? He should have picked up the player's bet.
This guy's getting a free ride on all his losing bets.
He's getting a free ride and losing bets.
Or this dealer who wadded up money in his hand rather than depositing it in the slot. Here, he puts the concealed cash into his jacket.
Bottom line is that it is virtually impossible to take any significant money out of this process, and it is more impossible than that to do so and get away with it.
Crime, as we know, has become a major problem in the former Soviet Union.
And as NBC's Bob Abernathy reports, 3,000 people are missing and feared to be dead for the one thing of value that they had, an apartment.
Russian police are not gentle, especially with suspects in Moscow's newest racket, cheating the helpless out of their homes. Last year, police say dozens of Muscovites were murdered for their apartments.
Under the communists, every apartment was assigned by the government. Now you can own your own apartment and trade it or sell it, and that's where the scam begins.
Every Russian has a passport, an official ID card, and a file in the passport office. Reportedly, by bribing officials, criminals get records, even databases, showing who lives where.
They're interested in the old people without families, down and out people, like alcoholics.
Police told us a gang tried to victimize this man, Vyacheslav Motovilov. They offered him 1 million rubles, $555, to sign over his apartment to them, and if he refused?
They said they would pour boiling water on me.
The police found out, and Vyacheslav did not sign. In a city shelter for the homeless, another frightened apartment scam victim would not open his door to us at first. But then, in the dirty room where he now lives with 3 other men and a portrait of Stalin, Mikhail Novikov tried to recall how he lost his apartment.
They promised they would give me a place, but I've been waiting 4 months.
Mikhail didn't know enough not to sign over his apartment without making sure he got the new one in return. But at least Mikhail is alive. As winter ended this year, police uncovered in the woods around Moscow the bodies of other confused and lonely people who'd signed over their apartments and been promptly killed. Bob Abernathy, NBC News, Moscow.
The yen is gaining strength, raising the price of Japanese cars. As Mabel Jong reports, industry watchers think the big three automakers will seize the moment to get you into their showrooms.
At New Jersey's Parkway Toyota, business is up 20% over last year. But according to General Manager John Whalen, it was business hard-earned.
When the people come in and we're quoting a price, they're saying exactly that they're going to shop while the car makes, including domestics.
I think I like this one. Price isn't the problem at Pat Sabino's GM dealership. It's supply. His business is up 20 to 30%, and that's just in the last 2 months.
The increased demand is hurting us a bit now because most domestic dealers are, in General Motors anyway, are short of product.
In an ever cost-conscious marketplace, the price of that product matters. And that's where the Japanese automakers are hurting. The strong yen and high production costs have forced them to raise prices at a rate of 8 to 10% a year, compared to 1 to 3% for America's big three. And already, Honda announced an average $185 price hike for passenger cars, effective immediately. Twice in the 1980s, U.S. manufacturers had the chance to regain market share from the Japanese. Yet they took the greedy road with prices and lost. This time, things are expected to be different.
The manufacturers will focus on improving productivity and trying to hold prices relatively constant. Clearly, we're in a situation where, for consumers, to buy an average car takes a fairly substantial amount of a year's pay.
25 qualify for this exclusive offer. Term life insurance for just $1 a week. Don't wait. Call this toll-free number now to get free information from Veterans Life Insurance Company. Operators are standing by to take your call.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Sheila Steinbeck in for Janice Lieberman tonight. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Coming up tonight, rumors are rampant that interest rates could take another big jump. For consumers, that means bad news and good.
Also, the government waste issue heats up as taxpayers wonder why bureaucrats are getting themselves a bonus.
And TV shopping addicts beware. Some home shopping deals may not be the bargain that they've seen.
But first, tonight, stock prices tumbled today on fears that another interest rate hike could hit us soon. The stock market hates uncertainty, and the Dow lost more than 40 points today.
Now, if the Federal Reserve does push interest rates, short-term interest rates higher, it would be the fourth time they did it this year. The idea is to keep inflation in check by making money more expensive to borrow. But that means a higher interest rate on your monthly mortgage payment and your credit card bills as well. And many consumers aren't very happy about all of this, but is a little bit of bitter medicine good news in the long run. Hugh Johnson is the Chief Investment Officer of First Albany Corporation, and he joins us now with some more and some perspective on that as well. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you,
Hugh, as always. Now, for consumers, this means if we do see higher interest rates, that it will be harder to get into that home, and it'll be harder to get that car for them. First of all, do you see higher interest rates coming down the line?
No question about it. The Federal Reserve is going to raise short-term interest rates between now and next Tuesday, at least 1/4%, and probably as much as 1/2%. And I don't believe that's all, or I don't believe that that's going to be enough to kill off those worries about inflation. Those worries about inflation are getting well entrenched. The Federal Reserve is going to need to go much farther. So I think we're looking at higher short-term interest rates.
All right. In the near term, you're looking for it within the next month or so?
Oh, yeah. I think that before the year is out, they're at 3 3/4 now. I wouldn't be at all surprised, Sue, to see us up at 4.5% to 5% on the Fed funds rate, and all other short-term interest rates rising right along with it. So short-term interest rates higher.
So that does mean probably a hike in the prime rate, which would affect your mortgage.
It's going to definitely affect the prime rate. It's going to affect mortgage rates, what you pay when you borrow for an automobile loan. It's going to affect anybody who's out there trying to borrow money. It's going to cost them a lot more. Now, a lot of people are loaded down with debt, so maybe they're going to back away anyway and not borrow that money. That's what the Fed wants. The Fed wants them to back away, slow the economy down. So for those that are borrowing money, there's no question it's not such good news.
If you're saving money or trying to invest money, is there a silver lining in these higher interest rates?
Very definitely. Especially older people. They've been complaining for a long time now that interest rates are so low. They're not getting paid a good return on what they depend on, which of course is the cash.
14% on a T-bill rate?
Wasn't that nice?
And your money's pretty safe?
That's right. So. And now, of course, it's only about 3% on a CD, a little bit more as you go a little bit further out. But those interest rates are going to start to come up. Banks, of course, dragging their feet on raising what they pay savers, but in time they're going to raise what they pay savers. So people that are saving their money or have it in cash in a CD, a money market fund, they're going to start to make more money on that, and that's going to be good news for them.
Now, if interest rates are going up because the economy is going not gangbusters, but it's doing better, what does that mean for the job market? Does that mean there's more jobs out there?
Well, you know, obviously, if the Federal Reserve is leaning against the wind, if they're raising interest rates when we've got job growth going on, they're trying to slow that whole process. Now, frankly, I think outlook for jobs is tremendous. Not only did we see a strong employment report, as we saw last week on Friday, but we saw those things that tell us where the job market is going were very strong. So next 3 months, it's going to be great. If you're looking for a job, you're probably going to get a job. But the Federal Reserve doesn't want it to get too strong, and therefore they're going to be leaning against the wind, raising interest rates, trying to take some of the sizzle or steam out of this thing.
Okay. Thank you, Hugh. Thanks for putting it all in perspective. Hugh Johnson has been our guest, and he is the Chief Investment Officer of First Albany Corporation. Sheila?
Continuing with news out of Washington tonight, Susan, a growing outcry over where hundreds of millions of your tax dollars are going each year to bonuses for thousands of government workers. As NBC's Lisa Meyer reports, what was supposed to be a reward system has gotten out of control.
A lot of government programs may be facing cutbacks these days, but cash bonuses for the bureaucrats who run them keep going up. In 1992, 37% of all federal workers received bonuses averaging $724 for outstanding performance. The cost, $715 million, up 10% from the previous year. The number of workers receiving bonuses varied greatly among agencies, from only 3.5% at the Library of Congress to more than 76% at the U.S. Information Agency.
The taxpayers are mad about it, and they ought to be mad about it, and we ought to do something about it.
Federal employee unions claim taxpayers are getting their money's worth.
The people that I represent, I think that they're doing a good job, and basically the issue about the bonuses was overdrawn.
Among major agencies, the Department of Health and Human Services must have the best workers. 86,000 of them, 71%, received bonuses, compared with 16% at the Justice Department. Critics call the HHS bonuses ridiculous.
When the agency is losing billions of dollars in the Medicare and Medicaid programs alone, you have to question the quality of the workforce and whether it justifies such high bonuses in the program.
Last year, HHS told Congress it needed $120 million more to pay claims to the disabled, then doled out 1/4 of that amount in bonuses to its workers, even though those workers were running a year behind in processing disability claims.
We gave them the money, and wham, $32 million went out the back door to bonuses. And I think the Congress felt like we'd sort of been hoodwinked.
Senator Pryor complains that cash bonuses are being handed out like candy. But in this case, it's the taxpayers who are getting the toothache. Lisa Myers, NBC News, the Capitol.
And they're not the only ones caught in the act of enriching themselves. Video cameras in the casinos of Atlantic City have uncovered much more serious deeds from criminals who find slot machines easy prey. Lou Young has the story.
It's the lure of easy money that brings people to Atlantic City. For most gamblers, that means heading to the machines. When casino gambling first came to Atlantic City, slot machines accounted for 35% of the industry take. Now it's up to 70%. The machines have gotten a lot more diverse and a lot more sophisticated, and a lot of people have devised ways to illegally rip the machines off. Increasingly, casino surveillance cameras are catching would-be slot machine crooks on tape, tinkering with the one-armed bandit.
We've seen wires, cables, tools, electronic counters, computers, data scanners.
Here's a guy caught at the Taj Mahal inserting not just coins, but a wire into the machine.
If it's a quarter machine or a $half-dollar machine, he can get the machine to accept pennies or nickels by confusing the machine, blocking the fiber optic light inside of it.
At AC Coin and Slot, we got a rare look at a modern one-armed bandit's innards, the very machinery slot cheats are trying to fool. Turns out the arm has no real function, and the inside of the machine is practically empty except for the computer chips and the fiber optic sensors that count the coins going in and being paid out.
The optic is here. This triggers the optic if it sees a good coin come through here.
And when people try to mess with these games, what essentially are they trying to do? Make these machines...
They're trying to either get the game to play without putting real money in it, or they're trying to affect the way it pays out.
Slot cheating, though, has gotten tougher with new internal systems that silently alert casino security someone may be tampering. That security force is on guard all day and night throughout the casino, looking for any suspicious activity. They're helped by hundreds of surveillance cameras hidden under those black globes.
If you're an amateur, your chances of getting away with it is zero. If you're a professional, you pick a safe cheating method and you pick the right situation, the odds are in your favor to get away with it.
Security consultant Darwin Ortiz says the crimes that escape the electronic eye in the sky often involve corrupt casino employees or dealers. To illustrate a tough-to-detect move at a baccarat table, he replaces the 4 of spades with the 9 of diamonds. But the casinos insist little escapes their attention. They're even keeping an eye on purse snatchers, like this lady in the fur coat, hanging around for a while trying to make sure the coast is clear before making a move on an unguarded purse.
If you get away with it once, you're absolutely going to try, most instances, to do it again. And that's where you wind up getting caught.
And according to Ortiz, there are hundreds of professional crooks who specialize in ripping off casinos, but their security systems are so tight, they're not easy marks.
And home shopping deals that aren't the bargain they seem. We'll tell you why in just a moment.
Also, keeping your child free from harm. With some simple precautions, you can vastly increase the odds. When Money Tonight continues.
For more credit card tips, call for a free Visa Owner's Manual at 1-800-VISA-511.
Oh, it's so cute.
Excuse me, could you take a picture of us with photo over there?
If you take off to the Italian town of Todi, but your camera just takes off, where'd they go? You better have Visa Gold, because there's not a camera store there that takes American Express.
There's a great shot.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
When it comes to your financial future, Fortis can help protect you and those you love. Fortis, a worldwide financial services company $46 billion strong. A powerful choice for mutual funds, life and health insurance, employee benefits. A name you can trust around the world and right in your own backyard. Fortis, solid answers for a changing world.
The vocabulary of the average person stops growing by age 25. Don't let this happen to you, because if your vocabulary is limited, your potential for success is limited. Verbal Advantage, Achievement Dynamics' best-selling Word Power Success program, is for people who have made the decision to keep growing. Busy people who want a powerful vocabulary, but don't have time to study. While you listen, Verbal Advantage will give you the confidence that comes with precise pronunciation and proper word usage. Remember, the words you use are a yardstick by which others measure your intelligence and your level of education. It's true. People do judge you by the words you use. So call now for information about Verbal Advantage, the Word Power Success program for people who have made the decision to keep growing.
For Verbal Advantage information, call now 1-800-925-WORD. That's 1-800-925-WORD. 1-800-925-WORD.
Tonight on Rivera Live. How should we punish our most heinous criminals? Is execution a just penalty for a man who kills? Or are death penalty opponents right that executions themselves are brutal crimes? That's tonight on Rivera Live. Next on Tim Russert. Every night he recounts the news of the day for millions of Americans. Veteran newsman Tom Brokaw gives his view on the media from the other side of the anchor desk. That's next on Tim Russert.
Every night, it's the best talk coast to coast with Tom Snyder, only on CNBC.
Today's consumer tip is sponsored by Visa.
If you surf the channels, you've seen some of those bargains, rings, and bracelets that they advertise on the Home Shopping Club. But the New York Attorney General believes some of those bargains were a bit questionable. Asa Aarons of WNBC TV has more.
It's like the rays of the
sun, just be...
Today, some of that sunshine eclipsed by way of a $75,000 fine from the New York Attorney General.
The suggested retail prices being advertised by Home Shopping Club when they try and induce consumers to buy their jewelry are wildly inflated.
Capel says HSC pumped up the on-screen retail price in order to make their actual selling price look good. He also questioned their frequent claims about quantities being limited. And finally, jewelry appraisers described the quality of some of the pieces sold by HSC.
There's a class which is at the end of the scale we call day class A, which really my father might have, if he came across one of these, sold it to the fellow around the corner who made drill bits. Or you might use that kind of diamond to cut up a road, let's say.
In response to this, Home Shopping Club has agreed to fork over that $75,000 fine I mentioned and to have registered appraisers from major cities set a more realistic retail price for any of their future on-air jewelry sales.
The Home Shopping Club admits to no wrongdoing, but in addition to the fine and adding on the appraisers, it plans to clarify the club's sales agreement so consumers more fully understand what retail price really means. For convenience, you can't beat shopping from that couch, but if you are planning on buying big-ticket items like jewelry, it still pays to shop around.
Injuries are the leading health threat facing children today, and tragically, many accidents could be easily avoided with some simple precautions. To raise awareness of the problem, this has been declared National Safe Kids Week. Jay Hildebrandt talked to one victim about why she feels so strongly about awareness of childhood injuries.
Jessica Williams loves to go visit the family ranch. The first thing she usually does is race over to the horse and feed him some hay. She pretends he's Mr. Ed and can talk back to her.
Hello, Wilbur.
It's amazing Jessica likes to visit the ranch because it was in this driveway that an accident took place that would change her life forever.
My mom turned around, and when I came back outside, I ran behind the vehicle, Jeep, and it backed over me.
The car crushed Jessica's spinal cord, leaving her without the use of her legs.
Well, it's changed my life because I can't walk anymore, but I can do lots of other things. I can beat all the boys in arm wrestling.
1, 2, 3, go. Jessica isn't bitter about her situation, but she doesn't want to see it happen to anyone else. And she speaks out whenever she gets a chance, urging everyone to be careful.
And for parents and for children to be really careful when they cross behind cars, and that parents should always watch out, and that they should tell their children not to ever do it.
Child safety advocates say the #1 killer of children across the nation is preventable injuries.
A lot of people are accustomed to saying accidents. That's a fallacy, it's a myth, that most of these 90% of the injuries that occur are preventable.
But for those who do get injured like Jessica did, she has this message.
And the message I want to get across is for kids to not try to lock themselves up. Like, say, oh, I can't go do this and I can't go do that because I'm in a wheelchair when they have their accidents. And I think that that's really, it's not right of them to say that because it's not true. They can do whatever they want.
Jessica's mom adds her voice to the plea for parents to be careful when backing up their cars. She knows well how an accident like that affects not only the injured children, but everyone who loves and cares about them. Jay Hildebrandt for NBC News.
Fighting back against a free warranty that was anything but. The Answer Man gets to work when we return.
And is our blood supply really safe from contamination? We'll find out the latest when Money Tonight continues.
This is CNBC.
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, a father and a grandfather, and I know kids have big dreams. As a parent, you want to help your children reach their dreams. But with college costs being what they are, the only way to make dreams possible for tomorrow is if you start to save today. One way to begin is with the Burger 100 and Burger 101 funds. Both require just $250 to get started. Both have earned Morningstar's highest possible rating, 5 stars overall. So you know they've been among the top performing mutual funds. To learn more, call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit complete with a prospectus. After all, kids will always have big dreams. We just like to help you make them come true.
Before you ask the questions, Canon has the answers. The speed, the power, the vision. When the rest say you can't, Canon says you can. The corporate line of high-volume copiers. Now you can. Call 1-800-OK-CANON.
Prozac. 6 million Americans have tried it to even out the lows, even out the highs, so you feel just right all the time. But does it keep its promises? The answer's in Prozac and America on Good Morning America this week on ABC.
When it comes to making investments, there is so much double talk.
It's a whole big puzzle, investing.
Everyone's made a bad investment.
For 25 years, I've been cutting through the wild and phony claims to find those few advisors who actually deliver the goods. Now my newsletter puts my unmatched experience and contacts on your side. It's a monthly lineup of investing all-stars that quite simply no other publication can match.
Call now to order Louis Rukeyser's Wall Street and get the first 3 issues free.
If you read the newsletter, you can become a savvy investor.
People tell us we're pretty good at making everyone who wants to be a savvy investor. I think that's because everything in the newsletter is very understandable and easily usable. The writing is clear and lucid, because the thinking is.
You can cancel your paid subscription to Louis Rukeyser's Wall Street at any time. It's risk-free.
Pick up the phone. There's no risk. You'll be on your way to investment success.
Read it and reap.
Could a $3 test save your life? Money Magazine says that's all it would take to make each unit of blood safer from AIDS. The May issue reports AIDS-tainted blood is still getting into the system because of human error and flawed medical testing. We'll have a discussion with the author in just a moment, but first, our own Steve Gendel is here with some advice on what each of us can now do. Steve?
Well, it's very simple. The best thing that we can do is avoid using someone else's blood. And with a little advanced planning and some care during surgery, you can supply most of the blood you'll need. It's called autologous donation, donating your own blood to be used yourself. You can donate 3 or 4 units at a time, depending on what your doctor recommends, up to 42 days before a planned operation. Now, it's also possible to freeze blood up to 10 years if you're very worried about having a supply in place for emergencies. However, this can cost you about $500 a year. Many hospitals don't have the storage capacity and discourage long-term self-donations. Besides, you don't know when or where you might be in case of an emergency, and your own blood might not be available. Another approach is called blood salvage during surgery, where doctors use special equipment to catch the blood you lose and give it back to you. Money Magazine says the hospital can charge the patient as much as $1,800 for blood salvage, far more than the actual cost to the hospital, but at least some of that is payable by insurance. But keep all of this in perspective. Listen to what this 13-year-old boy has to say.
You've had sex without a condom?
Once, that was all.
In many parts of the country, AIDS is the leading killer of people aged 25 to 45, many infected as teenagers, not through transfusions, but through unsafe sex.
Kids who have had 8 or 10 sexual partners have never had a conversation about sex.
The number of transfusion-related cases is very small by comparison, and this concern should not detract from the bigger picture and the need for more sex education, which ultimately is the only vaccine against AIDS.
And joining us now with more from Money Magazine is contributing writer Andrea Rock, live from our Chicago bureau. Welcome, Andrea, to the program.
Thank you.
We've been lulled into thinking that the blood supply, for the most part, is pretty safe. But what could blood banks and agencies like the Red Cross be doing to make it safer?
Well, HIV-infected blood can slip through as a result of lab and clerical error on the part of blood banks. And recent FDA inspections have showed a continuing pattern of safety violations at blood banks. So the blood banking industry has to do a better job of training personnel and implementing safety quality control programs that are in place in other industries. AIDS can also be spread through transfusion from people donating during the window period, which is the time that elapses between infection with the virus and the development of antibodies that the current screening tests are designed to detect. There's a different type of test called an antigen test that's being used in Thailand and has been used experimentally here that can detect newly infected donors that are missed by the current screening test. It would cost an additional $3 per unit of blood to implement that kind of testing, but it would reduce the risk of transmission by window period donors.
That does not sound like a lot of money. If they're not doing these things now, why aren't they doing it?
Well, in the case of antigen testing, it always comes down to the issue of cost effectiveness. How many cases of illness must you demonstrate that you can avoid to justify the cost of testing? And unfortunately, consumers' voice has not been well represented when those decisions are made. As one of the former members of the FDA's Blood Products Advisory Committee said, the process through which the FDA gets information to make those kind of decisions is heavily weighed in favor of the blood banking industry's interests over consumers, and it's a big business, and they have their own bottom line considerations.
Andrea, this is Steve. Can I just jump in here for a second? Because, you know, while all of this, first of all, congratulations on your reporting. It's excellent. But this is still a very small percentage of AIDS cases, isn't it? Now, any one case is too many, but I think you said like 28 over the last 8 or 9 years.
The figures that are reported are sort of understate the problem. And it's a drop in the bucket compared to other means of transmission, but that doesn't mean we should say that forget about doing anything possible to avoid.
Oh no, you're absolutely right. We should do all we can, but again, we should keep it in perspective, I think, and take care of sex education, drug education, and things like that too.
Exactly.
And I guess the whole gist of the article is that although the blood supply is safe, it can be made safer.
Could be.
Okay, Andrea Rock, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Sue?
Thanks, Sheila. And finally tonight, it's time to go to bat for our viewers. And the best man for that job is the Money Tonight answer man, Stephen Paulin. Nice to see you as always, Stephen.
Good to be here.
We're going to get some questions answered for us here. Our first letter comes from Samantha of Scottsdale, Arizona. 4 years ago, she bought an ortho mattress from a local store, but now with 1 year left on that warranty, it's sagging pretty badly. And that is despite turning it over every month as the company suggests. But Ortho's Arizona office has been closed down, so they told Samantha to ship that king-size mattress to California at her $300 expense to get it fixed. Now, she feels this is an unreasonable demand. What do you think, Stephen?
I thought it was horribly unreasonable. We called Ortho's California headquarters and emphasized that the warranty specifically states that repairs will be made free of charge, and a $300 shipping fee is certainly not free. But they were hesitant to help because of the cost involved to them. A company should really stand behind their warranty, and that was the position that I took. They had closed their office in Arizona, and hence our client, our viewer, couldn't bring the mattress to Arizona. We came up with a compromise, though. We said to Ortho, why don't you let us repair it locally, and then you pick up the bill? Ortho said, okay, and that's what we're doing.
And she's happy?
She's delighted.
Okay, let's go to our second letter. Our next letter comes from Andrea of Beaufort, South Carolina, and her husband is stationed abroad on the USS Theodore Roosevelt, so she's rarely able to see him. But last year, the ship was scheduled to spend 7 days in Marseille, France, so she emptied out her savings to spend almost $1,000 on a plane ticket. Then hours before leaving, the U.S. bombed Iraq, and the ship was diverted to sea. And since she can't meet up with him overseas right now, she'd like to exchange her ticket for a domestic one. Delta, however, is the carrier. It says that it is against their policy. This sounds pretty sad. Stephen, can you help her out?
Well, that's sad. You know, I called Delta, and they reaffirmed their policy of not allowing international tickets to be exchanged for domestic travel. But we stressed Andrea's special situation. After all, it was an act of war, and that certainly was out of her control. We also pointed out that she and her husband live on a fixed government salary, and they can't afford to squander the $1,000 they paid for the ticket.
So, did they agree to it?
They were a gracious company, and I love dealing with Delta. They gave the couple a choice. You can use the $1,000 and travel anywhere in the world, or, if you wish, we will give you a cash back. They're deciding, and we'll see what happens. That's an extraordinary company. It always works that way with Delta.
That's terrific. That's good to know. Thanks so much, Stephen.
Thank you.
Stephen Paulin, our answer man. And on that happy note, that's all the time we have for this evening.
But tomorrow, what you would throw away if it would be used against you. We'll show you how con artists easily use your garbage to rip you off for thousands of dollars. It's a surprising scam. I'm Sheila Steinbeck.
I'm Sue Herrera. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you again on Money Tonight. Tomorrow night, you're guaranteed to profit from tuning in. See you then.
Next, from Washington, Tim Russert puts the media in perspective. Then it's never politics as usual on Equal Time with Mary Matalin and exciting guests.
Hurry! 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 We're gonna miss the boat!
Both Visa and American Express Gold cards can get you to Great Guana Cay in the Bahamas. But should there be trouble in paradise,
Honey, we missed the boat! Whoa! What do we do
only
now?
Visa Gold can come to your rescue because the only hotel on Great Guana Cay doesn't take American Express.
I know that guy.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
Investors Business Daily readers have the highest income and net worth of any American business newspaper or weekly business magazine. That's according to Mendelsohn Media Research. Now, why do you think people who can afford any business publication read Investors Business Daily? Because we're the only national business newspaper with exclusive information for people who want to make money.
Receive 2 free weeks plus a free audio tape. Call 1-800-767-5900. That's 1-800-767-5900.
Tonight on Rivera Live, how should we punish our most heinous criminals? Is execution a just penalty for a man who kills? Or our death penalty opponent?
Catholic was set free. So it was a major victory, not only for Paul, but I hope a signal that maybe times are changing in Northern Ireland.
Well, congratulations.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it was really terrific. And Courtney, is my sister, is just so happy. I mean, it's like a big load is just lifted off their shoulders. My mother spent spent every single day of the trial over in Northern Ireland. Flew back for the decision, and it's just so nice to talk to people that are so happy again. You know, it really is terrific. So, anyway, thanks for asking.
I'm inspired. That's great. Well, Paul's out of jail, but the congressman was in jail.
I know. My mother calls and says, one is out and the other's in. What's going on here, Joe? So.
But he's out, and he's going to tell us why he was in. So stay tuned. We'll talk about Haiti with Congressman Joe Kennedy and Nancy Collins, and take your calls at 1-800-800-CNBC. Stay tuned.
Attractive, intelligent, responsible. But enough about the price. Experience the car it's attached to.
What now?
Who's Etienne?
Who cares? Come on.
Etienne fix everything!
Who's
Etienne?
Miss Camel repairman.
What?
He's a mechanic.
You're kidding.
Hope he takes Visa. Oh, he does.
Visa Gold can get you cash more places worldwide than any other card, even American Express.
ATM fix everything.
Visa Gold.
It's time to wake up and smell the free coffee, the free Danish, the free toasted cereal, and the free Minute Maid orange juice. Because at Comfort Inn's Hotels and Suites, deluxe continental breakfasts are now free.
Free breakfast?
And that'll make mornings easier for anyone living out of a suitcase. Enjoy a free deluxe continental breakfast at Comfort. Call 1-800-4CHOICE to reserve your room.
As a young man, he fought against prejudice and poverty. He's won and lost a few battles. But he was never afraid to take chances, never afraid to push his dreams to the edge. He's had some highs and lows over the years, and the scars to prove it. Some of you may like him, and some of you may not. Today, Rivera's matured. He's a husband, a father, a local community activist, and an experienced journalist. Give him a shot. He's earned it. Rivera Live, only on CNBC.
Every night, it's the best talk coast to coast with Tom Snyder, only on CNBC.
You get anywhere with your retirement planning?
Not really. Any ideas?
I just plunked the bundle into the Husney Farrell Emerging Developing Global Balanced Biotechnology Fund.
You know, I'm in the Vasco da Gama Municipal Short-Term Convertible Inverted World Income Fund.
That's a keeper.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it over here, but I highly recommend the Southwest Pacific Rim Tectonic Drift Emerging Continent Contrarian Uncomfortable Investor Equity Value Fund.
You should be in that.
Definitely.
What was the name of that fund again?
This program is sponsored by Alliance Capital.
Your opponent demonstrated the White House
We're back with escapee. No, I'm just kidding. Congressman Joe Kennedy taking your calls at 1-800-800-CNBC and Nancy Collins. What that was a scene from your being arrested for protesting outside the White House against our Haiti policy. Before we get to that, Jean-Bertrand Aristide, the deposed president of Haiti, was at your wedding. We've been told, a lot of Americans have been told from a CIA report that he was a drug addict and a nut. Who is he? What is he?
The CIA report has been completely debunked. It's just not true. Anyone, the press as well as those responsible for the report have all admitted that was provided to the CIA through their contacts in the Haitian military. Investigators have been up at the hospital that he supposedly was in Canada and found that these records were completely made up. And so there has been a terrible and bitter campaign of real hatred that has taken place in this country, and many people feel, although I don't have direct evidence, Mary, that there is in fact some collusion between the Central Intelligence Agency and the DEA and other agencies of the government that were very close to the Haitian military over the course of the last many years that they were in power. Jean-Bertrand Aristide was the first major reformist in Haitian history that lived to become president. He took on the Haitian elite, he took on the Haitian military, and was elected for the first time by close to 70% of the vote. Got the highest percentage of anyone in this hemisphere that ran for office. He's
a priest, right?
He's a Catholic priest, and basically is a man of the people. He's a very I think a very honorable man. I went down for his inauguration. I have never seen people more enthusiastic and happy and ready for change. He reformed the judicial system. He began a serious reform of the economy, and basically threatened a Haitian elite that knew how to fight back, and did.
You know what I find interesting, though? Now he's exiled or lives in Washington, D.C., but he still runs the country. I mean, he's able to use funds from Haiti. I think the New York Times Magazine has a piece this Sunday, a very good piece on him, actually. And it talks about him using $15 million to keep the embassies going around the world and to actually still more or less run the government, even though, of course, the government, I mean, they don't pay attention, but the peripheral stuff around the world.
Yeah, it's a bit of a stretch to suggest that he runs a government, because obviously he's not in Haiti, and he doesn't have, what he does have control of is the Haitian assets outside of Haiti that particularly are controlled here in the United States. There's still some problems that exist in Switzerland and some other countries that have not, where the military still have control over their funds, but one of the efforts that we're trying to make is to get an international effort underway to deal with the freezing of Haitian assets and to deal with the freezing of the visas for the Haitian military and their family, to really begin to isolate the individuals that are responsible for this terrible Haitian policy. This is not just a poor country. This is a poor country that for 200 years has been under the thumb of a ruling elite that has absolutely killed, maimed, murdered in the most violent of political
said last week, every day people are murdered and
retributions.
pigs are eating their corpses. That's Aristide last week on the murder of 23 of his supporters, presumably or allegedly by neo-Duvalier paramilitary forces.
That's exactly right. And that happens on a daily basis in Haiti. People talk about President Aristide. The fact is that when he was president, there wasn't one person killed as a result of political violence. What we have, and you say, which was the right question to ask, is why do we care about some poor country off the coast of Florida? The reason we care, and the reason why this is different than other issues, for instance, Somalia and perhaps even Bosnia, is because there are millions of Haitians that are poised, ready to come to our shores if we don't do something about this issue. This is one that I think very much falls into the test that I think we have to begin to impose on our foreign policy, which is what is in our own national interest. It is in our national interest to create an economy in Haiti that works for the Haitian people. If not, we are going to then, I think, withstand an incredible onslaught of illegal immigration that we are going to be have a very difficult time in trying to hold off. We right now have a policy of surrounding Haiti with Coast Guard ships to keep Haitians in. How long we want to continue that policy, I think, is something that we have to very seriously question.
Well, I guess speaking of policy, have you been happy with Bill Clinton's policy toward Haiti?
I think that President Clinton had a very reasonable policy towards Haiti for the first year or so that he was in office. As you know, he worked very hard and swiftly to try and bring about a change of government. I attended the meetings, including the Haitian military in New York at Governor's Island with President Aristide, where an intricate negotiation took place that both the Haitian military General Cedras as well as President Aristide signed, where General Cedras agreed to leave Haiti on October 30th. The trouble was, October 30th came and went, and the general stuck around along with his operation.
But, you know, given that Clinton did promise to do something differently during the campaign, he said he would absolutely change the Bush policy when he got in, and he really hasn't, has he?
Oh, what a surprise.
I was wondering when Mary might kick in here, but the fact is that there was, in fact, a real and legitimate change, which President Aristide himself endorsed up until October 30th of this year. At that point, as all of us remember, we saw the Harlan County, our big ship, pull into the Haitian harbor, and about 20 Haitians with sticks and stones started jumping up and down on the docks, and our ship turned around and left. And since then, we have had no Haitian policy. We have had this policy of saying that we've got sanctions against Haiti. We don't have sanctions against. We had a
Congressman,
picture.
I have to cut you off. As much as I'd like you to trash cut Congress Clinton's, geez. We'll be right back. Hang in there.
The fact is that women have a right in this country to live free from fear. There's an epidemic of domestic violence and stalking in our country.
This is CNBC. Stay tuned for tonight's Dial-In segment, sponsored by Moisturizing Dial Plus.
Good times aren't necessarily good for your skin, which is why you need new Moisturizing Dial Plus. It's antibacterial to kill germs that cause odor, while moisturizers help keep skin soft. New Moisturizing Dial Plus. Hard on germs, soft on skin.
It's a good lease, you know. Can't argue with the payments. Well, should we lease it?
Absolutely.
Let's head back to the dealer.
As soon as I find a place to turn around.
Lease a Mercedes S-Class at your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. Even if you think you bought a high-tech fax machine, your office may still be in the Stone Age. Only one company uses the latest laser imaging technology in every plain paper fax machine it makes, Mita. To survive in the future, the times demand Mita. Call 1-800-ABC-MITA.
Do you toss and turn all night long? Do you wake up with neck and shoulder pain? Try the Contour Pillow, anatomically designed for the natural contour of your head and neck to support and align your spine for a great night's sleep. Look, ordinary pillows lose shape and sag, causing neck tension and back pain. But the Contour Pillow provides gentle orthopedic support. Tense muscles relax. You awake refreshed.
The difference I feel in my neck and my back is really amazing.
Best of all, my husband doesn't snore anymore.
Therapeutic pillows cost $60 or more. Now enjoy the ultimate night's sleep for only $19.95. Order in the next 10 minutes and we'll also include this washable cover absolutely free. Enjoy the best night's sleep you've ever had or return it for a full refund. The Contour Pillow is now available. Order now.
For shipment of your Contour Pillow within 7 days, use your credit card and call 1-800-292-3100 or send $19.95 plus $5.95 shipping and handling to Contour Pillow, P.O. Box 11624, Charlotte, North Carolina.
When in Washington, equal time accommodations provided by the JW Marriott Hotel. Outstanding service with a presidential location. The JW Marriott Hotel, 1331 Pennsylvania Avenue, Washington, D.C.
If you have comments, questions, or ideas, write to Equal Time, P.O. Box 18686, Washington, D.C. 20036, 8686, or fax us at 202-467-0601.
It's a little loose. We're getting used to it, though, in loose land. And you better, because you got a couple more nights.
A couple more nights, yeah.
But
I think I'm liking this a lot, actually.
Something will happen. You just happen to have a great guest. Who, as we saw going out of the break before, has just proposed and passed an amendment, an anti-stalker amendment to the crime bill that passed this week?
Last week.
Last week?
Yeah.
So we were talking in the break about there being now stalker laws, anti-stalker laws in most of the states. What does your amendment do at the federal level?
Well, essentially, it's a huge problem. We pass these laws, but it doesn't necessarily mean that people aren't still being killed. 9 women a day are killed in this country as a result of stalking.
You're kidding.
200,000 women a year are stalked by men in America. It's a huge problem.
Are those marital situations usually?
Well, some of them are, they're certainly relationship-oriented, but in many cases, I know all too well of cases where perfect strangers stalk individuals. It's happened on my staff. There's many members of Congress, as we know, of people being stalked. It's a very, very significant problem. And some of them have relationships and some of them don't, Nancy. Mm-hmm. But the problem is it also raises all sorts of civil libertarian issues because the fact that you simply follow somebody around isn't necessarily a crime. Mm-hmm. And so trying to stop someone from actually just following you can be a difficult law to pass. The legislation that we just got passed provides all these little jurisdictions around the country the ability of gaining access to the criminal records of stalkers. Stalking is a crime that is held generally in civil courts. Civil courts have a very difficult time in obtaining criminal court records. So for instance, I had a neighbor in Boston, Christian Lardner, who was killed by a stalker. That stalker had a very long criminal record. But the judge, the woman went to the judge twice in the week before she was killed, asked the judge to pull the stalker and get a restraining order, and the judge said, I can't do it because the guy doesn't have a record, he hasn't committed a crime. If he had known what that fellow's record was, he could have picked that fellow up and put him in jail. The laws are there, but because we don't have the information, they don't do any good. This will, for the first time, get them the information that can enable people to be protected.
Good stuff. They're doing God's work on the Hill for a change. Let's go to the phone. I don't have my glasses on. What does that say? Jana?
Jana from Allison, California.
No,
Jana from Florida.
Hello, how are you?
Good.
I saw Representative Kennedy's picture in the paper on behalf of women the other day. I wanted to ask, what do you think the prospects of the new crime bill are of passing with regard to women, specifically some of the tougher penalties with regard to violent crimes against women?
I think that'll be the easiest part of the crime bill to pass. And I think you raise a very interesting point, ma'am, because the fact is that this crime bill some people will say it's a crime in and of itself with the way some of it has been written, but there should be a law against passing a crime bill in an election year. But the reality is that one of the engines that will enable this legislation to actually get passed is, I think, the parts that do protect women in this country. I think, secondly, the notion that we're going to put another 100,000 police officers on the street is a very significant change in particularly sort of the democratic approach to fighting crime. I think the idea of building a lot more prison cells is tremendously appealing, and I think that some of the prevention programs that are part of the legislation are important as well. So I actually think this is an important step forward. But ultimately, I think we have to recognize that crime isn't going to stop because of laws we pass in Washington.
Right.
Fundamentally, people have to start taking responsibilities for their own behavior and for the behavior of their neighborhoods and their communities if we're serious about really getting crime under control. We can provide support, but it fundamentally has to come from the individuals as well.
Starts at home, friends.
It's true, you know.
Like charity,
people sort of joke about it, but it's true.
No, that's not a joke anymore. It's widely accepted, although we used to make fun of the Murphy Brown speech. Allison from California.
Good evening, Mary. First of all, I'd like to say I enjoy your show, the format of your show, very much, and I was a supporter of President Bush's campaign.
Oh, well, Allison, I was just going to provide you a compliment until you finish that sentence.
Congressman, my question to you is your view on the crime bill and the Three Strikes You're Out initiative, and do you think because of this crime bill it will deviate from the death penalty?
I think that I favor 3 strikes and you're out. I'm also in favor of the death penalty. I think that both of those will stay in as part of the crime bill. There's some issues that are still have to be worked out in terms of whether or not the third strike can be a drug crime where people aren't hurt and things like that. And
Is this what you mean by electioneering crime bills?
Well, you know, it's just when we start throwing around 50 new death penalty crimes, nobody has any idea what their, what the exact terms. We passed a law, I think, last week, one day, that said, I think for 5 grams of crack cocaine, you can be put to death. But you can have 400 grams of cocaine powder before you can be put. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. It's a kind of a crazy mishmash of ways to. Somebody said, well, let's make this the death penalty, and so they throw it on the floor and everybody votes for it. It's kind of a silly way to go
Did I read
about
that this increases the number of crimes that can get the death penalty?
Yeah, by 50. That's what I'm saying. You know, you walk in and it's sometimes I feel if there could be a penalty for piling on, if somebody could have thrown a yellow flag, you know, every member of Congress would have been in the penalty box by Thursday night.
So they can all go home and say, I put in for this,
we got tough on crime. I mean, the trouble is, as we've just said,
Wasn't that a Republican
people
issue
have to feel a
It's
sense.
still a Republican issue, Nancy.
But the Democrats have co-opted the issue, Mary.
They've owned the Congress, which they have for 40
But you know,
years.
but now the real truth is that I think some of the efforts that we see in neighborhoods around the country, even some poor neighborhoods, black neighborhoods, people beginning to take control over those neighborhoods and begin to clean up their own and get a sense that they're going to get support from their government and the police community and the like. And we get community policing and targeted prosecutions, and those kinds of efforts, I think, are very important in the fight against crime.
Okay, you're serious about crime. We're going to win the war against crime, but we're out of time. We love you, Joe Kennedy.
Anyway, thanks for having me.
Thank you, Nancy Collins. Stay tuned for Geraldo Live and watch us again tomorrow night.
That's on this program, this station? We got it.
After us. Please, we love part of the family. Bye. We love you, Geraldo. Good night.
Thank you. folks, and welcome back, everybody. I'm Tom, and this is the Colorcast now for Tuesday night. It's the 10th of May, 1984. And if you're wondering why this program is on the air at this particular time, in place of Equal Time and Geraldo at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern Time, let me tell you. There was a fire today in Fort Lee at the CNBC building on Fletcher Avenue, and the details that we have here in Burbank are extremely sketchy. From what I understand, this whole thing began in a battery storage room on the 5th floor of the building. That'd be one floor above the 4th floor, right, Tom, where they are constructing the new studios for the America's Talking channel, which premieres on the 4th of July. Whether or not that will be affected, we do not know at this point. But the building has been completely evacuated. It's a 2-alarm fire, and from what I understand, with a fire like this, you lose wiring, you lose power, you lose capability. And therefore, all of the graphics that we normally use on our program here in Burbank at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, normally these graphics, that'd be the title slide with my signature and the commercials and the phone number on the screen, the names of the guests, all that stuff is generated by Fort Lee. Well, that's not possible, so what we have here are 3 cameras and a switcher, and I believe 1 VCR, is that right? One tape chain. So this is going to be simple, bare-bones television for CNBC, trying to keep this network on the air with live programming from now until whenever we get sick of it or you get sick of it. And the beauty of this is when you are really tired of this, you can call us on the toll-free exchange at 800-745-2622 and say, Tom, for God's sake, get off the air. In any event, I have no guests planned for the next 3.5 hours. We have calls out to many, many people. We do have our regular show at 10 p.m. Eastern Time, 7 Pacific, and on that show we do have some guests booked, but between now and 10 p.m., and let's see, it's coming up on 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock?
No, coming up on 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock Eastern Time. We have a ways to go before that happens. However, we will have some conversations with people in Fort Lee as to what exactly happened at CNBC today. We have some videotape pieces that we have run in the past. We have some new videotape pieces. We have a call out to the Smokehouse here in Burbank, the official restaurant of the Colorcast, saying, would you please send a piano player over, because we don't have enough tape in the Yamaha to go from now until 11:30. So if you're watching over there at the Smokehouse, and please God you are, send him over. I also called my friends who are the producers of The Tonight Show with Jay Leno and The Late Show with David Letterman, both of which are videotaping here in Los Angeles as we speak. And I've said, you know, if ever there were a night to pay back all the things you feel about Tom and show him how much you love him, for God's sake, if it's the janitor, whoever it is at NBC or CBS, send him over here. I further call upon all of my personal friends at the Bel Air Golf Club. That'd be Bob Newhart, Jack Nicholson, who I saw this afternoon, Bob Logia, who I saw at lunch today. If you fellas are watching this, for God's sake, the number is 818-840, what's the control room?
3505.
Yeah, well, let's give this to all America, right? Close the control room door. What do you say, 3214?
3214.
Yeah. What? I heard a no.
That's the main line. That's the main line.
Okay, that'd be 840-3214, fellas. Please come on over, say hi, bring some bakery, because we may never see our families again. I don't mean to make light of this. And by the way, we'll talk with Mark Rosenweig, who is the director of primetime programming from Fort Lee, shortly after the break. By the way, I want to alert all of the cable systems along the line here. We will maintain the hard breaks all through the evening at the regularly scheduled times. I'm not going to go through them because you have them on the piece of paper in front of you. But starting at 58:20 and through the evening, we will maintain the regular CNBC commercial program schedule that will allow you to run the spots that you have on hand in your inventory. So coming up in a couple of minutes here, as we begin what would be the Cal Thomas show tonight on Talk Live. By the way, they had scheduled the Vice President, Dan Quayle, former Vice President Dan Quayle, to be on live from 8 to 8:30, and that program is being videotaped in Manhattan, and I'm told that you will see it as soon as the regular CNBC cable service is available. Whether or not this thing is going to be up and running for the market tomorrow morning when it opens in New York City, I have no idea, but we will try and find that out for you as well as we go along here from Burbank. Again, this is the massive color cast. We're going to try and program the complete evening for the cable affiliates, and we'll try and present to you as much variety in programming as we possibly can under extremely limited circumstances. I thank you for your patience, and we'll be right back now after a station break here on CNBC.
Here we are on the road again, telling the world about the wonders of cable.
Hi, sorry I'm late. I ran into a little snowstorm. And this, folks, is to illustrate my point about the future. Do you know what you can do with cable television in the future?
You're going to be able to access information, shop at home, order any kind of movies. You're going to be able to play video games.
It's going to be a whole new world.
Cable is going to enable you to use television in a whole new way.
And with that, I wish you all a fond adieu. Okay, fella, who's next? Let's go this way.
For 116 years, we've been handling the business part of life so you could enjoy the living part. Household for the business of living. Watch your mail for a special no annual fee Visa offer.
The competition included more than 100 of the world's best cars. But in the end, only money.
Call 1-800-425-9933. Get a full year of individual investor for just $29.95 and receive free the Complete Investor Series Plus, the Magic 25, the top stocks to own in 1994. 1-800-425-9933.
And I'm Sue Herrera. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Tonight, one of our toughest commercial challenges yet. Can this stained master carpet stand up to a grade school food fight?
Also, health insurance fraud costs us huge sums of money. We'll find out where the waste is and what's being done.
And are women really charged more than men when they shop for cars and other products? We'll go undercover to find out.
Interesting. The stained master carpet story, I think, is one of my favorites tonight.
Food fight.
Well, I mean, a classroom full of kids is a pretty tough test. I mean, I almost hope that my carpet never has to stand up to something like that, but we'll see how it does.
Yeah, Ace has stayed clean, I think.
I hope so. Well, for years now, women have fought for equality in the workplace, and now the battleground is shifting to the marketplace.
So is it true that women are charged more than men when they make big purchases? In tonight's Steals and Deals investigation, Lori Roberts went undercover to a used car lot to find out.
The first thing I have to ask is how many miles.
Ask a woman how to get the best deal on a car, and she'll tell you bring a man along. Some women feel they're being taken advantage of, simply because they're women.
That's 85,000 miles?
So we took a young man named Curtis to several Wichita used car lots and told him to get the lowest price on a car. Then we took a young woman named Gina to the very same car lots and gave her the same instructions. What happened next may surprise you. On one lot, Curtis chose this red 1984 Fiero. The price posted was $39.95. By the time Curtis finished haggling with the salesman, the price was $2,000. That's nearly $2,000 off the original price. Now it's Gina's turn. She found the same car and the same salesman, but didn't have the same luck.
So the most you could come down is $1,000 for me?
Oh, yes.
The most?
The absolute most.
Okay. Even if I paid you cash?
Yeah. Really, you don't know what these are worth, apparently, really.
The salesman refused to budge with Gina. Remember, Curtis just the day before got the salesman to come down nearly $2,000.
But not all women are at a disadvantage on a car lot. Many men claim that women can get better deals than they can. And we found that to be true in some cases as well.
On another Wichita car lot, Gina had no problem getting assistance from the salesperson. The car was listed at $69.95. Until Gina talked the salesman down a few $100.
What if I offered you $6? Could you take $6 but you couldn't?
What do you think about it?
64?
Maybe 64.
Now it's Curtis's turn. He couldn't even get the salesman to come out on the lot, so he went inside.
What would be the lowest you take on that?
Curtis couldn't get the price down any lower than $6,600, though Gina was offered the same car at $6,400.
See ya.
A national study of car dealerships showed that on average, women paid more for a car than men. The study also found that African American women paid more than anyone.
Surprising. Well, the best advice is to find out how much a car is worth beforehand from consumer books in a library or a bookstore. And remember, you can always walk out and go somewhere else.
Absolutely. Well, we're always on the trail of products that make grandiose claims, but for tonight's commercial challenge from Asa Aarons, we should warn you to blindfold your kids, and not because they'd be influenced by something racy. It's even worse than that, a food fight.
Janice, Sue, DuPont has advertised their Stainmaster products with some truly clever commercials. Maybe you've seen some of them. The glass of wine falling to the floor, trays, full tables of food tumbling over. The idea being that Stainmaster will make those worries a thing of the past, because even tough discolorations and stains will come out. Well, we decided to see how the product would hold up under some real punishment.
Who's fighting?
The kids came from the Mount Kisco Playgroup. Their mission? Do maximum damage to 2 pieces of carpeting. Rob Rogers of Carpet Trends supplied a regular weave and a DuPont Stainmaster, both close in style, texture, and color. During the food fight, we did not indicate which one was which. The kids, as you can see, really didn't care. Peanut butter, red pop, grape jelly, ketchup, spaghetti sauce, mustard, root beer. And to complete this act of carpet brutality, I threw in some cupcakes and some Jell-O. The older kids ground them into the floor. The smaller ones ate them. By the time our little darlings completed their task, we had 2 pieces of carpet ready for the trash or suitable for hanging in a Soho gallery, depending on your point of view. To clean this mess, we called the guys from Stanley Steamer.
You ever seen anything like this?
No, never have.
In 9 years?
In 9 years, never. That's pretty...
Can you get this clean?
I feel that I can.
The guys on the crew nicknamed Dwayne the Miracle Worker, an apt description for this mess. Like the kids, he did not know which carpet was the regular and which was the Stainmaster, only to clean a quarter section from both, which he did and did well. But with all the steaming, raking, huffing, and puffing, it was apparent that one side repelled the stains and cleaned up much better than the other. It was the Stainmaster. While the other carpet retained many of the staining agents, giving it an almost rainbow effect, the Stainmaster reverted to a bright white. The results amazed all of us, including the professionals and the kids' moms.
Never thought you'd get anything out of this carpet.
I thought it might clean better, but not this well.
This looks new.
Take a look for yourself. The regular carpet is on the left. The Stainmaster is on the right-hand side. And one word of warning, kids, do not try this at home.
The only stain it failed to remove was the mustard. It has an almost acidic staining effect. DuPont acknowledges this in their literature. Even after that first cleaning, the experts tell us that the repellent works at about 90% efficiency. So the trick is to not spill the same stuff in the same place twice, if that is possible. Now, there are other carpet guards out there, and we are told they work very, very well too, but you're going to have to try those yourselves, because I don't think my house could go through it again.
One thing Asa didn't tell us is his little 2-year-old decided that the food fight continued at dinner that night. How do you know the difference?
Yeah, that's true. If you let him do it at noon, why can't he do it at 7 o'clock?
Yeah.
I think Asa's wife is probably regretting he did that story.
That's the last test in their house.
That's the last test.
When we continue.
You go ahead.
All right.
Go ahead.
The answer man handles the case of the broken dishes. We'll get through
We get all flustered. And you can bet that this upcoming couple has a prenuptial agreement, but would they find a postnuptial agreement worthwhile? We will find out who they're good for coming up next.
For more credit card tips, call for a free Visa Owner's Manual at 1-800-VISA-511.
Just down Sunset and up the incredible California coast is Wolfgang Puck's latest culinary creation, Grenada. It's a touch of the Mediterranean with a dash of the Pacific. And if you go there, bring your appetite for travel and your Visa card.
It's perfect.
Because Wolfgang's grilled prawns will take you to the Mediterranean, but Grenada won't take American Express.
I love to cook, and I love to eat even more.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
What does a communications company look like? Bell South thinks that's best answered by our customers. To a major bank, we looked like computer specialists, while an overnight delivery giant saw us as someone who could package their communications. You see, Bell South can provide solutions as different as your challenges. So what does a communications company look like? Just ask our customers.
Lately, other long-distance companies have been throwing numbers at you on how much they're positive they can save your business over AT&T. Hey, anybody can juggle numbers, right? Truth is, they're tossing around these numbers without comparing similar plans and discounts, domestic or international, because if they did, there wouldn't be much left to juggle. We're telling you this because at AT&T, we don't want anyone to do a number on you. For the true figures, call us. Let AT&T work for you.
This is the residence of Robert D. Nadler, a broker. This the residence of Richard Maddock III, a broker. This C.J. Dunham, a broker. And this is the residence of Norwood Carter, an investor. If your broker is living better than you are, call R.J. Forbes, now offering even deeper discounts, because there's one person who should profit from an investment, an investor. The R.J. Forbes Group. Speculate on your investment, not your broker.
I'm Liza Minnelli, and this is Dr. Ralph Pelliger, Chief Medical Officer for NASA Ames. Here at the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential, NASA helps us to help brain-injured children get well.
NASA is not just about landing on the moon, it's also about helping people on planet Earth. NASA has been proud to be an important part of any search and discoveries for the achievement of human potential.
Help us help brain-injured children. Dial 1-800-73-MINNELLI. That's MINNELLI.
Every night, it's the best talk coast to coast with Tom Snyder, only on CNBC.
These days, the term prenuptial is part of our social vocabulary. But what about postnuptial agreements? As we found in tonight's Money Talk segment, they're not as popular as their counterparts, but as Worth magazine reports in its latest issue, they may make a troubled marriage more financially fit. We're all very familiar with the roller coaster relationship of developer Donald Trump and Marla Maples. They finally said I do after signing a prenuptial agreement. But according to legal experts, the newlywed Trumps may be the perfect candidates for a postnuptial agreement as well.
Postnuptial agreement is an agreement that couples enter into while they're married and before they get divorced, and it's not intended to dissolve the marriage. It's intended to continue the marriage, to help the marriage go on.
Matrimonial attorneys like Brzezinski will tell you that it's no secret that money can be a thorny issue in many marriages. And as time goes on, your financial situations may change, changes that can ruin your piece of paradise.
The other possibility is sometimes if one of the couple is going to get money or get an interest.
And protecting interests like family inheritances and businesses while maintaining the marriage are what postnuptials are all about. But there can be high emotional and financial costs.
Possible negatives are the cost factor. It can be very costly. It can be very acrimonious.
You're going to be home having dinner with your spouse, trying to affect a very good relationship and a loving relationship, knowing the next morning you're going to be fighting or possibly fighting about finances. I think it engenders a very difficult, ill feeling.
And joining us now with more is Mary Rowland, contributing editor to Worth magazine. Nice to have you on Money Tonight, Mary. We outlined a couple of scenarios in the piece that we just saw, but who else is a good candidate for a postnuptial agreement?
Well, I think that if you recognize that one of the chief causes for divorce is an imbalance of power in the marriage, and that's usually financial power, that if you see yourself in that situation, whether one partner has started a business or one partner doesn't work outside the home, and money becomes a nagging worry, you don't know what part is yours and what part is his, it might be something to consider.
So you can use it to protect assets, but what other situations are really prime for this type of agreement?
Well, I think one thing that a lot of newlyweds don't recognize is that they think that the things they bring into the marriage, a home or stocks or whatever, belong to them. And they don't realize that once they mix the assets with their partner, making a down payment on a home or whatever, they become marital assets. And if they were to divorce, they would be split. The only way to sort of retrieve those for yourself is to sign a postnuptial agreement.
There must be some do's and don'ts in this, though, and it probably has to be handled fairly delicately, to say the least.
Yes, and the rules are really pretty much the same as the prenuptial. You both need to be represented by an attorney.
Separate attorneys.
Separate attorneys. You obviously don't want any coercion. You want to, particularly if you want your marriage to last, you want to work things out and give it some time and some breathing space. And of course, it's a ticklish situation, and you want to try to be as businesslike as you can.
What about cost? What do things like this run?
Oh, gee, that's a good question. It would be probably the hourly fee for the attorney, which might be $200 or $300 an hour. It shouldn't be too expensive if you can agree on your own what assets you have and how you will split them.
And once again, in terms of coercion, you want to do it at a time when you're both getting along fairly well, so that no one feels undue pressure.
That's right.
All right. Mary, thank you so much for joining us today. Mary Rowland, contributing editor to Worth Magazine, with everything you need to know about a postnuptial agreement. And Janice, we will never need one of those, I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Back to you.
Okay, here. He may not solve your love affairs, but he does work magic for financial affairs. He's our answer man, Stephen Pollan, and he is at your service. Mister, how are you?
And I'm pleased to be here, and it won't be love, but it'll be something joyful.
All right, let's get to it. Our first letter comes from Eden of Oak Harbor, Washington. She spent $100 on dishes from the service merchandise catalog, but when they arrived in the mail, several pieces were broken or missing. Eden called several times, but they won't help. She had charged it on a service merchandise account and has stopped making payments. Can you help before they ruin her credit?
Sure, we called service merchandise and explained Eden's frustration with their customer service department. They did some checking and found that they hadn't responded to her because they couldn't help her. It seems that the dishes had been discontinued.
That does not seem like a valid excuse to me.
No, it is absolute nonsense. The computer says we're not selling them anymore. Here's what we did. Do us a favor, we said to the customer service person, would you please go down to your basement and see if you have some open stock? He said, hey, that's an idea. He went down to the basement. Guess what? He found some open stock. He was able to satisfy her, mailed her the dishes that she was missing, canceled the service charges. She paid her bill in full. Everything is fine. She's got a complete set of china.
The table is set.
Oh, boy.
All right, very good. Our next letter comes from Robert and Mindy of Princeton, New Jersey. They had a local company install an in-ground sprinkler system for $475. But when it was completed, they found that part of the system ran into their neighbor's yard. The installation was based on a land survey done when the house was purchased. Now they want the company that did the incorrect survey to pay for the sprinkler system to be moved. Is that a possibility here?
Well, when we looked at the survey, it did indeed appear that the sprinkler was correctly installed. So did this mean there was an error in the survey? We talked to several experts and found the answer was no. The surveyor is not responsible.
Why is that?
Because when you order a survey, unless you order a special survey, the surveyor only has to do external lines. They're only responsible for the boundaries, not what happens within the boundary. What they should have done when they ordered the sprinkler system was to have the surveyor come down and put stakes in the ground. Then they would have been protected.
And that would have solved it.
And that would have solved it. And they used a 10-year-old survey.
All right, Stephen Pollan, thanks very much. Good work as usual.
Thank you for having me.
He does nice work.
He does very nice work. I think we'll keep him.
Good.
When Money Tonight continues, some good news for non-smokers who like to eat hamburgers.
And what's being done to combat healthcare fraud? That and more when Money Tonight continues.
This is CNBC.
Oh, it's so cute.
Excuse easy. Could you take a picture of us with over there?
If you take off to the Italian town of Todi, but your camera just takes off, where'd they go? You better have Visa Gold, because there's not a camera store there that takes American Express.
There's a great shot.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
1, we believe building good relationships means treating clients like adults. 2, adults don't like to be sold. They like to be educated. 3, brokers serve clients best by speaking their minds. You don't get anywhere with yes men. 4, being straight with our clients is the simplest way to get things done. 5, I think our clients would agree.
If you've got what it takes, you can make it to the top.
Tonight's travel tip, sponsored by Alaska Tourism.
Serious investing requires serious information. No frills, just results.
Individual Investor Magazine discovers Clinicom at $369. The stock soars to over $25.
Individual investor, no lifestyles, no personalities, just great investment ideas.
Individual Investor features Telescan at $250. It climbs to $10.
Each month, we find the undiscovered stocks and mutual funds that are tomorrow's big winners.
Call now and subscribe to Individual Investor for only $29.95, and we'll send you free the Complete Investor Series, plus the 1994 Survey of Mutual Funds and the new Magic 25, the top stocks to own in 1994.
When it comes to making money, we print it.
Individual Investor. Our readers make money.
Call 1-800-425-9933. Get a full year of Individual Investor for just $29.95 and receive free the Complete Investor Series plus the Magic 25, the top stocks to own in 1994. 1-800-425-9933.
Joining the lead of Arby's fast food restaurants, McDonald's announced today that it is banning smoking at all of its company-owned restaurants. As a result, over 3,600 McDonald's, more than a third of the total nationwide, will immediately become smoke-free. The chain urged its franchisees to follow suit. Last week, McDonald's and other fast food chains were sued by the Texas Attorney General over the hazards of secondhand smoke to the children, who are among their biggest customers. The chain says today's announcement has nothing to do, however, with that case.
Almost every day we hear about the high cost of health care, but what if we told you that as much as 10% of what you and your employer and your insurance company pay doesn't go to health care at all? It goes to fraud. Consumer Health Editor Steve Gundel is here with the details on that. That's surprising.
And you know what? We spend $90 billion each year on health care. Now that means we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars in fraud and abuse that can happen because the system is so complicated. It's possible to hide fraud and abuse within the mountains of paperwork. But tonight, we want to show you a company that's tracking down medical fraud to help keep you healthy, wealthy, and wise. Picture the scenario. A woman goes into labor preparing for a normal delivery. Conditions change and the doctor performs a cesarean section instead. And then the doctor bills the insurance company for both a vaginal and cesarean delivery. Same woman, same baby, same time.
Approximately $3 million in this initial review that we found. And
the accounting and auditing firm Deloitte & Touche says the story of the C-section double billing actually happened and is just one of the millions of dollars worth of fraud and abuse incidents that face local governments, insurance companies, and private corporations.
We have never, ever found less than 2%. So if a large corporation is spending, let's say, $100 million, we can easily guarantee a $2 million either recovery or identification.
You're certainly right that we shouldn't be paying for the second one.
Teamsters Union Local 560 in New Jersey is one of Deloitte & Touche's newest clients. Although the Teamsters benefit funds carefully review medical claims themselves, and insurance companies may audit and review hospital bills, overbilling may not show up on any single claim. That's how doctors get away with it. But if you look at bills for large numbers of doctors over several years, then patterns of abuse begin to emerge. Such as the $1 million orthopedic surgeon Deloitte & Touche uncovered near Colorado. He was performing procedures that were not required. That doesn't show up on paper until you look at his total bills.
This particular orthopedic surgeon billed $1 million when everybody else in his peer group was billing $200,000 to $300,000. That's a lead in itself.
And then you caught him.
And then we caught him.
Here at the Teamsters Union, in New Jersey alone, eliminating fraud could save $250,000 to $300,000 a year. Were you surprised at the amount?
Yes, I was. That I didn't think we'd find some of these things. I think the funds could be saving money, and I think the providers will be put on notice. And enough people do it. Maybe we won't have the abuses we have.
Deloitte & Touche says over the last 10 years, they've saved more than $600 million in money that had been spent on health care, but never bought an ounce of cure. Now, if you're wondering, much of this is beyond those of us who are consumers, because often we don't even see the large bills. They just be sent away, processed by computers. But if you get a bill from a hospital, for example, go ahead and look it over for mistakes. I have one friend who, after the birth of a child, was billed for a circumcision. The child was a girl.
Oh, my goodness.
Come on.
Yeah, it really happened.
That's amazing. Yeah. Now, if the bills are standardized, Steve, that brings up the issue of how can the doctors then, bill you for more?
Well, one of
they
the
get caught on that?
Right. One of the tricks is called unbundling. They take something like an appendectomy, for example, okay, which has one cost, but if they break it down into its components, they charge you separately for laparoscopic surgery, which is just the incision, and so on. They can end up building a whole big charge, and it doesn't show up anywhere unless you take a look at the whole big picture.
As long as you're here, what happened with health reform in Washington today?
Oh, some big turn of events. The House Ways and Means Subcommittee is going to be the first to start writing a bill. They're not going to start with the Clinton legislation. They're going to start with their own. They want to scrap those health care alliances. They say nobody wants them, so starting from scratch. So
Back again. All right. Thanks very much.
Okay.
Speaking of something that nobody wants, finally tonight, if you're a few thousand in debt, you know that feeling of restlessness that you might get at night. Dick Bass got to about $40 million in debt, and that will really keep you up at night.
But Dick couldn't pass up the chance to own an entire world-class ski resort, so he came up with a way to deal with anxiety. Our Craig Worth goes to Snowbird, Utah to find out his secret.
Glaciers left a mountainside 6 miles from Salt Lake City. It is now Snowbird, the famous ski resort. Geological forces gave the mountain, Texas gave the mountain Dick Bass. Dick Bass single-handedly owns Snowbird. There is no corporation, no partners. He owns the tram overhead, the resort at the bottom, the 500 rooms of hotels, and the restaurants. No one person will probably ever put together his or her own ski resort again.
In short, I think would take upwards of $500 million over 20 years. I mean, I've spent $175 million now, and I'm a fraction of where I've got to get.
But this business story is not the story of numbers. It is the story of Dick's Mountain. The man who went $38 million in debt at 23% interest found mountains saved his emotional life.
So I was full of anxiety every night. And that's the biggest contributor to ulcers, nervous breakdowns, and heart attacks. And man, I know I was a prime candidate.
He decided to climb not only this mountain, but Mount Everest and every other continent's highest peaks.
There were no lenders or regulators or jealous competitors or radical extreme environmentalists. It was just me and the mountain.
After running out of oxygen on Everest, he finds million-dollar debts are relative.
I said, wait a minute, Bass, you're alive. There's life, there's hope. And you didn't think you would be here, but you were here. And compared to being dead, everything else is academic, really. And so I go to sleep now in a minute.
Dick loves to talk about mountains and skiing. But he wants each tram pull to do a little more than ski. He wants them to look at trees, to look at cliffs, and to think about mountains. And if you spot him on his mountain, He will stop you and have you look down the canyon, across the valley, and to the mountains on the other side.
That's 26 miles. Yeah, it doesn't look like more than 5 or 6 or so. But again, that's how the scale of these mountains, it dwarfs human scale.
Dick's Mountain is now one of the most popular ski resorts in America. Why would anyone risk everything in a labor-intensive, capital-swallowing, seasonal business that relies on nature? Because it's a mountain. Craig Worth for Money Tonight.
Janice and I need to take the show on the road and go to that
We need some peace because did we have a day? I mean, it's unbelievable that we're both here right now.
That's right. You had a horrible day in Manhattan, the weather.
I went splat, and all these people came up and picked my dress ripped. I mean, it was rough today.
You came out looking great.
Oh, come on.
Meanwhile,
listen to this story.
A tree fell on my fence. The dogs got out. They went to the police department twice. They're jailbirds. They're grounded.
They're in the
That's
cell.
it.
She's
They're
got to
in the
pick them
cell.
up from jail.
I got to pick them
out.
up.
3 Akitas.
You think this is a glamorous life? No, not at all.
We're out of time.
I think so, which is probably not a bad thing. That's all the time we have for tonight. Thanks for joining us.
But tomorrow, many of our viewers have been receiving junk mail pitches overseas. Is it legitimate?
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, a father and a grandfather, and I know kids have big dreams. As a parent, you want to help your children reach their dreams. But with college costs being what they are, the only way to make dreams possible for tomorrow is if you start to save today. One way to begin is with the Burger 100 and Burger 101 funds. Both require just $250 to get started. Both have earned Morningstar's highest possible rating, 5 stars overall. So you know they've been among the top performing mutual funds. To learn more, call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit complete with a prospectus. After all, kids will always have big dreams. We just like to help you make them come true.
Al Roker and his special brand of talk tonight on CNBC.
You can make small miracles happen for a child, a family, and a community living in poverty overseas. For more information, call
Journal hits home every business day. Get 10 weeks of the Journal for just $36 and the Guide to Understanding Money and Investing free with your paid subscription. Call toll-free 800-451-2600. That's 800-451-2600.
Hi, everyone. I'm Janice Lieberman.
And I'm Sue Herrera. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
You know, I go to Tampa for a cable show. I come back, there's a fire. We are not on the air. I forgot how it is to be on the set again.
A funny story. The first time, Jan was gone for a few days on assignment, as you know. The first time that we saw each other was evacuating down the staircase. She goes, hi. I said, welcome home.
Back.
And that was
we're
it.
covering our mouths going, I mean, it was serious, and we're glad everybody got out safely and that we're back on the air.
Lots of stories to tell you off and on, though, however.
Yes, we will.
And lots coming up tonight as well.
All right, first up, fears of inflation's return sent interest rates soaring, but now today's good news could bring some relief.
Also, Ralph Nader will take your calls on how to fight your insurance company and win.
And is your bank ripping you off with exorbitant fees? That's the charge from one prominent consumer group.
Banks across the country are cracking down on rubber checks. More and more institutions now have penalties not only for writing a bad check, but also for depositing one from someone else.
And Jerry Cobb joins us now with more. Hi, Jerry.
Hi, Janice. Hi, Sue. You know, yet another charge may start showing up on your monthly bank statement. It seems it's no longer enough to balance your own checkbook, because now you could wind up paying a fine for someone else's negligence. Bounce a check, pay a penalty. Nothing new about that. But now, if you deposit a bad check from someone else, your bank could fine you for that, too. A report from the U.S. Public Interest Research Group says 85% of the nation's banks now charge a deposit item returned, or DIR fee, up from just 35% in 1991.
We just think it's unfair that all you did was receive a check, you were innocent, the bank sends you this notice and charges you $5, banks are going to make $1 billion in profits solely from this new fee. They already make $4 billion in profits from bounce check fees.
New York banks exact the highest average penalty for depositing a bad check, but banks in many other states also charge more than the national average of $5.29.
4676.
Businesses that get stuck with rubber checks pay the overwhelming majority of these fees, but more and more consumers are feeling them too, as banks everywhere take a close look at their cost structures.
The banks are now looking very much what they call the efficiency ratio, and what that's really saying is, to what extent are they able to cover their overhead with not only net interest income, but other kinds of fee type of earnings.
Expect other fees and charges to rise, say analysts, as banks search for revenue streams to supplement the low yields they're getting on their investments right now. But if customers feel they're being burned, at least they can vote with their fees.
It's a competitive market. If these fees are too high or viewed as too rigorous, you can shop around. And I think that there are other either commercial banks or other intermediaries where one can avail themselves of a less expensive way to make mistakes.
Congress plans to hold hearings on bank fees later this year, but in the meantime, bank customers will have to guard against not only writing bad checks, but accepting them as well.
Jerry, why are banks charging such high rates now that they're making record profits?
We hear about how well they've been doing, but they are looking to the future when they don't expect to make as much money as they have been from playing the spread in interest rates. That spread is collapsing, and they expect that they will be losing some of the profits that they got.
What I worry about is how can you tell if somebody gives you a bad check?
Well, you got to trust them, number one, but it's always a good idea to make a call to the bank and make sure that they have the funds to cover it. But other than that, you just got to be circumspect.
Jerry, thanks very much for joining us. And there was some encouraging news today. The latest numbers showed the economy and inflation may not be heating up as we previously thought as much.
That's right. Wholesale prices declined 0.1% in April. That is their best performance this year. And the number of people filing for initial jobless benefits rose by 26,000. In tonight's Money Talk Personal Finance segment, Kevin McCullough reports on what those numbers could mean.
Declines in both wholesale food and energy prices led the way as the overall producer price index dropped in April for the first time since December. Meanwhile, consumers seemed to take a breather last month from their strong spending pace during the first quarter. And with new unemployment claims last week running at their fastest pace since January, fears of an overheated economy and rising prices seemed a bit more remote. But even so, most economists still expect the Federal Reserve to raise interest rates to combat inflation when its policymaking committee meets next week.
We're likely to see additional rate increases moving forward, maybe till we get to maybe 4.5% on funds, and then I think the Fed will be on hold and sort of exploring the economic landscape at that point.
One reason the latest economic numbers may not have much influence on the Federal Reserve is that they are historical, a record of past events, while the Fed has said all along that its moves are preemptive, intended to counteract future inflationary pressure. Echoing that sentiment, San Francisco Federal Reserve President Robert Parry, who said the Fed must anticipate problems and look at current warning signs. Kevin McCullough for Money Tonight.
And the latest edition of Business Week magazine has more on economic growth and why some people are actually afraid of it. Chris Farrell is the economics editor for Business Week. He joins us now with more. Chris, nice to see you.
Oh, it's nice to be here.
What's your read on economic growth and the mature economy that Business Week coins it?
The way people talk about this economy, it's an old, aging economy. We've been around. We can't grow very fast. There's not a lot of labor force growth out there. But this economy, there's a lot of energy out there. There's huge productivity improvements, the restructuring of corporate America, lots of innovation, lots of technological innovation, and we've been doing gangbusters in the export market.
But if you listen to a lot of economists, they're worried about rising interest rates, yet the inflation numbers that we got today seem to counteract that. But the speculation is we are going to see interest rates continue to rise. So as an investor, a long-term investor, what do you do?
As a long-term investor, the key question is, what's the outlook for inflation? Inflation is what determines how you allocate your portfolio. So if you believe we're a mature economy, we can't grow very fast without generating a lot of inflation because companies end up in production bottlenecks and you end up with a wage price spiral, which is what happened in the 1970s, goes to Jimmy Carter. But if we are a fast-growing economy with lots of productivity, good export markets, we can grow a lot faster without inflation. And what that tells you is corporate cash flows are good. That's good for stocks. And as far as bonds go, sure, there's going to be up and down spikes in inflation, but inflation will not erode your long-term returns.
So that means you're advocating stocks and bond purchases for the long run.
For the long run. And obviously, the market that we're in right now, inflation fears are here, interest rates are going to go higher, but I'm talking if you have a 5-year, a 10-year, thinking about your retirement, funding your children's education.
And to do that, do you advocate income averaging or investment averaging, and how does that work?
Absolutely. You should buy, people have different programs. You buy monthly, you buy quarterly, a set amount of money, and over a long period of time, you're buying at a discount. And we all like buying at a discount. That's what we like to do. And if you dollar cost average, you buy your stocks or your bonds at a discount.
Do you think we're going to see higher interest rates next week? What's
next week? Oh, my best guess is, of course, we're going to see higher interest rates next week, because this Fed seems determined to raise interest rates, and the market is determined to force the Fed to raise interest rates.
Okay. Chris, thanks so much for joining us today. We appreciate it. Chris Farrell, the economics editor for Business Week magazine, and he had the very latest on the economy. What have you got the very latest on, Janice?
Oh, we'll tell you, Sue. Counterfeiters and con artists have done very well for themselves by stealing our personal information and using it to go on illicit shopping sprees. But now some new computer wizardry could change all that. And it allows you, and only you, to use your own voice to shop by phone, check your bank account, and even open up your front door. Carlos Granda of WNBC TV explains.
For all of us who hate memorizing ID numbers, access codes, and passwords, help is on the way. It's voice recognition technology, a system that can distinguish one voice from another. Researchers at Rutgers University say people's voices are like fingerprints. Each one is a collection of different tones.
In a certain order and at the precise frequencies and at the same time, that's what will be different from person to person.
I tried it out. First, the machine records my voice patterns.
This will be a test.
Then I tried to fool it by speaking in Spanish.
Estoy hablando en español.
It didn't work. The machine knew it was me, even in español. Imagine, no more codes, no more numbers, all your accounts controlled by your voice. Of course, when dealing with people's bank accounts or credit cards, the main issue is security. Can someone record your voice and use it? Is it live or is it tape? Well, this machine can tell the difference. First, we do it live.
Welcome to the CAPE Device Detection Toolkit.
Welcome to the system.
Then we play a digital tape.
Welcome to the CAPE Device Detection Toolkit.
Sorry, access denied.
And what about voices that are nearly identical, such as identical twins Debbie and Sharon Barnes? They say they can fool Mom, but they can't fool the computer.
I'm sorry, that password doesn't match the one I have for you on file.
This summer, the system will be installed in a bank, so in the near future, don't curse at a computer. When you speak, it knows who you are.
Here's a jolt for you coffee drinkers. Coffee prices going back up. The president of one of Colombia's biggest exporting companies says you'll probably see a 7% increase within a week or two in the supermarkets on those coffee shops. Word has it that this year's harvest was way down, and that has pushed prices to their highest level in almost 5 years.
And as mortgage rates climb, borrowers cry foul as their banks take them to the cleaners. That story coming up.
And can't stand your insurance company? Legendary consumer expert Ralph Nader will take your calls on insurance problems at 800-800-CNBC. Auto, health, home, or life. Avoid the ripoffs. When your insurer won't deliver, you can fight back and win. That's 800-800-CNBC. We're back in a minute.
Today's consumer tip is sponsored by Visa.
For more credit card tips, call for a free Visa Owner's Manual at 1-800-VISA-511.
What now?
Who's Etienne?
Who cares? Come on.
Etienne fix everything! Who's Etienne?
He's a camel repairman.
What?
He's a mechanic.
You're kidding.
Hope he takes Visa. Oh, he does.
Visa Gold can get you cash more places worldwide than any other card, even American Express.
Etienne fix everything.
Visa Gold.
Finding the perfect house begins with people like Allison Wood of Coldwell Banker, who found the best house for Jim Miller, who recommended her to Denise Cruz, who forgot Jim's birthday but remembered to recommend Coldwell Banker to the doctor, who recommended Coldwell Banker to the Hirschfelds after he told them that they were having twins. More than 9 out of 10 Coldwell Banker customers would recommend us to their friends. It's a good sign when people recommend people. Coldwell Banker. Expect the best.
Lately, other long-distance companies have been throwing numbers at you on how much they're positive they can save your business over AT&T. Hey, anybody can juggle numbers, right? Truth is, they're tossing around these numbers without comparing similar plans and discounts, domestic or international, because if they did, there wouldn't be much left to juggle. We're telling you this because at AT&T, we don't want anyone to do a number on you. For the true figures, call us. Let AT&T work for you.
Next on Posner Donahue.
Taking his life would not compensate for the loss of the others.
Veteran newsman Walter Jacobson talks about his exclusive death row interview and the last hours of John Wayne Gacy. Next on Posner Donahue.
Have you caught the buzz on Tom Snyder? The color cast is catching on with the critics. The LA Times says Snyder's brash and breezy as ever. Great TV raves Entertainment Weekly. So get with the program. Watch Tom Snyder every night only on CNBC, first in talk.
Finding the perfect house begins with people like Allison Wood of Coldwell Banker, who found the best house for Jim Miller, who recommended her to Denise Cruz, who forgot Jim's birthday but remembered to recommend Coldwell Banker to the doctor, who recommended Coldwell Banker to the Hirschfelds after he told them that they were having twins. More than 9 out of 10 Coldwell Banker customers would recommend us to their friends. It's a good sign when people recommend people. Coldwell Banker. Expect the best.
This program is sponsored by Coldwell Banker. It's a good sign when people recommend people. Expect the best.
If you're out house shopping, lock in your mortgage rates pronto. Interest rates rose nearly 2 points in the past 3 months. But there are problems on the home front. Some borrowers are finding their rates may not be as locked in as they thought. Our real estate correspondent Bob Pisani is here with the deal. What's up with that?
Hi, we are getting plenty of calls on the rate lock-in problems, but I want to take a quick look at mortgage rates because there was more tough news today for home buyers. The national average for a 30-year fixed-rate mortgage rose nearly 1/4 point this week to 8.77%. The 15-year mortgage rose similarly to 8.25%, and the 1-year adjustable rate mortgage rose nearly 0.3 point to 5.54%. Now, the 30-year mortgage has now risen to its highest level in 2 years. Where are we going from here? It's very cloudy, unfortunately. As Sue reported earlier, today's inflation report was greeted favorably, but there is still a widespread belief that the Federal Reserve will act to raise interest rates at least one more time. Now, on to the rate lock-in issue. It happens like clockwork. Every time interest rates rise, we get tons of calls from outraged borrowers who claim that their mortgage lender has deliberately allowed their rate lock-in to expire. Now, there are problems out there, but the difficulty often is not with the lender. Ram Lakhani sells cars in northern New Jersey. He recently bought a home and opted to lock in a low interest rate. But his loan did not close in the required 60 days, and suddenly he was faced with the prospect of paying a much higher interest rate.
It's upsetting. If it's no fault of yours and if you have to pay more for the loan that you have a commitment on, it's upsetting.
Mr. Lakhani is one of the lucky ones. His lender agreed to extend his rate lock-in for one more week, and that saved him a full point on his mortgage rate. But others aren't so lucky. Their lock-ins expire, and their lenders just charge them the higher rate. That's leading to accusations that some lenders may have an interest in charging the higher rates, something lenders strongly deny.
A reputable company doesn't care if rates go up or down. A reputable company will have committed to an interest rate, cover themselves in the marketplace, and want to deliver that loan at the rate they agreed upon.
Once a loan application is filled out, most lenders will sell the loan in the secondary mortgage market, so they don't care if rates go up or down. But some lenders may not sell the loan immediately, hoping that rates will go down and they can make a little more profit. How to avoid lenders like this? Check the lender out carefully. Tom Hathaway owns a real estate company with offices in 20 states.
We shop very vigorously with all the lenders to begin with, and we let them know on the front end that if they renege on a loan rate that's quoted, then we will do no more further business with that company.
The bottom line, do not go out and buy a loan solely on the basis of a low rate. Now, mortgage lenders are governed under state laws. Now, in most states, if a rate lock-in expires through no fault of the borrower, the lender is usually required to extend the rate lock-in for a specified period. Often it's about a week. However, if it expires because of the borrower's fault, if, for example, he or she does not get their paperwork in on time, which happens a lot, then the lender is not under any obligation to refund the application fee or even extend the rate lock-in.
How long do lenders have to get the paperwork in?
Well, it depends. It varies from state to state. The real issue is, what usually happens when I look at this on an individual basis is the individual has got a credit problem, and they start asking about that credit problem, and they go back and forth for a while, and that gets extended. So it's a muddy period. Is now that the borrower's fault that they don't make it, or is it the lender's fault? And it gets a little iffy. Good lenders should extend for them.
Thanks very much. Think your insurance company is taking you for a ride? You can call Ralph Nader. He's ready to give you a hand. Give us a call at 800-800-CNBC. We'll be right back.
This is CNBC.
This program is sponsored by Siemens. For leading-edge electronic and electrical engineering, depend on Siemens precision thinking.
In 1895, Wilhelm Röntgen discovered X-rays. The following year, Siemens worked closely with him to develop its first X-ray tubes. That was then. This is now. Today, Siemens manufactures imaging technology that helps doctors save lives. And with 35,000 people nationwide, the men and women of Siemens will continue to manufacture ideas that even Professor Röntgen never dreamed of. Siemens, precision thinking.
Just down Sunset and up the incredible California coast is Wolfgang Puck's latest culinary creation, granita. It's a touch of the Mediterranean with a dash of the Pacific. And if you go there, bring your appetite for travel and your Visa card. It's Melbeck. Because Wolfgang's grilled prawns will take you to the Mediterranean, but granita won't take American Express.
I love to cook, and I love to eat even more.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
What does a communications company look like? Bell South thinks that's best answered by our customers. To a major bank, we looked like computer specialists, while an overnight delivery giant saw us as someone who could package their communications. You see, Bell South can provide solutions as different as your challenges. So what does a communications company look like? Just ask our customers.
I am anxious to have taxes reduced.
I favor a reduction of income taxes.
Tax reduction is urgently needed. I believe we can cut taxes substantially.
What presidents promise, Dreyfus delivers. And now Dreyfus brings you intermediate tax-exempt bond funds. High current yields with added stability. Plus, the income you earn is free of federal tax. Consider a hypothetical tax-exempt yield of 4.2%. In the 31% federal tax bracket, 4.2% tax-free is the equivalent of a 6.1% taxable yield. In the highest federal tax bracket, 4.2% tax-free is the equivalent of a 6.95% taxable yield. And if you live in these states, Dreyfus has intermediate bond funds tailored for you, free of federal and state taxes. Call 1-800-345-8500. For information, a prospectus, call today. 1-800-345-8500. Dreyfus, King of Tax-Exempt Funds.
Welcome back to Money Tonight.
If you're having a tough time figuring out what kind of insurance you need and how much you should be spending on it, well, you're just not alone. It's downright mind-boggling. Joining us now to help us out is consumer crusader Ralph Nader. He's out with a new book called Winning the Insurance Game. Mr. Nader joins us from our Washington bureau. Welcome to Money Tonight.
Thank you.
We are usually defensive about insurance, and we just listen to what they say, and we're arguing with them. How do we get on the offensive side?
Well, first of all, a lot of people are confused by insurance or deceived or sometimes defrauded because of the jargon and the technical way insurance is sold. And the reason why we wrote this book, Winning the Insurance Game, in a very consumer-friendly manner, is to equip people with the way to save hundreds of dollars on all the kinds of insurance that they buy. And they spend about 12 cents out of every consumer dollar on insurance: auto, health, life, property casualty, homeowners, etc. We have a list, for example, of insurance you should never buy. If you go into the insurance market, always ask the question, is the insurance I'm going to buy comprehensive, and does it deal with catastrophic loss? If that is your criteria, then you will never buy mortgage and credit insurance if you have a good life insurance policy. You'll never buy cancer insurance if you have a comprehensive health insurance policy. You won't buy contact lens insurance because it's not catastrophic coverage. And you won't buy life insurance if you're single and you don't plan to get married and have children. You know, you won't buy life insurance on your children's lives. So there's just a lot of insurance people are sold that they really should never buy.
there's also the question of who do you buy that insurance from?
Yes.
And the question of, do you just use the big companies or do you use some of the smaller names? And how do you make sure the company that you're buying, whatever insurance you're buying from them, is legitimate and is well backed and financially sound?
Well, almost every public library has material that will let you know whether a company has a good solvency and good credit rating. You can ask your state insurance commissioner in 50 states about it. But the Insurance Commissioner of California just came out with his annual survey, and the difference between auto insurance company prices giving you equal coverage is unbelievable. Geico, for example, was almost double another company's policy for equal coverage. So it's very important to shop around, to compare, to pick your insurance agent wisely, and always to project a demeanor that you know what you're doing, so you don't go down to your insurance company or agent, say, in effect, with silent language, take me, I'm yours. You're likely to be taken.
On a bigger issue, is there any way that we can push the insurance companies into making safer cars or safer environments so that the claims aren't that great and we don't end up paying such high rates?
That's a very good point, which we address in the book. Always expect your insurance companies to be your safety advocates, to keep their claims down and to keep you and your family safer. So, if you have an airbag car and you don't tell your agent, you might not get an auto insurance discount, which is already available for people with airbag-equipped cars or anti-theft devices. In fact, my co-author, Wesley Smith, went down to buy insurance a few years ago in Southern California for his two-car policy, and one insurance agent wanted to charge him $3,100, and he went down the street to another insurance agent for the same company. And the agent says, "Do you own your own house, Wesley?" And he said, "Yeah, as a matter of fact, I do." He said, "Well, that means $1,000 less on your auto insurance policy." You see how it works?
Yes.
You've got to know what to give, and this book is full of clear, consumer-friendly, large-type information.
Okay, well, we have some friendly consumers for you to talk to. Let's go to Susan in Texas first. Go ahead, Susan.
Hi, thanks for taking my call. My son was in an auto accident about 4 weeks ago. The other driver was in a rent-a-car. The other driver was cited, and now her two insurance companies are fighting over who's going to take the blame. My son's received nothing. They haven't looked at his car, which was totaled, and it's 4 weeks later. What can we do?
Well, first of all, that's what your agent should help you in doing, your insurance agent. Since I don't know the nature of your policy or what the particular wrinkles are in Texas, Texas has probably the best insurance commissioner in the United States, J. Robert Hunter, who is a consumer advocate here in Washington and former federal insurance commissioner. So you just contact him with your questions, and his staff will answer them for you. By the way, those of you who want to get this book, the address will be on the screen just very briefly, and it's hardback, only $10, and it's a $24 retail. We want to get this in people's hands.
All right, we have another call for you. Jack from New York. Hi, Jack.
Hi.
You have a question?
My health insurance company doesn't allow what doctors and surgeons charge me. They say they're more than, quote, reasonable charges, which I've checked out and they really aren't. What can I do about it?
Well, you're not alone. There are a lot of health insurance policies that will not cover doctor charges that they think are unreasonable. So if you think your doctor's charges are reasonable, there's a section in this book that shows you how to complain. You have a good paper trail. You go to the agent doesn't respond, go to the top of the company, send a copy of the letter to your insurance commissioner, to your members of Congress. They want to hear from you now because they're working on health insurance. A lot of health insurance companies, there's a recent article in the paper about this, are trying to shift more of the burden of paying for health care onto the patient, onto the policyholder, precisely by saying, well, these charges are unreasonable. If you think your charges are unreasonable for your doctor, go back to your doctor, tell him what your insurance company told you, and ask for a moderation or reduction of the doctor's fees.
Okay, let's go to Connie in New York next. Go ahead, Connie.
Yes, I was sold a whole life insurance policy by one of the largest insurance companies in America. And I'd like to know, I think deceptively, I'd like to know what I can do about that.
Well, again, I'd have to know more details. But one thing you can do is realize that your best bet is probably an annual renewable term life insurance. And the commission for whole life insurance is much larger for the agent. That's why the agent tries to always sell you whole life. First thing you do is you go to the agent, and put the questions to the agent. Just indicate you're going to go all the way on this. You're going to go to the insurance commissioner. You're going to go to the company executive. You might go to small claims court if you think you were subjected to deceptive practices. And this book, Winning the Insurance Game, gives you step-by-step advice on how to pursue your claim and how to avoid being subjected to these deceptive practices.
And the key is to be an educated consumer all the way around.
It makes such a tremendous difference. In fact, one way to use this book, if you don't want to master it or just use it as a reference, is take it down to the insurance company or agent and lay it ostentatiously on the desk of the agent, indicating that you know what he knows.
Ralph, thank you so much. We appreciate your being there, Ralph Nader. And Mr. Nader's book, Winning the Insurance Game, available by mail only. So here's the address for you, as promised. The Learning Research Project, P.O. Box 19312, Washington, D.C. 20036. The Learning Research Project, P.O. Box 19312, Washington, D.C. 20036. The price $10, and that includes the shipping and the handling. And on that note, that is all the time we have for tonight.
But tomorrow, another shocking example of government waste. Employment offices are supposed to find jobs for Americans, but an undercover investigation reveals their employees often don't even bother to come to work themselves. I'm Janice Lieberman.
And I'm Sue Herrera. Welcome back.
Thank you.
We'll see you tomorrow for Money Tonight. You're guaranteed to profit from tuning in.
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, a father and a grandfather, and I know kids have big dreams. As a parent, you want to help your children reach their dreams. But with college costs being what they are, the only way to make dreams possible for tomorrow is if you start to save today. One way to begin is with the Burger 100 and Burger 101 funds. Both require just $250 to get started. Both have earned Morningstar's highest possible rating, 5 stars overall. So you know they've been among the top performing mutual funds. To learn more, call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit complete with a prospectus. After all, kids will always have big dreams. We just like to help you make them come true.
Tonight, it's never politics as usual on Equal Time with Mary Matalin and exciting guests.
As a young man, he was never afraid to take chances, never afraid to push his dreams to the edge. Today, Rivera's a husband.
But there is a solution. For over 10 years, New Jersey has sold limited edition duck stamp prints to preserve the wetlands. Like coin and stamp collections, historically, these prints have appreciated in value. The first print set has increased in value by over 400%. Help save the wetlands by ordering this year's duck stamp and print. It's an investment for you that pays off for wildlife.
Funding for Discover New Jersey has been provided by the New Jersey Division of Travel and Tourism.
We're not taking aim at pigeons.
These are sporting planes.
And these aren't just kites.
They're works of art.
These aren't just cars.
They're an all-American tradition.
And Burlington isn't an ordinary city.
It's a historic area in the midst of a renaissance.
Join us as we discover New Jersey.
Hi, and welcome to Seven Springs Farm in Union Township, a working farm that's also a bed and breakfast. I'm Eric Luskin.
And I'm Sherry Hope Culver, standing in for Roz Miller Sparks. If you've always wanted to live on a farm, this is a great place to be.
There's nothing like a bed and breakfast to escape from the routines of everyday life.
Well, we need that too. It also gives you the chance to explore the beauty of the surrounding countryside.
Some people might feel lost traveling backcountry roads, but if you're looking for Pittstown, well, you've found it. When staying at the Seven Springs Bed and Breakfast, you'll find that in this seemingly serene backdrop, there's really a lot to see and do.
The hub of Pittstown is the historical Hoff's Mill Inn and Pub. It's a charming place to visit for great food.
The building was built around 1760s, around the 1760s. And it was originally a headquarters for the Quartermaster Corps during the Revolutionary War. At that time, it was an inn and a stagecoach stop. Also, the mail stopped here. We have a nice family clientele. Feature a brunch on Sundays. A lot of times, people will stop here before they go to Clinton and shop.
Not only does Clinton have great shopping, but it has the Hunterdon Art Center, housed in a landmark 1836 stone grist mill. Throughout the year, the Art Center exhibits artwork from many New Jersey artists like Michael Lenson. He was a prominent figure in the New Jersey artistic community for more than 40 years.
Just across the river, housed in the old mill, is the Clinton Historical Museum Center. The museum is one of New Jersey's premier institutions of regional culture and heritage, offering its visitors 150 years of Hunterdon County history. The Red Mill might seem familiar to you. It's one of the most photographed landmarks in New Jersey.
It's fun to romp about the historic sites. But if shopping is your game, then wander downtown and watch out for some very timely pieces.
We have some clocks that are pretty unusual. There's a table clock in the front of the store. It's about 42 inches in diameter. It's a real table. It's a functional table. All the cuckoo clocks are made in the Black Forest in Germany. And they're still handmade the way they were in the old days, almost the way they were in the old days. Today, they use some machine tools instead of all by hand. But they're all hand carved. There's no pressed wood or anything like that.
Clinton offers many interesting activities for all ages to enjoy. But if tranquil, serene settings are your desire, then just get in your car and drive along Route 513 that connects Pittstown and Clinton. Enjoy the countryside, and if the season's right, grab yourself some fresh New Jersey produce.
There's a lot of places to discover in New Jersey, so get out there, be adventurous, and put your map reading skills to the test. Something I'm pretty good at.
As you can see, folding them is a completely different story. Cousin Brucey recently put his marksmanship skills to the test when he tried his hand at sporting clays. All the fun of shooting, and nothing gets hurt.
Hello there. Listen, there's this new sport. Actually, it's an old sport called sporting clays. It originated in England about 100 years ago and arrived here in New Jersey a few years ago. It's a lot of fun. We're going to have a terrific day. I have to get dressed now to get ready for the sport. It'll only take a moment, I promise. Don't go away. I'll be back in a moment. See? Told you. That didn't take too long, did it? I'm here at the Big Spring Sporting Clay course, and... Oh, no. I'm not going hunting. I'm going to go target practicing. We're going to be shooting at clay targets. It's going to be fun, exciting, and entertaining. Let's go meet our instructor. Neil, excuse me. Cousin Brucey, you're my instructor.
Hello, Bruce. How
are you?
All right.
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm ready to go. What do I do?
All right. First things first.
Yes, sir.
Safety.
Well, that's a number one, and probably the most important, safety on the range. My instructor, Neil Chadwick, told me to keep the gun open, wear my earplugs, and put my shades on for eye protection.
Brilliant.
One question. Which way do I point the gun?
Get it high in the shoulder.
Well, now that I know everything there is to know, what is sporting clays?
Well, it can be competitive or it can be fun. Started in England about 100 years ago, throwing glass spheres filled with feathers to simulate birds. And this is exactly what we're going to do today.
And they're made of clay, these round...
That's right. They're clay targets, not live birds.
I'm ready to try.
Okay.
Can we try one?
All right, let's go.
Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Okay, Jack. Ho! That really was my first shot. Now, I'm ready to take on the champion. This is Denise Losty. Not only is she the U.S. 1991 female champion, but she is also the 8th-ranked female in the world.
Good shot, well done.
Well, it just looked like fun one day, so we went out and started shooting, and the more I did it, the more I liked it, and I just enjoyed getting out and breaking the targets.
Now, what I love most about sporting clays is that you move around. You shoot from 10 different stations with different kind of clay targets. My favorite target, and especially, is the rabbit. What does it actually do? It goes on the ground?
Along the ground. We might get a bounce, depends whether it's a stone or a root or whatever. We might get a bounce.
I have an idea. You go first.
Okay.
Hold your hats. The roof is about to tumble in. Holy cats. The walls and floors are tumbling.
No problem.
Whole gang's whooping up whoop-de-doo.
I've never had anybody shoot here that didn't break at least one target out of 50. I have customers from 10 years old to 80.
It's something women definitely can do. Women play golf, women play tennis. They do everything, and this is just another sport.
Oh! Hey, looks like a lot of fun, huh? And you want to join us? All right. We went to Big Spring Sporting Clays in Sussex County. And there are several other courses in southern New Jersey. Now remember, safety plus concentration equals a terrific fun day. Look, obviously, my cousins, sporting clays is not for everybody. But if you want to learn something new, you want to have a terrific time and meet great people, and you get very close to people doing sporting clays, this is for you. I wonder where they're going to send me in Discover New Jersey next time. Who knows? It could be anywhere. See you then. Now listen, I want to try something tough. You see that thing up in the tree over there? I would like to go up there and cut myself.
That cousin Brucey always has such a blast. When Discover New Jersey continues, we'll hunt for treasures in Haddonfield.
And we're also going to catch the wind with some creative kites. Now here's some wonderful family activities throughout New Jersey you'll want to take note of. For a free, beautiful New Jersey travel guide, call 1-800-JERSEY-7, extension 910. It's dangerous when we both know the same songs. Eric, you know, I would love to have a pond like this, but in my backyard.
It's a pity you didn't get one for a wedding present.
Yes, it is.
This is the time of year when many people choose to tie the knot.
Well, speaking of those wedding gifts and tying your stomach in knots, don't worry. Trisha Bowman has the perfect answer. You can just head for Haddonfield.
Haddonfield is an art lover's dream. There are at least 5 galleries within a 2-block radius. So I knew that this was a perfect place to shop for my brother Bill's wedding present.
We've owned N.K. Thane Gallery for, I think it's close to 5 years now. I think the nature of the gallery has, of course, changed with the way we view art and American craft.
We have about 500 artists from all over the United States and many local artists as well. Jerry Knott, who's a portrait artist, he does something very special and unique.
He goes out on location and paints your home. And he frames it and mats it and delivers it here to the gallery and at a very reasonable price. Hello.
That's gorgeous.
Oh, isn't it?
Can I draw that on, please?
Sure. It's turquoise. Comes from New Mexico.
I'll take it.
Oh, it's yours.
My next stop is the Markham Art Center.
Being an artist myself, it's hard to find an outlet or a venue to reach the public, and here at Markham we have that for artists. The artists also are able to sell their work here, and being that we're accessible and to the public, that people can come in and not feel intimidated buying a piece of, or even a first piece of art. They're original pieces of art that people can buy and for their collections.
It is so exciting to be here for a pre-opening of a gallery. The Artist Cooperative Gallery is owned by 4 artists and opened in October of 1993.
We opened this shop to try to bring the arts to the Haddonfield area and try to promote the art of Haddonfield and New Jersey. All we handle is originals so that it's art from the artist to the people.
Artifacts Handcrafts Gallery is a gallery established to showcase American artists, American handcraft artists who are working in the United States today.
Oh, this is so unique. But I don't think it'll fit with my brother's living room decor.
Well, a work of art stands on its own and doesn't necessarily have to match a specific decor.
I love it. I'll take it. But for myself.
Great.
Haddonfield is easy to get to. Take exit 32 off Route 295, or just hop on the speed line.
We are in By Hand Fine Craft Gallery. Everything is handcrafted and everything is American. Our collection is always changing. Our things are very unique and one of a kind. The artist is from California.
Oh, it's just
She collects the feathers and they're all dyed.
Just beautiful.
How do I look? Oh, great!
This is so special.
What a wonderful day of gallery shopping. I have found so many wonderful things, but none I really want to give away. Sorry, Bill. Excuse me, do you know where the high speed line is?
1 block down the street.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Haddonfield is a great place to look for artwork.
You're right, but a gallery isn't the only place to find a great work of art. Producer Lynn Kosick-Brown says all you have to do is look up.
Go fly a kite and send it soaring up.
Kite festivals are taking the country by storm, and these colorful competitions are truly spectacular.
It's amazing. I mean, it's breathtaking, the things that you'll see.
There are 4 levels of stunt kite flyers: novice, intermediate, experienced, and masterclass.
Over the past 4 years, I've done quite well, and now myself, I'm a masterclass kite flyer. It's kind of therapy for me. I have a tough job, and I have a lot of stress, and it's great stress reliever. It's a great physical workout. I don't go to the gym. I just go out and fly my kite.
And the kites people compete with are very high-tech.
With the new equipment to make kites out of, it's from the NASA program, it certainly improved the art of flying kites, and they fly in almost any condition now.
The latest innovation in kite flying comes in the shape of a buggy. Fritz Gramkowski of Haddonfield is one of the top riders in the country.
You'll fly the kite with your 2 hands, and then you steer with your feet. It's pretty easy to control. I like the buggies because I like to go fast. I've gotten up to around 50 miles per hour.
Peter Dolphin is a master kite maker who travels around the world to exhibit at festivals.
Last year we were in India, went to Bombay and Ahmedabad. In France, we play to about 75,000 people.
The basement in his Merchantville home is now a workshop where he sews and designs monumental kites that range from 7 feet to more than 300 feet in length.
That's my style. Big, bold, and spectacular, I guess. Recently, I just finished doing the King Tut kite. That was very enjoyable because everything was in gold and it was just a fun kite to make. One of my favorite pieces and probably one of my bigger claims to fame is the arch ribbon, the rainbow. That idea came to me when I was in a kite festival in France a few years ago. Right now we have very, very little wind. Maybe only 1-2 miles an hour. But it'll gust up till about 10-15, like right now. And now it's kicked in. Now it's kicking in. Now it's kicking in.
Flying a dolphin kite is no easy feat, especially when it comes to the Soul Train.
It's a series of 5 kites of dead rock and roll singers. And what I've done is black and white studies of their faces And it includes Jim Morrison, Jim Hendrix, Janis Joplin, Frank Zappa, and John Lennon. These fly on a single line and really can develop quite a tremendous amount of pull. We have to use a 1,000-pound test line.
And for this general contractor, what began as a hobby is now an all-consuming passion.
I seem to have had a lot of success with it, and I love to do it, so as long as I have that combination, I'll keep making kites.
This is the time of year when there are kite festivals everywhere, so keep your eyes open and your heads up.
When Discover New Jersey continues, we'll explore a Renaissance city.
And we'll roll out some soapbox racers. Stay tuned.
Here's more fun fare for you, your family, and friends coming up in New Jersey. For a free, beautiful New Jersey travel guide, call 1-800-JERSEY-7, extension 910.
Care for some fresh mint?
Oh, I see that.
On a beautiful farm like this, it's easy to see why they call New Jersey the Garden State.
Right, the countryside is beautiful, but so are all the historic towns and cities across the state. I found that out when I went to South Jersey with a friend to the city of Burlington.
Oh, well, this is a lovely town.
This is quite a surprise, having never been here before.
I
would
know.
never expected all these colonial buildings.
I wonder if they're all old original bricks. There's plenty of small stores to browse through on High Street, full of bric-a-brac and unusual items you can't find at a shopping mall.
Oh, Sherry, we have to stop here. I made a dollhouse like that.
You made one like
Well,
that?
not exactly, but quite a lot like it. A little bit bigger. And look at
than
at
that.
the furniture.
Oh,
Isn't
wow.
that wonderful?
Behind every facade on High Street lies a little bit of the city of Burlington's history.
James Fenimore Cooper, the first great American novelist, was born in this house in 1789. These really are the floors that James Fenimore Cooper toddled around on when he was less than a year old.
Cooper's birthplace is part of the Burlington County Historical Society complex. Our tour guide, Lois Ulrich, showed us a one-of-a-kind, handwritten book created to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the publishing of The Last of the Mohicans in 1926. Next door is the birthplace and home of another great American hero.
This is the front parlor of the Captain James Lawrence house.
It was Captain Lawrence who said those famous words, "Don't give up the ship," which are now our Navy's motto, just before he died of wounds received in battle.
Sherry, is that Burlington Island over there?
Yep, according to the map, it is definitely Burlington Island, and
This area is steeped in history from the time this country was first settled. The city of Burlington is easy to drive to. It's just 15 miles south of Trenton, off Route 130 on the banks of the Delaware River. We learned a lot about this area's rich heritage when we visited Hoskins House, home of the City of Burlington's Historical Society.
This is a great house. This is beautiful.
City historian Dr. Nicholas Kamaris is proud to keep Burlington's history alive.
Our heritage is our future as well as our past, and we haven't forgotten that we were established in 1677. We are the second oldest community in all of New Jersey, and we're proud of that.
This was restored by
Society members are definitely guardians of their past. They saved Hoskins House from demolition, and the furniture is a potpourri of artifacts found in local homes. Some were donated, some bought, and all saved from leaving the city and its surrounding areas.
Well, that was really fun, Sherry. What a great place. I am really hungry now. Are you hungry?
Oh, I'm always hungry. I'm going to go across the street. I heard that the cafe gallery is great.
Okay, good.
Oh,
wonderful.
Oh, that lobster looks great. Oh, this looks delicious. How's yours?
Excellent.
Actually, it's two businesses in one, a gourmet restaurant with a spectacular view of the Delaware. It's also an art gallery.
People will come in here and look at artwork that wouldn't dream of going into an exclusive gallery.
By the way, if your taste buds lean more toward Americana,
you should try the famous Burlington Diner, a landmark in the area.
I would never have expected Brant to have made a visit to Burlington.
After lunch, we strolled down Wood Street to take in some more historical sights and work off some calories at the same time. Little did I know what was in store for me at the end of Memory Lane.
Oh, no, Grace.
This is a once in a while. You gotta do it for me.
Oh, man,
Come on,
this is
Jimmy, my
friendship.
day complete.
Oh, man.
All right, there it is.
Okay.
Great.
You know, I've done a lot of fun things for Discover New Jersey, but this isn't one of them. After that experience, I definitely needed a sugar lift. That's right, any excuse for an ice cream sundae. This is really an Oh, God, this is good. There's only one way I know how to top off this day, and that's a trip to the Burlington Coat Factory to shop till we drop. Well, what do you think?
Well, not bad, not bad. Keep trying.
This is the one. The perfect hat, the perfect shoes.
Would still not be right.
This is the one.
Terrific, I love it.
That was some day out. A little culture, a lot of food, and you still managed to find the energy to shop.
Oh, Eric, I can always find the energy to do a little shopping. But if you want to see some real energy, you should take a look at the kids who entered the Soapbox Derby in Englewood.
The month of May means it's festival time in Englewood, and the main attraction is New Jersey's one and only Soapbox Derby.
This is the Northern New Jersey Regional Soapbox Derby. And what we do is we allow children to go out and solicit sponsors to sponsor a car for them to be in the car. And then the town goes out and solicits sponsors. And we go to the public and private school systems in the town of Englewood, and let all the children enter a lottery. And we try to pick one child from each school, so each school system in town is represented. This is part of the All-American Soapbox Derby. The winner of this race will actually go to Akron, Ohio to compete against all the champs throughout the country to see who's the champion in this division. This is the stock car division.
It's like everybody goes down a hill like 4 times and then that's it.
We helped put it together, putting in the screws, and it was kind of difficult, but we managed.
I hate the helmet. I'm gonna tuck my head down all the way so I can't even see, and then I'm gonna try and close in all the air on the sides and hope.
Many of the racers don't realize how lucky they are. Before Englewood, New Jersey hadn't had a soapbox derby in over 30 years.
Ready, set, go!
Derby drivers range from 9 to 12 years old. All the cars weigh the same, and drivers can't exceed 110 pounds. It's the driver with the straightest run who will usually win the race.
Go!
Drivers compete by twos in a double elimination tournament. The competition is fast, but the emphasis is on fun. For most of the drivers, it's their first time behind the wheel. George Retterboff comes to Englewood representing the All-American Soapbox Derby. His job is to check all Derby safety standards, including how Mom and Dad put the car together.
The car comes pre-drilled and pre-cut. All you have to do is assemble it. It can be put together with a screwdriver, a hammer, and a drill. Well, the thing about Soapbox Derby is it's a family sport. It's not like Little League or soccer where they drop off their kids to have fun. Here you have to be with the kids in order to run them and help them with the car, put it on the ramps, and cheer the kid on.
So if you want to cheer on the racers at New Jersey's only Soapbox Derby, find yourself a steep hill and cruise into Englewood. There's music, family fun, and who knows, you might get to meet a future racing champ.
We wish our winners well in the national competition. Go get them, boys and girls.
We had a great time here in Union Township. We'd like to thank everyone at Seven Springs Farm, too. I'm Sherry Hope Culver.
And I'm Eric Luskin. Come spend a weekend in the scenic part of Hunterdon County. See you next time on Discover New Jersey.
fabulous.
Now, you don't
Talk about a bad hair day.
You don't have the key for this or anything, right?
No,
Look
this
at it,
is...
my head won't even fit in this thing.
But if I put my head down, I won't be able to look at the camera. And
True,
I
how's
it
that?
doesn't matter to you, but I'm really uncomfortable.
Mom!
What a wonderful day of gallery shopping.
I have found so many things, but none I really want to give away to my brothers for my,
Oh, there's a piece in there. It's gorgeous. Can I try that on?
You certainly may. What happened to it? There you are.
It's in the box. And what's that supposed to mean?
For more information on the places and events we've just discovered and for a free travel guide, call 1-800-JERSEY-7, extension 910.
Funding for Discover New Jersey has been provided by the New Jersey Division of Travel and Tourism.
There is only one television station that reaches everyone in New Jersey, and that's NJN, the New Jersey Channel. NJN reaches out with unique and relevant programming that keeps all citizens of New Jersey up to date, no matter what the subject. NJN educates our children, informs our citizens, and celebrates high school and college sports and the best of New Jersey's arts. I urge you to reach out to NJN now and lend your financial support to your New Jersey channel.
This is an NJN News Minute with Kent Manahan.
The ongoing debate over education funding will come to a head before the state Supreme Court on Monday, when the justices hear arguments in the long-awaited Abbott versus Burke school funding case. Officials of the Bergen County town of Fort Lee say the municipality is in financial trouble, and they plan deep worker and service cuts to save millions. Democratic town fathers are pinning the blame on Governor Whitman for withdrawing what they say is badly needed state aid. And the governors of New Jersey and Pennsylvania were at Portside today on the Delaware River for the inaugural meeting of the ports of Philadelphia and Camden, a new bi-state agency dedicated to port unification. The weather, it should brighten tomorrow when sunshine returns to the Garden State. Join us weeknights.
This News Minute was made possible by the New Jersey Association of Realtors, assisting you in buying and selling a home in New Jersey.
Hi, I'm Hella Young, and here are tonight's winning New Jersey lottery numbers.
Our readers make money. Call 1-800-425-9933. Get a full year of Individual Investor for just $29.95 and receive free the Complete Investor Series Plus, the Magic 25, the top stocks to own in 1994. 1-800-425-9933.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Janice Lieberman. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Tonight, are your tax dollars hard at work or hardly working? An undercover investigation of government waste that may shock you.
And a look at low-dose drugs that may save you unpleasant side effects and money.
This year, $25 billion of your tax dollars will be spent on job programs. But tonight, an undercover investigation reveals dramatic evidence that some of that money is going right down the drain.
Everyone agrees that retraining workers, providing new skills is essential to our nation's economic health. But as Dateline NBC's Brian Ross discovers, good intentions are falling victim to red tape and worse.
These pictures were made with a Dateline hidden camera at 3:30 in the afternoon as a laid-off worker and his friend entered the Hudson County, New Jersey Office of Employment and Training.
I come to find out something about job training.
Under a federal job training program, 59 people paid with taxpayers' money are supposed to work here, and the office is supposed to be open until 5 o'clock. But at 3:30 on a Monday afternoon last month, there was no one left who could help the man in the hat.
What does it represent?
Job training.
The job training. Okay, they're not here right now. They're gone from you. You have to come back tomorrow morning.
A full hour and a half before closing time, and the job training bureaucrats have left their jobs early. Later that week in the same building, this is what we found at another federal program, this one designed to match up jobs with job seekers. Empty desks, The phone ringing off the hook, no one home. And these pictures were taken at 10:30 in the morning. This year, the federal government will spend some $25 billion in taxpayers' money for all kinds of programs to help people get jobs. A lot of the money goes to local politicians to set up job training programs like the one here in Hudson County, New Jersey. But all too often, as we found in a 3-month Dateline investigation, what that money really gets is jobs for bureaucrats. Bureaucrats who are hardly working. And the way the billions in jobs money are being spent angers leaders of communities all over the country where the lack of jobs hurts the most.
So our president is talking about training someone, but the training never gets down to you and me.
Howard Inman works in New York with a church finance group called the Industrial Areas Foundation, which has been conducting its own investigation of one program in particular.
The Job Training Partnership Act that we have investigated is a sham. It doesn't work. It doesn't train anybody to do anything.
The anger in our organization is that the great lie is that these programs are there and no one is willing to take advantage of it.
What do you mean?
They claim that we, being the Harlems of this country, are not interested in work. We're not interested in jobs. We are lazy about that, but that's not true.
What Inman says is true is what happened to 48-year-old Lenny Dean, who we met through Inman's church group, 1 year to the month after he had first signed up for job training. What kind of help did you get?
Well, in the beginning, I got none.
Dean applied for job training after he and about 100 others were laid off last year from this Exxon refinery in New Jersey.
Came in, I took a 4-hour test, and that was it.
What happened after you took the test?
Nothing. They never called me, and every time I called them, the party I was supposed to speak to, he was not there, or he wasn't available. And after a while, I just gave up.
They must have sent you a letter or contacted you?
No.
Nothing?
Nothing at all.
So this March, we asked Lenny Dean to try again, to go back to the same federal job training program in Jersey City that had ignored him. This time wearing a hidden Dateline camera, so we could see firsthand how people are treated by the bureaucracy.
I can't understand why I don't have one Exxon here, and they tell me that these certifications got lost.
Job training counselor Ray Hines told Dean he was on sick leave last year when a number of laid-off Exxon workers were lost in the system.
But I have to apologize for the staff members, Mr. Dean, because, hey man, I don't know. Does it show in there that I was here and took the test and everything? No.
And what Dean found was an overwhelming bureaucratic maze that experts say exists nationwide.
It happens, man.
First, they couldn't even find his name.
I just want to know what happened to them.
Then they found his name, but they couldn't find his file.
Your folder's got to be here.
And finally, the counselor said he would take care of it all the first thing the next morning.
First thing on my agenda, okay? Okay. I was told that I would receive a call on Tuesday. On Tuesday, I didn't receive a call. On Wednesday, I didn't receive a call. So on Thursday, I went back down there.
Where the job training shuffle continued.
Jesse, did we find something for Mr. Dean?
This time, no one could find the placement test Dean took last year.
We couldn't find it, and I tore the place up. What about...
Then, moments later, they found the test. And in a final example of just how this office works, the test results which showed Dean had failed.
I said, it can't be my test. He said, oh, yes, this is yours. I said, bull. He looked at it again and said, well, maybe it's not fully graded. Let me check.
Not fully graded?
Right. And he came back and he said, I'm sorry, they hadn't finished grading it.
So you went from flunking the test because they hadn't fully graded?
I went from being almost illiterate to being someone that could read just about anything. Anything can get lost here. You never lost anything?
Neither the counselor, Ray Hines, nor his bosses wanted to appear on Dateline. But they told us that while there are lots of people they do help, mistakes do happen, and the staff had been overworked.
Inefficient, mismanaged, inept, and it's uncaring. It doesn't care. That's why when you visited those various sites in New Jersey, you got the runaround. You got that kind of loose organization.
We're talking about billions of
You're
dollars.
talking about billions of dollars that's designed to service a clientele. The only thing it does is provide jobs for bureaucrats.
And federal investigators familiar with the job training program say it is a national problem in many other cases involving a lot more than just bureaucratic ineptness.
Literally every crime you could think of: mail fraud, wire fraud, false statements, arson, political corruption, racketeering, extortion, bribery. And I could go on.
In the jobs program?
Yes, sir.
Mike Trewergy ought to know. He's in charge of investigating.
House for girls who went all the way.
I took out
3 for your bonus Value Line Investors Library and 10 weeks of crucial Value Line updates. Call now and you'll also get every investor's guide to Wall Street words as an extra bonus. That's 800-472-7753. Call now.
Hi, everyone. I'm Janice Lieberman.
And I'm Sue Herrera. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Coming up tonight, on the eve of what could be the next big rise in interest rates, we'll have crucial advice for the small investor.
Also, allegations of a deathbed ripoff. We'll look into charges that a company is taking advantage of the terminally ill.
And we'll show you how that bargain airfare could turn into cheap seats at the airport waiting room.
Well, they have a terminal illness and don't know how that they will pay their bills. So many sick patients are selling their life insurance policies while they're living to collect the benefits before they die.
It's called viatical insurance, and when it works, it's great. But in tonight's Steals and Deals investigation, we found one company that allegedly bought policies from dying patients and never paid up.
One does not know what tomorrow will bring. That is, will you have enough money to get by?
Doug Sharp lives in San Francisco. He says he can't work any longer because he's infected with HIV. He finds it hard to keep up with mounting medical bills and expensive medication. Sharp says he was impressed by the compassionate sales pitch of a company called Credit Life Corporation. As they show in this video, Credit Life is in the business of providing viatical insurance, promising the terminally ill a chance to sell their life insurance while they're living, instead of collecting when they die.
Maintaining a healthy lifestyle, too, is another battle that those who are infected must fight.
Sharp says he handed over his policy to Credit Life and found out later they didn't have the cash to pay him. He was apparently not the only one left with empty pockets. The Florida State Attorney General launched his own investigation.
People that will take advantage of someone with a terminal disease like AIDS with a scam, I mean, that to me is the most horrendous offender.
Sharp says Credit Life took his $50,000 insurance policy, making them the beneficiary should Sharp die. Sharp was promised $25,000 for the deal. Instead, he says all he got was a big runaround.
I was outraged at the idea of, here is a party who will be the beneficiary of my death, that they have and own my policy, lock, stock, and barrel, and they were accelerating my demise.
Credit Life says the financial investor who was supposed to come up with the money backed out at the last minute. And Credit Life maintains they fulfilled all their original contract obligations.
Yes, the Attorney General does have an investigation ongoing. Nobody has been defrauded. Not one of the clients has not been paid in full, or that we have not brokered off to other sources.
Money woes are only a part of Credit Life's trouble with state investigators. The Attorney General says Credit Life's ads were full of lies.
His advertisement was terrible, was totally wrong. They made you even believe that that they were a bank, that they had $10 billion behind them.
Tory Cooper maintains he's innocent and said this is just a ploy by the Attorney General's office and his competitors to put him out of business. Credit Life is under a court order prohibiting it from engaging in unfair practices. Yet when we asked Tory Cooper about his future plans, he admitted to getting back into the viatical business.
Yes, we are accepting new business, not under Credit Life Corporation.
Under what name?
Well, I do not wish to divulge that presently. But
Credit Life, I could not even mention their name without showing an anger, a frustration. The very fact, if they're still in business, I would have trouble with that.
We should add that Doug Sharp got some money from Credit Life after the Attorney General intervened, and Credit Life was forced to return his policy, which he was then able to sell to another viatical company.
So how do you know if a viatical company is on the up and up?
You should check with the Insurance Commission. You should check with the Better Business Bureau. You should ask if your money is in escrow, and if it is in escrow, ask to see that statement. Don't just take their word for it, because here they had trouble with it. They haven't been around a long time.
Are they regulated by the Insurance Commission, or are they regulated by the state in any way?
Only 4 states regulate viatical insurance, so it's not a new insurance, but it's just coming into light now. So you have to go with a very, very reputable company.
That's absolutely true. Okay. Moving on tonight, potential bad news for travelers. Some low-priced airline tickets will not get you off the ground. You're probably familiar with frequent flyer programs. You build up air miles, they give you free tickets. With many of those programs, you can give that ticket away, but the airlines frown on you selling it. Asa Aarons has more.
Terry McGraw recently received a $5,000 lesson about ticket brokers. He planned to take his wife and mother to Australia and bought United Airline tickets from Darien Travel. Not an agent, but a ticket broker advertising in the New York Times. Terry sent a check for $5,200. The airline tickets listing his family's name were dropped off the night before departure. But the next day at the gate,
she said, "I'm awfully sorry, these tickets have been fraudulently issued. They are not valid."
Terry had to charge an additional $7,000 in tickets to board the plane. Later, United explained his original tickets were issued on a Mileage Plus members account, then resold to him, a process strictly prohibited by the airline. As for the broker,
a guy claims he paid you several $1,000s for plane tickets that turned out to be no good.
Eli Darien runs his business from a corner of his Palisades, New Jersey apartment. He says he regularly deals in third-party tickets, and customers like Terry usually have no problem.
As far as the United Airlines concerned, they were not supposed to know how much you pay for a ticket.
Eli blames the airline policy, which allows you to transfer a ticket for free but prohibits you from selling it. He says Terry will have to deal with United.
I wash my hand and I stopped doing this kind of ticket anymore.
Terry also blames the airline.
They have issued tickets in my name through a broker and failed to honor them. And I am left holding the bag.
United's response is that ticket brokers are engaged in activities they consider immoral and possibly illegal. If you plan to take advantage of the discounts provided by ticket brokers, remember.
I think it's very important, crucial if it were, to use a credit card. It gives you an extra means of support if in fact the tickets are not delivered or are found to be fraudulent, then you get your money back.
Remember, what is prohibited is the resale of frequent flyer tickets. Those people who do it should not be confused with legitimate ticket consolidators, or bucket shops as they're sometimes called, that regularly offer legitimately discounted seats. Darien, by the way, says he will never deal in resold frequent flyer tickets ever again. Sue?
And investors everywhere are holding their collective breath, waiting to see if interest rates go up tomorrow. That's when the Federal Reserve Board will meet and announce their decision. If you have money invested, you will be affected by the outcome. So for tonight's Money Talk segment, Jordan Goodman joins us. He is the Wall Street correspondent for Money Magazine and a regular columnist with advice for the small investor. Nice to see you again.
Nice to be with you again, Sue.
Let's talk a little bit about how investors, the average and small investor, have been investing up until now. What's the trend, Ben?
Well, the trend is in stocks. They're seeing it as a buying opportunity, and they've been coming in very heavily, particularly to aggressive stocks and also international stocks. They say, wow, if something's on a price break down 10%, I'll buy more of it. The opposite's been happening in bonds. In the bond market, they've been selling quite aggressively. Something like $8 billion came out of these funds during April period, and they've continued to redeem so far in May.
And a lot of investors who went for utilities and utility funds in particular, thinking, I mean, they're the so-called widow and orphan investment.
Got some pretty unhappy widows and orphans out there, I'll tell you, because the utility funds are down 30% from their peak in September. Now, people thought because they have a high dividend yield, they wouldn't get hit. They're really almost like a long-term bond today. Very, very volatile. And in fact, a lot of people are still selling utility funds, even though they're down so sharply.
All right, so do you think the Fed is going to raise interest rates tomorrow? And if so, how do you change your investment strategy as the small investor?
Yes, I think they are going to raise it probably a half point, is what my guess, because they want to get this over with. I disagree with some other people that they're going to continue to raise it. I think inflation is under control, and at a certain point, if they say this is it, we're not going to go anymore, then you'll have an enormous rally in the market, because that's what people are waiting for. They can't stand the uncertainty. Now, as far as what individual investors should do, you're right. They should. This is a different environment now than we've had over the last 3 years. When interest rates are falling and stock markets are going up around the world, it's much more fun than when rates are rising and the markets are falling. You have to adjust, though. That means being more conservative in your bonds, particularly, not long-term bonds. You should do short to intermediate-term bonds where you're going to be hurt less if rates rise. And the stock side also be more conservative.
What about going overseas? Because interest rates are going down in Europe. They're going up here. Should the small investor look at perhaps an international fund? Or?
I think it does make sense, but the best kind of funds are the broad-based international funds going around the world. Don't do these regional funds. And the best example is this. Last year, remember, the hot funds were Latin America and all these emerging markets. This year, they've been the worst performer. The best has been Italy. They had a new government come in. You couldn't have predicted that. So by having a good fund that's well diversified, they're going to be able to pick the markets for you that an individual really can't do.
So perhaps don't look at a country fund, but look at one that invests in many
broad global
countries.
or international fund. They'll do much better for you.
Jordan, thank you so much for joining us tonight, Jordan Goodman. And incidentally, if you'd like to know more, Jordan Goodman has written a book. It is available at a 20% discount. It is called Everyone's Money Book, and you can call 800-915-9966, 800-915-9966 for that book. The price is $20. Janice?
And if you want to get more for your money, a good place to get a deal these days is at your local restaurant. We'll tell you why. And a big screen adventure gets us sprucing up. That and more when Money Tonight continues.
Today's consumer tip is sponsored by Visa.
For more credit card tips, call for a free Visa Owner's Manual at 1-800-VISA-511.
Oh, it's so cute.
Excuse me, could you take a picture of us with Roro over there?
If you take off to the Italian town of Todi, but your camera just takes off, where'd they go? You better have Visa Gold, because there's not a camera store there that takes American Express.
There's a great shot.
Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
My wife and I are talking about having kids, and my wife says to me, why is it the woman who always has to stay at home? Why not the man? And I said to her, if you can find a job that pays for the house, pays for the car, and pays for the food, I'll quit my job and work out of the house.
Staples has everything you need to start yourself over again. The guaranteed low price on computers, furniture, pencils, and over 5,000 other items. Staples. Yeah, we've got that.
When it comes to your financial future, Fortis can help protect you and those you love. Fortis, a worldwide financial services company $46 billion strong. A powerful choice for mutual funds, life and health insurance, employee benefits. A name you can trust around the world and right in your own backyard. Fortis, solid answers for a changing world.
Investors Business Daily readers have the highest income and net worth of any American business newspaper or weekly business magazine. That's according to Mendelsohn Media Research. Now, why do you think people who can afford any business publication read Investors Business Daily? Because we're the only national business newspaper with exclusive information for people who want to make money.
Receive 2 free weeks plus a free audio tape. Call 1-800-767-5900. That's 1-800-767-5900.
Tonight on Equal Time from Philadelphia is the curtain closing on America's cities. Philadelphia Mayor Edward Rendell speaks out about crime, homelessness, and the environment. Are the problems of Philadelphia the problems of the nation? That's tonight on Equal Time from Philadelphia. On Tim Russert. Does the spin on the news depend upon who lives in this house? This man thinks so. Conservative media critic Brent Bozell talks about political bias and the media. That's next on Tim Russert.
Every night, it's the best talk coast to coast with Tom Snyder, only on CNBC.
margarine may not be fulfilling its promise of being better than butter for your heart. A public health journal says trans fatty acids formed whenever vegetable oil is hardened into a spread may be responsible for 30,000 deaths a year. The subject is controversial, but the best current advice seems to be diet margarine is healthier than butter, and the best bet to limit all intake of fats at all. Easier said than done. So
Easier said than done, exactly. Well, some good news here if you like to eat out. More than likely, the experience won't take a big bite out of your wallet. Scott Cohn joins us from our Chicago bureau with that story. Evening, Scott. I like this idea.
Not bad at all, is it, Sue? The NRA, that's the National Restaurant Association, says that menu prices barely budged last year, lower than the rate of inflation for everything else. Why? Because you asked for it. Lunch American style. Business is booming at fast food places like this one.
Best is good. It's got to be good.
This year, for the first time ever, according to industry projections, sales of fast food are on pace to surpass sales at full-service restaurants. The reason? Americans are obsessed with value.
Here, ma'am. Thanks. Thank you.
Full-service restaurants, which are trying to compete, are under pressure to keep their prices low, too. Enormous pressure, according to those who follow the business.
We've never in the history of our watching the industry seen operators so concerned with keeping menu prices the same or finding ways to create specials.
This is the National Restaurant Association trade show, where restaurant operators from around the world come in search of that special edge. What they're looking for this year? More for less. More food, bigger portions,
Chocolate suicide now.
gooier desserts.
You don't want to be disappointed when you have a dessert and you invest in those calories.
Even the plates are bigger. 12-inch wide plates are all the rage this year instead of the usual 10.
Today, the emphasis is on value. People want to pay a little bit less, and they want to get more food.
Restaurant owners still need to make a living, so the experts say this trend won't last forever. But for now, the owners are convinced they can't cut back. The best course for those who like to eat out? Relax and enjoy. And perhaps the best part of all of this, according to the consultants that follow this industry, is that while the portions are getting bigger and the prices are getting smaller, quality doesn't seem to be suffering. It seems this industry is so competitive that restaurateurs can't afford to let customers go away with a bad taste in their mouth.
No pun intended, of course. Now, Scott, you know, we've all heard that the economy is getting a little bit better here and there, and especially in parts of the Midwest. So why are consumers so tight with their money these days?
Well, the restaurateurs would like to know that too, but they think what is going on is that people are still just a little bit shell-shocked from the recession. They kind of traded down to fast food when times were tough, and they stuck with it a bit.
Okay, makes sense. Thanks, Scott. Nice to see you as always. Scott Cohn live from our Chicago bureau. Meantime, after a car crash, one viewer found the insurance company wouldn't pay a dime. We'll tell you what the answer man did about that when we return.
And charges of government waste and mismanagement in the national parks that, of course, cost us a lot of money. We'll be right back.
This is CNBC.
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, a father and a grandfather, and I know kids have big dreams. As a parent, you want to help your children reach their dreams. But with college costs being what they are, the only way to make dreams possible for tomorrow is if you start to save today. One way to begin is with the Burger 100 and Burger 101 funds. Both require just $250 to get started. Both have earned Morningstar's highest possible rating, 5 stars overall. So you know they've been among the top performing mutual funds. To learn more, call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit complete with a prospectus. After all, kids will always have big dreams. We just like to help you make them come true.
Just down Sunset and up the incredible California coast is Wolfgang Puck's latest culinary creation, granita. It's a touch of the Mediterranean with a dash of the Pacific. And if you go there, bring your appetite for travel and your Visa card.
It's Belbeck.
Because Wolfgang's grilled prawns will take you to the Mediterranean, but Granito won't take American Express.
I love to cook, and I love to eat even more.
Visa, it's everywhere you want to be.
I am anxious to have taxes reduced.
I favor reduction in taxes.
Tax reduction is urgently needed. I believe we can cut taxes substantially.
What presidents promise, Dreyfus delivers. And now Dreyfus brings you intermediate tax-exempt bond funds. High current yields with added stability. Plus, the income you earn is free of federal tax. Consider a hypothetical tax-exempt yield of 4.7%. In the 31% federal tax bracket, a 4.7% tax-free yield is the equivalent of a 6.81% taxable yield. In the highest federal tax bracket, a 4.7% tax-free yield is the equivalent of a 7.78% taxable yield. And if you live in these states, Dreyfus has intermediate bond funds tailored for you, free of federal and state income taxes. Call 1-800-621-5291. For information, a prospectus, call today, 1-800-621-5291. Dreyfus, King of Tax-Exempt Funds.
Yet another example of government waste and mismanagement. That, according to a new report out today, the federal government reportedly is losing hundreds of millions of dollars a year on concession fees at national parks. Joe Johns has more.
The Senate subcommittee report says that last year, concessions like ski resorts, hotels, and stores on federally owned lands made $2.3 billion in sales. But the government realized a return of less than $57 million. Senator William Cohen says there's great demand for services on federal lands, and the government should do a better job of cashing in.
We ought to take advantage of that demand and at least extract from the concessionaires who are making all the profit some reasonable return to the federal taxpayer.
But some say if the government puts the squeeze on vendors, vendors will put the squeeze on tourists.
But I think our taxpayers need to become increasingly sensitive to those costs because they are going to be passed on to the consumer in everything we do.
Lawmakers have started looking at ways to reform the process. The Senate recently passed a bill to set up competitive bidding for large contracts with the National Park Service. Right now, competition is severely limited.
Competition is basic to our system. And we want to see competition for business opportunities in national parks. That's very healthy.
Senator Cohen says that changing the entire system involves many agencies and would probably require an act of Congress. Joe Johns, NBC News, Washington.
And if you think you're the victim of bad management from just about anywhere, you can try the Answer Man for help. His name is Stephen Pollan, and he's right here to fight for our viewers.
And we've been managing okay.
All right, let's get to it. Our first letter comes from David of Arlington, Virginia. Last year, his Toyota pickup was rear-ended as he sat at a red light. The other driver agreed it was her fault, and they exchanged phone numbers and insurance information. Her insurance company, Allstate, was now supposed to pay David $550 to fix the damage. But months have passed, and they keep telling him they can't reach the other driver to consult with her and won't pay up until they do. Well, David can't understand why this is such a big mess.
Well, we don't want to see any more damage to David's wallet, so we called Allstate to ask them to reinvestigate. They tried again and again, but could not reach the other driver. They're insured. They explained that it is common procedure for insurance companies to require a statement from their customers before settling a claim. But we got them to review David's statement and one made by a police officer on the scene, and they have now agreed to issue him the $500 for his repairs.
Allstate's a huge company. How'd you get them to bend the rules?
Well, and that's the secret. And
Sure.
I need, here's the secret. You never ask them to break a rule. You never ask them to change a rule. You ask for an exception. And for some reason, this works with corporate. You ask for an exception.
I like that. An exception to the rule.
It's yours.
Okay. Our next letter comes from Frankie in Antioch, California. A telephone salesman from Health Insurance Express recently pitched her on the medical alert system, which allows you to call for help in case of an emergency. Despite the fact that she lives on a small fixed income, Frankie agreed to pay the $1,500 for the $1,500 device. But after paying $900 towards it, she realized she couldn't afford to pay the rest. Frankie asked for a refund, but instead they sent what they said was $900 $200 in merchandise, including pots and cutlery. She really can't use any of it. She just really wants her money back, Stephen.
Well, we called the Better Business Bureau and learned that Health Express has a satisfactory standing. So we then called the company, explained that Frankie, who's 85, had felt intimidated into this purchase. She could barely afford it. We also explained that the merchandise sent instead of a refund were of no use to her. She doesn't cook. They told us no sale is ever made without a follow-up call to ensure that the customer understands and comprehends what they're buying and how much it costs. And they claim that Frankie had not been harassed.
Could they help her out at all?
Back and forth for about 2 or 3 months by us. We finally settled with them. We could all save face. A check was in the mail last week. I called today. Frankie has received $450. It's in her account. It's warm, and she feels comfortable.
She's got to be thrilled.
She is.
Thank you very much, Stephen. If you have a problem and would like Stephen's help, you can write to this address, 2200 Fletcher Avenue, Fort Lee, New Jersey, 07024. That's 2200 Fletcher Avenue, Fort Lee, New Jersey, 07024. Please understand, the answer man can't answer every letter, but I'll try and help you out if he can. Thanks, Stephen.
He's a good egg.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, finally tonight, giant screen IMAX movies have been around for 2 decades, but now they're getting a sprucing up to appeal to a more sophisticated audience. Craig Worth reports from Los Angeles.
The film is Seasons. Like other IMAX films, it's shown on 50-foot-tall screens at museums. IMAX films are 70 millimeters wide, or twice the width of most film negatives. They also run sideways and at a high speed for clarity, all which means a lot of hassle to shoot.
To have a 5-story high screen and have it to be 90 feet wide is relatively so much bigger than any kind of movie screen that we're on that it needs this size film with an image that's literally 2.5 by 2.5 inches so that we can have a crystal clear image.
Ben Shed directed Seasons. Because of the technology and expense in such films, they have been shown as shorts in those upscale museums such as the Smithsonian and here at the California Museum of Science and Industry. 20 years ago, they started as unheard of technical marvels.
And there's a constant need to be trying to imagine what audiences will be seeing in other moving image formats 5 years from now, 10 years from now, while these films are still running on the screen.
Now, IMAX is no longer alone in technical film marvels. A new generation expects and demands film experiences that parents could only dream about years ago. IMAX has had to also enter the world of entertainment. You just can't rely on technical wows.
It was the museum market that we went after, the science-oriented, upscale, well-educated type folks who wanted to expose their kids to educational issues. But I think over the years that has really grown. Now I don't think you have to be just an academic-oriented person to come down and enjoy IMAX.
So pretty pictures are not just enough. IMAX has been able to run 6 channels of stereo in sync with the picture. Again, it's because people just expect more, and it's working with new audiences such as kids. So will IMAX be found playing to the masses? Well, perhaps to more of them, but don't expect IMAX to abandon the confines of museums and settle into multiple screen shopping mall houses.
We will never give up our core audience, and our core audience wants something that educates them as well as entertains them.
The stakes in art films are growing as the high tech and high technology gets higher all the time. Ben Shed had to make more than pretty pictures. He had to make something that competes in a world of entertainment.
And on that note, that's all the time we have for now.
But tomorrow night, be sure you join us because what you throw in your garbage could be used against you. We'll show you how con artists can take your trash, turn it into gold, and ruin your credit rating at the same time. That's coming up tomorrow night. I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Janice Lieberman. Join us again tomorrow for Money Tonight, where you're guaranteed to profit from tuning in.
Night, everybody.
If you wish to purchase a copy of the preceding program, please send $5 for a transcript or $19.95 plus $3.50 shipping and handling for a videotape, along with name, air date, and subject of the program to Burrell's, Post Office Box 7, Livingston, New Jersey, 07039. For credit card orders, call 1-800-777-8398.
Next, from Washington, Tim Russert puts the media in perspective. Then it's never politics as usual on Equal Time with Mary Matalin and exciting guests.
Oh!
Still working with prehistoric copiers? Get the copier that earned Buyers Lab's highest rating for uptime, Mita. For a more productive future, the times demand Mita.
You can plan on being late for work.
All this week, and here's why.
You'll be joining us for the adventure you've always wanted to take.
Be a part of the Great Alaska Adventure on Good Morning America.
This week on ABC.
My wife and I are talking about having kids, and my wife says to me, "Why is it the woman who always has to stay at home? Why not the man?" And I said to her, "If you can find a job that pays for the house, pays for the car, and pays for the food, I'll quit my job and work out of the house."
Staples has everything you need to start yourself over again. The guaranteed low price on computers, furniture, pencils, and over 5,000 other items. Staples. Yeah, we've got that.
10 Emmy Awards, 2 DuPont Awards, 2 Kennedy Awards, the Peabody Award, 23 years of passion and commitment.
Performance ranks as instant bonuses. Try Value Line for 10 weeks. Now only $55. Call 800-521-3436 now for this extra bonus. Every investor's guide to Wall Street words. That's 800-521-3436. Call now.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sue Herrera.
And I'm Janice Lieberman. Welcome to Money Tonight, the place to be if you're serious about getting your money's worth.
Coming up tonight, interest rates take another big jump. We'll tell you what it could mean for you.
Also, con men who mine your garbage for gold. You may never just toss away important documents ever again after seeing our report.
And one woman files a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against a restaurant chain claiming she was spied upon in their restroom.
The price of money is going up, and it's a mixed blessing. Wall Street loved the news. So did those with money in the bank. But for anyone living on credit, life just got a little more expensive. NBC's Mike Jensen has the details.
The Fed raised 2 key interest rates, both by 0.5 percentage point. The increase in the discount rate, which is what the Fed charges when it loans money to banks, was the first in 5 years. The increase in the federal funds rate, the rate banks charge one another for overnight loans, was the 4th in 4 months, and twice as big as the other 3. President Clinton said earlier in the day he did not think higher rates would hurt the economy.
There is clearly some room for short-term interest rates over the rate of inflation that won't slow down our economic growth.
But higher rates already are affecting construction of new homes and apartments. Housing starts fell 2.5% in April.
As a result of rate having gone up, about 50,000 people have been priced out of the ability to buy a home.
Analysts say the Fed rate hike will raise most other rates. Banks started raising the prime rate almost immediately. That increases many credit card and home equity loan rates. 30-year mortgage rates, now at 8.7%, could go up to 9% by next fall. Auto loan rates will rise, but only slightly. And 3-month CDs will go up a bit. Wall Street liked today's news. After the announcement, stocks shot up in hectic trading. Higher interest rates ordinarily make stock prices fall. But analysts said today's action by the Fed was welcome because it was seen as the last in the current series of increases. Most economists think the Fed is right, keeping inflation under control by slowing down the economy with higher rates. But a lot of businessmen and women say there's no inflation in sight, and the Fed is fighting an enemy that doesn't exist. Mike Jensen, NBC News, New York.
There is a credit ripoff spreading across the country, and none of us is immune to it.
That's because we make it too easy for the crooks by literally throwing personal financial information into their hands. In tonight's Steals and Deals investigation, we'll show you how some criminals use your garbage against you.
That's what happened to Jody Carlson when, as in this reenactment, she found a stranger at her front door.
Who are you?
I said, what do you want? And he said, I want to know where the 94, the new car is. We're looking for payment on the new car. And I said, I don't have a new car. I don't know what you're talking about.
As she battled the bill collector, Jody realized that someone had gotten their hands on some very important numbers. Using her identity, they had purchased, financed, and registered a brand new car in her name.
My credit started to crumble. They had my social security number, my driver's license number, and my name. And that's really all they needed. I have no idea how they got it.
The answer can be found right here in the street. The crooks blend in with people who are so common to us, they become all but invisible.
You appear to be homeless. You appear to be a person that's a scavenger looking for cans and bottles for recycling purposes. But your main purpose is to prowl around in the folks' private trash. The shopping cart is my accomplice, and the bottles and cans is props.
We asked Richard Jones to show us the ropes. Although he now hosts a public access television show based on his book Tips Against Crime, Richard is a former convict who had spent several years making his living by dumpster diving.
I kept myself in high fashion, clothes, because naturally I would buy things for myself. I changed my whole house with new furniture on a yearly basis.
Disguised as a street person, Richard demonstrated how easy it is to dig through the trash unobserved. When he comes across a particularly good piece of paper, like a bank receipt, he quickly slips it into his glove.
People throw out their bills. This person has an account at the Broadway. Got some things down there I could use. They deposit $1,403. At least I know they got that much money. I got their bank account number too. I have their phone number and home address. You can charge a lot of calls to that number.
Richard is on a roll, but to keep up appearances, he makes sure to collect a bottle now and then. In about 2 hours, in a 3-block radius, he came up with a shopping bag full of receipts, bills, and bank statements. Then he hit the jackpot.
This is fantastic. Now, this is what I call the golden trash can.
Incredibly, on one receipt alone, we found a name, address, telephone number, birthday, driver's license number, social security number, MasterCard number, expiration date, and signature. Who would throw such vital information into their trash dumpster? We wanted to find out if they were even aware of how dangerous the practice can be. Our camera crew went looking for the owner, Sandy. We confronted Sandy with the information and its possibilities.
And they can take your identity, take that information, and become you and go out and spend thousands of dollars.
Right. Once the trash leave your hand, it's public domain.
Yeah, actually, I didn't think about that. I didn't think about that.
Sandy trusted us to hold on to her information for an experiment. Tomorrow, you'll see how easily we were able to use it to recreate an illicit shopping spree. We'll also show you how you can protect yourself from this scam. It is frightening, Sue.
It really is. Well, personal privacy was also the issue today as attorneys in Los Angeles announced a multi-million-dollar lawsuit. Their target, a major fast food chain. It was filed on behalf of a female customer who claims she was the victim of a peeping Tom. Jerry Cobb has more.
Josephine Cota says it happened at this Jack in the Box in Norco, California. After ordering her food, she went into the restroom.
And then I noticed an eyeball piercing at me through a hole in the door. And I quickly ran up. I was very shook up, very embarrassed and humiliated that my rights of privacy was violated at a well-known establishment like Jack in the Box.
Cota is suing the chain, its parent company Foodmaker Incorporated, and 3 employees for sexual battery, invasion of privacy, and infliction of emotional distress. Her lawyer says he'll seek damages well into the millions of dollars for a crime he calls a nationwide epidemic.
We've just been flooded with cases such as this, and they're springing up all over the country.
The Black Angus restaurants were sued in 1993 by female employees who claimed male co-workers spied on them in the restroom. And at least one other restaurant in Southern California, as well as a health club, have been named in similar suits. But the problem isn't just in California. In several southern states, Holiday Inns of America has been named in 16 peephole lawsuits, paying more than $4 million in damages in one case and more than $10 million in another. Yet attorneys attorneys say sexual harassment isn't on the increase. Reporting it is.
But more and more women are having the courage to come forward as they see other women coming forward.
In a prepared statement, Foodmaker called the suit totally unfounded, suggesting the plaintiff is attempting to take advantage of an opportunity to coerce a settlement.
Companies with 5 or more employees are required to have policies designed to prevent sexual harassment of workers, but this latest case could serve as a wake-up call to companies that protecting their customers is just as important.
And the price of car insurance for your teenager could send you into sticker shock. How to cut that bill when Money Tonight continues.
I'm the oldest unofficial salesperson Hunter Fan has.
After you've purchased 14 of them, you get to know the fans.
They're made out of good stuff.
We run our fans 24 hours a day. They're extremely quiet.
There have been fewer troubles with Hunter Fan than there is in a 50-year marriage.
So we've got the red and the green and the white.
And I'm going to get another one.
I like the quietness of it because I couldn't hear it, but yet I could feel it.
That's my warranty on the fan, but it doesn't need a warranty. It runs anyway.
In 1895, Wilhelm Röntgen discovered X-rays. The following year, Siemens worked closely with him to develop its first X-ray tubes. That was then. This is now. Today, Siemens manufactures imaging technology that helps doctors save lives. And with 35,000 people nationwide, the men and women of Siemens will continue to manufacture ideas that even Professor Röntgen never dreamed of. Siemens, precision thinking.
The stock has had a good run. Should I sell it now? I wish I knew.
There are times when you need research. Those are the times to call Standard & Poor's, because now you can get Standard & Poor's research reports on any of 4,000 companies, the same research that has been available only to institutional investors. A 7-page report, objective, in-depth, up-to-date. It includes street opinion on the stock, buy, hold, sell recommendations gathered from over 2,000 Wall Street analysts, including S&P's own analysts. You'll find consensus earnings estimates, technical evaluation, an industry overview, insider sentiment, S&P star rankings. Now you know. Get the finest investment research available, Standard & Poor's research reports, to help you make a profitable decision for only $9.95 each. Call 1-800-824-0000.
Tonight on Equal Time from Philadelphia. From the House floor to the White House, why can't women find a home in politics? Representatives Tom Foglietta and Marjorie Margolis-Mezvinsky battle over why politicians are skirting this issue. Coming up next on CNBC, join Cal Thomas when he hosts the Talk All-Stars. With his guest, former Vice President Dan Quayle. Does his new book spell out his plan for the '96 election? Find out on the Talk All-Stars. Coming up next on CNBC.
Every night, Tom Snyder welcomes the brightest stars, the biggest personalities, and the people you want to meet. Join us for the best talk coast to coast. Tom Snyder tonight.
So your teenager has just turned 16 and you can't wait to get another driver in the house. Parents, get ready for sticker shock on their auto insurance bill, especially if that teenager happens to be a boy. In tonight's Money Talk segment, Sheila Steinbeck shows us how to bring those costs down with the help from the latest Kiplinger's magazine.
I learned that it's better to have a boy and a girl than two boys.
Sue Wattenberg works in the insurance industry, so she has seen others go through what she's now going through. Her 16-year-old son Aaron is now on the road in a car, and the extra insurance costs were considerable.
You get to go or just kind of wherever you want, just without having to ask for a ride or ask your parents.
With Aaron now free to drive his 13-year-old sister around and to run household errands, the Wattenberg family gets some extra help. The average American family, though, will find it can cost anywhere from $1,000 to $2,000 a year more to insure a teenage boy.
A 16-year-old driver is just a 16-year-old driver. He's put in a pool with thousands of other 16-year-old drivers so that they do not individually underwrite for each person.
Insurance agent Rick Blank points out that boys tend to drive more than girls and to drive faster and more recklessly. but parents can prepare ahead of time to reduce these costs.
And we send him for driver's training, which gives you a reduction in your insurance premium. If you have an older car that doesn't need physical damage, meaning comprehensive or collision, then you can somehow work it out that he's or she is put on that car.
And the more cars under the family policy, the better. The Wattenberg surcharge is just $600 a year for Aaron by following these tips. Kiplinger's magazine also says it pays to shop around for insurance. The magazine found that a 1993 Taurus with $100,000 liability, $300,000 bodily injury, $50,000 in property damage, $5,000 in medical payments, and $250 in deductibles would yield these wide-ranging results in insurance rates. For instance, a couple in an Atlanta suburb would pay anywhere from $699 to nearly $1,000 in auto insurance a year. But you add a teenage son to that policy, the rates can range from a low of $1,500 to almost $2,000, depending on the company you call. Families should consider shopping around. But of course, some experts say you may find out as you call around that a lot of these insurance companies do not welcome new business that involves a teenage driver. So in that regard, it could be better to stay with an insurance company with which you are already doing business. Still, the price of insuring a young man will be high, but extra planning shouldn't make it out of reach. Sheila Steinbach for Money Tonight.
And joining us now with more from Kiplinger's Personal Finance Magazine is Associate Editor William Giese, live from our Washington Bureau. Welcome.
Hi, Janice.
How are you?
Hi.
We're talking about boys. What about teenage girls? Are they in trouble too with high rates?
Teenage girls get a little bit of a break compared with teenage boys because their driving histories are a little bit better. So a teenage girl, you might expect a 16-year-old, you might expect to pay 10, 15% less. But the bad news there, Janice, is that their driving histories are getting worse these days, so their rates are going up too.
They're getting worse also. What about the hot rod car your son definitely wants? They don't want the boring car. They want one of those spiffy brand new cars. Is that a good idea?
I've got a 15-year-old, Janice, and he's going to get a license next year, and I would never in a million years get him a fast car. If he has to get a car, it's going to be a boring, safe, slow car. First of all, an expensive new car is going to get banged up. Kids get in accidents when they're 16 years old. They get in little ones or big ones, and you just hope to minimize it if you can. All those accidents mean the insurance rates are very, very high. You could end up, if your kid had his or her own car, a new car, the insurance would be very, very expensive, and he or she might end up in an assigned risk pool. So,
let's say your kid is a brilliant student. Don't they get any credit for that?
Yeah, they get credit for that. Honor roll students get a bit of a break, 10%, something like that. And they don't even have to be brilliant. One honor roll report is enough probably for an insurance company not to check for another 2 or 3 years. So one semester is enough maybe to do the job.
That's good incentive to get them to study. At least the rates will go down.
Yeah.
What about not even putting them on their own policy, just put them on yours and hope for the best?
Well, put them on your policy, I would say, might be the answer. And try to keep your son or your daughter from being the principal driver of a car. The other option is being an occasional driver, and that's probably, most of the time, less expensive for a family.
Okay, watch out for your hot rod son. Good luck there.
Thank you, Janice.
William Giese from Kiplinger's Finance Magazine. Thanks for joining us. Sue?
And do you have a hellish commute each day? Well, some companies out there are trying to help. We'll show you how when Money Tonight continues. So stay with us. We're back in just a couple minutes.
This is CNBC.
This program is sponsored by the Burger Funds.
I'm Bill Berger, a father and a grandfather, and I know kids have big dreams. As a parent, you want to help your children reach their dreams. But with college costs being what they are, the only way to make dreams possible for tomorrow is if you start to save today. One way to begin is with the Burger 100 and Burger 101 funds. Both require just $250 to get started. Both have earned Morningstar's highest possible rating, 5 stars overall. So you know they've been among the top performing mutual funds. To learn more, call 1-800-333-1001 for a free investment fact kit complete with a prospectus. After all, kids will always have big dreams. We just like to help you make them come true.
Over the years, Canon color copiers have copied everything from pie charts to architectural renderings, from computer-generated presentations to top-secret documents. In fact, since Canon introduced the first color laser copier in 1987, our copiers have made over 1 billion high-quality color copies. And that kind of experience is sure to leave you smiling. To see how easy it is to own a Canon color copier, call 1-800-OK-CANON.
All investors are looking for an advantage. So if you're making your own decisions, you need the AccuTrade advantage. With AccuTrade, you pay only 3 cents a share commission, regardless of the price of the stock.
Thanks to AccuTrade's 3 cents per share commission, I've saved thousands of dollars.
But the good news doesn't stop there. With AccuTrade, you can access your account 24 hours a day, 7 days a week by touch-tone phone or now personal computer.
The AccuTrade system is easy and fast. Using my PC, I feel just like a professional broker.
Talk about service. If you have any questions, customer service is here to assist you during market hours. Just one more AccuTrade advantage.
When I call AccuTrade, the customer service reps are always willing to help.
3 cents a share commission. Access one account by phone or personal computer. Customer service, second to none. With AccuTrade, you can have it all.
You only need $5,000 to open and maintain your account. The minimum charge is just $48. Call today to connect with AccuTrade, member SIPC.
The Clinton administration today announced a $1.7 billion plan to combat homelessness. The report concludes that 7 million people were homeless at the end of the 1980s. 1.5 million were children. Bob Pisani joins us with details of what the White House wants to do about all of that.
Hi, Jen. So it's the Clinton administration's first comprehensive statement about homelessness. Now, today I visited a program in New York City that is providing the type of services the Clinton administration wants to provide nationwide. The report concludes that just putting the homeless in shelters does not work. Instead, the emphasis will shift toward providing comprehensive help to homeless people, such as education, drug and alcohol counseling, and daycare, like this facility in New York. It's part of a series of services run under the same roof by Homes for the Homeless, a nonprofit foundation. Director Ralph Nunez calls his approach one-stop shopping.
This is an issue of children, families, and education. If you're going to solve homelessness, you're going to have to tackle it from an educational perspective.
There are 90 families living here, and for most of the adults, attending school is a big part of their day. Many have only a 5th grade education, so they have to be taught basic skills before they can even consider applying for a job. Take Monique Meredith. She's 24 and a mother of 3. Since joining the program, she's enrolled in school and wants to be a medical technician. Most important to her is daycare.
If I didn't have the daycare, it would be very hard for me to get up and get out and try to achieve my goals.
And there is counseling. 50% of the women are pregnant when they come into the program, and 71% have drug or alcohol problems. Now, one of the things that makes this program so attractive is its cost effectiveness. It costs $30 per person per day to keep someone in the facility that you just saw. And that includes all of the services like daycare. You put them in a hotel for the homeless, and it's going to cost $100 a day with no services. Little wonder then that one-stop shopping for the homeless has now attracted the attention of the Clinton administration. So
Bob, is there like a carrot and stick approach to all of this, or incentive for them to get into the program?
Yeah, there's definitely a sort of social compact that's trying to be developed here where the individual has some responsibility to get into the program. For example, in New York City, they're floating a program now that would require people to attend treatment and counseling, and if they refuse to, then they could, in theory, be denied services. The problem is what happens? They go back on the street again.
Right. Thank you, Bob.
Okay.
Bob Pisani.
For most people, the worst business travel is the daily commute to and from work. But now several big companies are trying to change all that. And in the process, they're creating a new generation of corporate road warriors. Kevin McCullough reports.
Traffic, stress, doctor's appointments. Just a few reasons people wish they didn't have to go into the office day after day. Working away from the traditional workplace used to be a luxury reserved for people in small businesses and the self-employed. But now several Fortune 500 companies are finding that keeping employees out of the office makes them more productive at work.
Productivity of telecommuters goes up from 10 to 15 or 20% on the average. The turnover rates go down. You get to retain those skilled employees that you may have spent tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars training.
IBM, once a symbol of traditional corporate America, has set up a pilot program headquartered in this warehouse in Cranford, New Jersey. The company found it could save millions by consolidating the workforce from several area locations and eliminating personal offices and desks. Instead, employees are given laptops, pagers, cellular phones, and the freedom to set their own schedule.
I thought it was going to be hard at the beginning. I wasn't going to have a place that I could call my own. But because we're able to work out of the house, the majority of my files and my information stays at home.
Workers still report to the facility an average of once or twice a week, collect mail, and attend meetings. Whenever they get there, they log into a computer which knows their name, assigns them a desk, and routes their phone number to that workspace. But the demise of the traditional office can present problems.
The main drawbacks are if you don't do it right, you can get into serious trouble. And in particular, if you don't manage it properly, you can find those productivity increases don't happen. They not only don't go up, they go down.
So if your job doesn't require a lot of on-site work, telecommuting may be a viable option. And while mobilizing the workforce is nothing new, keeping it largely out of the office is nothing short of revolutionary.
Travel used to be more romantic, or at least it seems that way, when now trains were the best way to travel long distance. It was 125 years ago that the first train steamed from coast to coast, an event marked by the driving of the Golden Spike. Our Craig Worth visited a remote corner of Utah for the anniversary of that famous day.
These are Samuel Reed's hand-drawn survey maps and notes on where to unite the nation by rail, a marvel in itself.
It was like saying, we're going to send you to Salt Lake. Find your way home. Find your way to Omaha. And while you're doing it, find the flattest route home.
The impossible engineering feat would become wooden trestles and iron rails.
And that day, 125 years ago, opened up the great American way of travel, the rail.
The Union Pacific Railroad did not forget its heritage. It started the day with an early morning train ride through Utah. It was the best of yesteryear's trip, at a time when dinner was in the diner and Dorothy Kleins was the nurse stewardess.
Take care of mothers with babies. You made formula for them.
These luxury liners are also history now. Indeed, it was a day of history, although the food was the best of the 90s. No pioneer stuff here. It was a trip to end up at Promontory to honor the past. A few thousand others also stopped by to mark the day. Some in 1860s clothes, some with 1990s souvenirs.
You got the 119, you got the Jupiter.
Perhaps one of the most important memories was for something that has been glossed over in history books. Many died making these rails, many of Chinese and Irish heritage. For they made a rail that did go from sea to sea.
The last spike needed to unite the Atlantic and the Pacific by a new line of trade and commerce.
The 119 and the Jupiter. The moment was complete. They came from both directions. They came from history. They came from all over to remember. It was 125 years ago at a little place in Utah